Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men. Many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men. Many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men. Many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men. Many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men. Many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men.
What do you mean by insecurity?
When I say insecurity, you have, what's the word? You know, I got third grade education.
Well, let me ask you a question.
When you have a fear, when you have a fear of something.
Okay, now if so, you're saying a man is secure if he allows other men around his woman. He's secure.
He's secure within himself.
What makes him secure that he allows men around his woman that he know
That
wants to
nigga
sleep with his
a fool.
woman? What
If
makes
she
him
choose to go that way with that man, then she's never been for me. That's up to her, and I move in the way that I need to move.
what makes him secure though? Because he knows that he can't control her, and so if she cheats, it is what it is. That makes him secure.
Period.
So
Damn, for real.
hey, I love you've been rocking with me when they had 10 people watching this motherfucker.
Go ahead, ask your question. What's your question?
Well, just in terms of even an old friend, just considering what was being said, I think Illa has a point. I think you guys have a point in terms of he been a friend for a long time. In my head, I'm like, the fuck that mean to me? Right. Like that's just how my head, like when I be thinking this shit, I'm a husband now, right? Oh, I don't, what you did generally, I don't, it is what it is, right? But what can he do for her? Can she go to him for the support? Can she go to him for money?
None of that shit.
I'm gonna let you finish answering.
Can she go to him for money?
No, she can't. That's my job.
Can she go to him for spiritual guidance?
No,
that's your job. Shit.
Exactly.
Can she go to him for protection?
No.
Like men dingo fighting, things of that nature. The strong boys would be taken and separated from their family, stuff like that.
Yeah, and they were friends. Yeah, they're used to. Yes, that actually happened.
So when we're criticizing black men, if you think it takes a couple generations to change, right? And we just went through some of the things you acknowledged happened to black men and were targeted specifically just 2 generations ago with your your generation. And then we come at black men like we did it all to ourselves. You don't think there's an apology of some sort in order?
Let me be clear. Let me be clear about something.
Shit.
I did not ask him for his pension because that had children outside of our marriage.
You left him for free.
You're not always get on here.
Listening.
So shut the up.
You're not
Don't
listening.
always get on here.
You're not
Try to
listening.
dismiss women. Stop
You're
trying to
not
be
listening.
in abusive relationships, whether it is
You are not listening.
or not.
Bro, if you had 2 people sitting there, right? They had a one night stand. He put the rubber on, and you got to tell one of them they was wilding, and one of them they was wilding. You would say the woman was wilding.
Mm-hmm.
She should have made that nigga put a condom on.
Yeah, especially because niggas' dicks be dirty.
Damn!
What level of responsibility? Well, not what the stats say. What level of responsibility would it be on? So he didn't put a condom on. She got pregnant. It's a one night stand. Who would you put the onus on for that happening more?
If I had to choose the woman because she gives the access.
Damn. So she should have made sure he put a condom on his dick.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Like that. Wow.
Look like Mr. Fantastic is right.
Brother.
Okay. Damn. So putting a baby
That
on
need to be a mom is huge for women. So depending on who the woman is, a woman with a kid is less desperate to have a baby with any goddamn body.
Okay. All right. But you're saying she's 28. The clock starts getting louder and louder.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the danger comes in.
She have a baby by a homeless person. She don't give a shit. she ready to pull up on her bridge with no panties on.
That guy from he just came home, right? He just got out of jail. What's his name? Meeks. Jeremy Meeks. I think he was a prisoner.
Yes.
He got with a
good hair. Yeah.
He got green eyes and all that.
They ready to get pregnant by that dude. Ain't got no job, no nothing. That's a perfect example. Yep.
Damn, man.
The dude with the green eyes, she wants a baby with. So that's what I'm saying. She find a whatever type of dude that would make a pretty baby. She online saying, I'm on birth control. You ain't got to wear no condom. Nigga ain't got no job, no nothing, but he got green eyes. She had to bust it.
What I would recommend is you you get a job, right? You work it, maybe in an industry that you could thrive in. Learn it, right? Without the risk, build a foundation. That way, when you jump into it, you're ready, Are we having a conversation? Are you here? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Are you responding to me, you think, or?
Who else am I responding to?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you what I hear. You asked me what I hear as far as that question.
I know, but as I'm breaking it down for you, is it?
Move on.
You're right.
Go. You are partly chivalry to like you and yours. Is that truly chivalry? Is it just you protecting your investment or your asset, which is your life? And I want to go back to maybe that isn't as chivalrous because you're protecting your investment, which is your wife. If somebody smacks her
Investment?
but the woman on the bus, the old lady on the bus is standing up with a cane, and you gonna sit there and sit your happy hips, your wide hips down that bus, and watch her stand up on that with that cane the whole entire time. That's not chivalrous.
Are you saying that me protecting my wife is less chivalrous than me giving my seat up for some old hag?
Hang on a second. Are you
No.
Are you really chivalrous if you are only protecting your investment?
It's mine, right?
Right, you're protecting what's yours, but are you truly chivalrous if you don't give up the seat on the bus?
I've been only pursuing so much for the attention of women. This is all, it sounds so new to me when I'm hearing it, but maybe I didn't have this perspective before. Calvin was good. B-Love, what's up? But it's just like why we do things. Where does our moral code actually come from? How far are we willing to go to stand on it? Does your moral code have contingencies? You know, I have the clips queued up, but I'm just thinking through it. You know, the double standards. How long can we? I thought they just were a thing, but I guess they have like there's a reason.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This Might Be Risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag Do the Right Thing.
Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoe. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoe. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoe. Watch what you say, I'm shit mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling, seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoe. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoe. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoe. Watch what you say, I'm shit mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ Ham the Stampede, this might be risky. We in the building. What up, Aaron?
What's good, family?
Run! It's a stampede! DJ Ham the Stampede.
Like, share, subscribe, get the likes up, Salute to everybody here. Happy Monday, Aaron. What's popping?
Nothing to it but to do it, man. Living the dream as always.
Trying to tell you, man. I'm trying to tell you. We got 123 people in the building, and we have 54 likes. Not great, but we will take what we can get, man. Salute to Monday. I hope everybody making money today, doing the right thing. You feel me? It was a good weekend. We got rained out of a water park, which is like a gift and a curse because you really don't want to stay there that long, but you also want to get your money's worth.
Word.
So, and I swear they were like park closing at 5. I'm like supposed to close at 7. We only had an hour, but I'd be damned if at 4:57 did it not start pouring.
Perfect timing.
On the money, man. Thank God for one of those wagons, man. I had all them little kids in that wagon running through the damn parking lot, you know. But everything is everything, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. First and foremost, let's get the business out the way. This might get rocky. August 11th, doors open at 12. There are limited tickets to come in person. This might get rocky.eventbrite.com to purchase yours. Once you purchase the ticket, it'll give you the address. I didn't want to blast the address, right? Because the setting, we got to make sure we control it. So when people invest in the ticket, then it'll give you the actual address. It's in Philly. Aaron, what'd you say? Is it near downtown?
Close enough for the size of the city, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, there's plenty of places to stay, a whole bunch of Airbnbs. And Big O, Omar said that if you buy a ticket, he'll make sure you have lodging. Which is wow. If you can't attend in person, you join the membership. So everybody who's a member now, you simply upgrade the membership to the boxing event level membership, and it'll be streamed directly on This Might Be Risky. Got it all figured out almost.
It's gonna be worth it.
Shit like that.
Salute to Mr. Fantastic. Salute to CJ. Salute to Zagu. There's also another bout that just came together that I'm gonna put out the promo for once I get a chance to, you know, put the flyer together and shit like that, you know. So people hit me. I guess they were apparently talking about it on someone's stream. They're like, "Yo, hit him. See, you want a box? You know, you want to get in there. You want to see what you made of." So 2 brothers hit me, a couple brothers actually. So yeah, man, it's lit. Get the likes up, man. Let me see who in the chat real quick. Let me get it popping. 1 second. Let me scroll to the top. Mel, what's good? You already know, man. Theory, salute. Rock solid, was popping. Appreciate you. E-Dub in the building. Almanize in the building. Rum in the building. Emo in the building. Black King, salute. Already. Adam 87 was popping. Chocolate Bunny. Love C. Miss Jilly in the building. Appreciate y'all. Love C putting in work as always. He knows what's popping. Terrell, you already know.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Emo, salute. I don't know what Emo be talking about. I ain't gonna lie to you. Rainbow Kid, what's popping? Added Kids. Callie, what's popping? What's goody? We got to get another battle on the board. So far, you want to know, man. We got to get somebody who brave enough to challenge you this coming Friday. Travel One, what up though? Blue Collar, salute. Appreciate you. Hope all is well, man. Hope you had a good weekend. Let me see who else here. Charles was popping. Become a member. Hall of Fame James was good. I like it. Melly Mel was popping. Sugar Shack was popping. Hope all is well. Jay Larkin was popping. Deborah, salute, man. Shout out to Mr. Let Go, man. Y'all leave him alone, man. He mean what he say, even if it's not so cohesive all the time. But that's my man. I fuck with Mr. Let Go. DK to ATLian was popping, my brother. J Ali, salute. Royce, what up? Y'all gotta become a member. The lowest membership is not. There we go. Right on time. Jay, salute.
What up, buzzing, birds, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute. Welcome to the family. Lauren Mack was popping. Canary, Shalom. Yeah, man. It's crazy, right? Trying to tell you, man. We're gonna walk it down though. Mr. Williams, salute. Brina was popping. Chris in the building. I like it. Man, I just had a hell of a workout. So I'm not tired, but I got a level of exhaustion. I'm trying to get my energy back up. You know what I'm saying? We're getting close. Smitty, salute my G. Hey, this Wednesday, I'm gonna hit you on Instagram. See through you. What's up? Quincy, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Homeboy, Mrs. Locks. AC, you already, man. Yeah, man. I ain't even see the Olympics yet. Appreciate y'all, man. Make sure Shalom. Next level was popping. Hope all is well. Sean K. Ty, what's good? All right, Mr. B, what's up, man? I ain't seen you in a minute, man. I thought about you, was it like Friday or something? Salute. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. He said the audio has an echo.
Sound good to me.
Then we'll let you upgrade. Gotta figure that out. No, I got the same mic. Sam, Shalom. Guys, put a one in the chat if my mic is good. Nah, I had to run that 3 miles, man. You know, that 3 miles shit sucks, bro. And then we go 8 rounds. That shit sucks. All right, I'm good, man. Josh hating. Josh, stop hating, baby. I paid a lot of money for this microphone. I paid some. I don't even travel with this one. I travel with the other ones. I leave this one here. See what's popping. Damn, man. What up, Rum? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. All right, man. Let's get into it, man. I appreciate everybody for being here. You know, on Mondays, I think we do a great job of minding things out in different ways and getting through them, you know. So everybody's seen the video 1,000 times. Oftentimes we look at the edits, right? And I think the edit on this one generally captured what you needed to know, you know. But there's a lot that goes into this, is what I'm thinking, Aaron. And I think it starts before they ever get to her house. You know, it starts with everything that they see around them. We had this conversation before where if I'm walking down the block myself, well, not me necessarily, but a black man said this. I forget who it was specifically on the panel. If they see a group of black men walking towards them, there's a different feeling, vigilance, and a level of awareness, maybe even a level of fear that doesn't happen with a group of white men because of a presupposition, stereotypes that maybe have been proven to be true to an extent. You know, do you agree with that sentiment?
100%.
Right. And so just to make sure we illustrate the point, I was thinking through this. When they see the black woman by herself, right? Do they see them? Because they know the same stats we know. Single mother, unmarried, out of wedlock, right? Even if this, you know, YouTube is a microcosm, they hear the argument, they hear the divest, go to other women, etc., etc. Are they seen as unprotected and therefore can be treated as any old way?
Yeah, not only are they seen as unprotected, but they're seen as going to be an immediate problem anyway.
What do you mean?
Every black woman stereotype, let's just call them spade a spade. They're going in thinking, oh, there's going to be some resistance here, and it ain't got no armor either.
So okay, so the loud, stubborn, non-compliance, along with ain't no man here to check me either.
Jackpot.
Okay, I understand that. I was telling Aaron in the back, you know, my father did bail bonds too, right? And so, you know, you hanging out, whatever the case is, the police pull up on you. Let's say they know your name, right? As I begin to get popular, like in terms of playing football, they may even recognize you. Could it be? So it could be a part of that. But they know that once they know my name, they be like, "Oh, we know your father," whatever the case is, right? But there's a level of protection there, right? Like they know, okay, this person is not just out here by themselves, right? There will be some recourse, and not just from this youngin here, right? This person has support. When my wife was at this hairdresser one day, we were going somewhere, so she was getting braids in, right? And the people weren't from here, and she's like, "Oh, you guys don't take any cards," so she had to go get cash. And they're like, "Hey, well, let me hold your wallet. You should you should have brought the money. We don't trust." So she had to walk across the street to the ATM, and we knew out here anyway, right? So they wanted to hold her wallet and all this stuff. She's like, "I'm going right across the street," right? And so she called me like, "Hey, they kind of being extra." So I said, "Put me on speaker," right? And so I get automatically upset, right? So I'm going off over the phone. I'm on the way. I'm throwing the kids in the car, everything, But they hear me on the phone. They hear the doors closing. I'm coming. All the kids, everything, right? Energy drops. They change. "Sir, you don't have to cuss us out and talk to." Well, I don't know how you talking. I hear the energy in your voice. You just not addressing me the same way. But I'm 5 minutes away now, so we can address it directly. But the energy shifted once they knew, this little black woman wasn't just hit by herself. You know what I mean? What you think? Am I reaching?
No, not at all. In fact, in the military, there's a tactic that we use called show of force, where you just present, some strength on the front line, and already that can swing, the outcome. Show of force is demoralizing if your force is strong enough.
Yeah, 100%.
Your opponent's mind, and they were doubting themselves when they heard your doors shut.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we definitely got down there, but by that time, and thankfully it was I know who was there, but it was no men there, because I would have gotten upset for real, right? Because now I don't know what you were saying, right? There was one time me and my boy, he actually been on the show. He was in the Air Force. He like 6'2", very muscular, right? And me and him get out the car, and there's this white dude cussing out this black girl. She's like a little security guard for this like closed bank. I don't know what it was. And she's standing. She's like, "You just have to move. You can't sit right in front of the ramp, And so he steady cussing her and fussing her. And so we like, "Yo, you good? Like, what is happening that you doing all that yelling and screaming?" She was young as hell. And in DC, they just get these security jobs away. You know what I'm saying? So we like, "Yo, shut the fuck up and move down the block." You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that simple. We was already dirty. We was coming from playing football. We was already on that. We won the game and everything. So I'm like, "Yo, move down the block." You know what I mean? Like, just she's saying sit right there. She's saying don't sit right here because they telling her not to, right? For whatever the reason is, right? Just move down. But when he saw us, and then when we confronted him, right, and we probably could have been more kind, but he wasn't being kind. He moved down the block. You know what I'm saying? Like, but he just saw this little black girl, right? Because that's the topic. And bitch, I ain't going nowhere, whatever. He might even be home, who knows, right? But when we got move down the block, right? Like, just go down. That's all she's saying. And so and all this stuff is coming to my head when I was putting this together, because so many people have reviewed, talked about this through and through, right? But do they see them as unprotected, align with what you acknowledge in terms of stereotype?
Yeah, by and large, I think that is the opening sentiment when people encounter women, and both are very unfortunate. Both also have a great possibility of not being true.
Facts. Damn. But when you don't know, right? When I moderated the debate, right? There was and Sarah cool, you know what I'm saying? Like, she cool, right? She was on the panel, she wanted to interview, like, she dope, right? Whatever. But there's disconnects that happen because the culture isn't the same, right? We're American, right? But then there's a split just based on how we conduct ourselves, lingo, et cetera, et cetera. And just that something that popped in my head when I was putting this together as well. Right? You only go off of stereotypes if you don't frequent around people enough.
Yep.
You know, and we know, do these people actually live where they police at?
I don't think most of the time, no. Most of the time, no. I would say probably not.
You know, and so if they don't live where they police at, you know what happens?
Especially jacked up, areas. I would say for sure not.
Yeah.
But what happens, that disconnect that you're talking about, that cultural disconnect, the lexicon disconnect, and having to lean more on assumption and stereotype guides your prejudgment.
Yeah, 100%. Hell yeah, that's. I interviewed the German lady on Friday, right? And she quite literally saw Method Man in her husband.
Yeah.
She literally fell in love with black men because of what she saw on BET and MTV. And I'm like, okay, your takeaways are positive, right? But when you saw him with Tim's on and a do-rag, your heart melted? You know, and so and that was, she had a positive experience, right? But it's quite literally you formulate an opinion like what you just said, more articulate than I. You know, and I left those doors open for people to hit the link. I'm like, hey, but not to get off the topic, but but like we're saying, you base a lot of shit on what you see, what you've heard, etc., etc. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me show you this, Aaron. God, I just look at the conduct, people's mannerism and voice change, and I got so many examples, like if my daughters, like, they do gymnastics, right? If they don't know you there, people conduct themselves differently. And I know they conduct themselves differently than if I'm there as opposed to my wife is there. But damn, man, let me show you this. So this is one story, and I couldn't find the organic one for this one here, but I just look at the level of aggression, right? So Aaron, we touched on the fact that he's assuming her attitude, and to be fair, could it be true? We'll watch and see. I'm alleging that ain't nobody gonna come help her. She ain't got no man to call to check me. And then the last thing is, how dare you? How dare this little nigga bitch come to me, talking to me crazy, yelling and fussing at me like she got some authority over me as a white man in America. That's the third thing that I think I may be seeing in the videos. But if I'm reaching, let me know. We got a couple new people, Aaron. Matt, you late. God damn it. Tiff, you late. Shiesty, you late. Sin, I don't know if you was late. I don't know. Fifi, you was late. Whitty was late. Steve, what up? So that third one, Aaron, you got any commentary on that one?
Yeah. So when I said that, there's a component of prejudging, I mean, we all do it, right? We don't necessarily know what we're up against, but that's when that really gets strong. And when you start to impart your own flaws onto the situation, when you said, how dare you, this peon essentially, right, have the audacity to be able to think you could even check me or talk to me like that.
Yeah.
So it's like, even if you went in the situation assuming she's going to be combative, whether she is or not, that further doubles down on it anyway. You're already looking for it. So even if she's not combative, you're probably escalating.
Do you think Andre, what's up? Do you think that we're on point, Aaron? Or do you think that we have a bias?
I hate to say it, but both. We're on point given the fact that a lot of this is they're just survival mechanisms. Our brains don't have the bandwidth to really hash this shit out in real time. Really to get any truth. It's all about survival. So to that degree, if you live, you won. But are we on point as far as being accurate and aligned with objective reality? No, I don't think so. There's a lot of components that end up going missing that hurt the situation. You know, for both people should thrive and live. One's going to be jeopardized because of what's missing.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think that we have, and for me to answer my own question, I think that we have a bias, but I think that when we look at these things, it's justifiably so, right? And we can prove it just based on the conduct, because I guarantee you're not going to do that shit to me.
Right.
Now they might pull the gun, right? That's something I would expect.
Yeah.
You know, but all this wrestling and I'm a dude, like, no.
Right.
You know, when you get confronted with police, like getting pulled over, do you cower?
No.
Because you know that's what we're seemingly taught.
Yeah.
Right? What do you think?
I think cower if your default setting is just north of, towards not being aggressive, but just if you're a little more firm and resolute, just naturally, then there's something that has to be toned down.
Yeah. Shit, I think just sent you a damn message too.
Yeah, that's what we're taught though.
Yeah, because I do the things right. So I'll pull over, I turn my car off, I roll down all the windows, right? Because I know, I'm stereotyping the same way. He's seeing me as something, but I don't act nervous. I speak regularly. What'd you pull me over for? I don't be snapping or nothing like that.
Right.
But like one cop had pulled me over and I'm like, hey, did you see that was a red light? I said, well, it kind of veers to the right. He's like, no, that's a straight road, but it veers. But that, I was like, oh, okay. He's like, so why'd you go through it? He's like, well, I was really trying to get that parking spot. So I took a shot. And he just started laughing. He's like, all right, but I'm not acting no type of way. You know what I'm saying? But it just, yeah, man. So let me show y'all this right here. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me do better with these. Black Male was popping. What up, Dre? Salute. Lance, salute. Thank you, my brother. Welcome to the family, man. We got Jay already. DJ 10 Smooth been a member for 5 months. DJ 10 Smooth, salute. As Ava the fight says, is it possible they see the black men do not protect black women and they hate them too? Yeah, so that's what we were mining out. We haven't gotten to the part of how we see them, but I know they hear what we say, and they're not in our communities nor around people who, black people loving on each other enough to go off of anything but what they hear us say and they see. Matt P with the $2 says, okay, Hamp. What are you saying? M-A, what does that mean?
F you, Mr. Fantastic. Oh, marry niggas up.
Marry niggas. That's what you always say. Yeah. F you, Mr. Fantastic. We win it. Mr. Fantastic was doing some good shit today. He was bringing his daughter to college. So that's why y'all don't see him. As Abe with the $5 says, so black men should take responsibility then because they know y'all ain't with the black woman. How that make you feel when they protect their women? We not even there yet. We still walking down the line. Dap, what up? You late? So let me show y'all this one, man. And again, this isn't the organic one, right? So it has the dramatization and everything with her here with I think that's an attorney, crying her eyes out after what happened.
On King, shock and despair still 1 year after her experience with an Austin police officer.
I've become afraid of the people who are supposed to protect me and to take care of me.
That fear, she said, came from a clash with Officer Brian Richter.
Is your driver's license? You're being stopped for speeding.
What happened is caught on his patrol car video, obtained exclusively by the KVUE Defenders and the Austin American Statesman. Officer Richter says in this report that he asked King to close her car door should she try to run away.
All right, take a seat back in your car.
Aaron, you could interject at any time.
Okay. Close the door. Put your feet back in the car so I can close the door.
When she didn't immediately comply, he attempts to forcibly remove her, and things escalate fast.
No, why are you kissing me? Oh my God!
As their confrontation plays out, King is taken to the ground a second time. In his report, Officer Richter says he acted so quickly because King reached to the passenger side of the car. He says he didn't know if she had a weapon. He also said King showed what he called a, quote, uncooperative attitude and resisted by clutching her steering wheel, actions not caught on camera. King was charged with resisting arrest, a charge prosecutors immediately dismissed when they saw this video.
I was trying to figure out why is this happening to me. Oh my God. I was genuinely like.
So one thing I instantly heard was, right, he wanted her to get in the car,
right,
so she couldn't run away. But then, so put her in there so he can walk back to his car. But now the reach to the seat is an issue when you initially wanted to lock her in there so you can go do your paperwork.
Right. Yeah.
What did you
too close together with the? All right, get out of the car.
Yeah.
It's like put your foot in, get in the car, get out of the car.
Yeah. Because he feeling some type of way.
Yeah.
What do you think?
It's that, or maybe deliberate. I don't want to say inciting, just deliberate confusion. Just a psychological tactic, just to just stir the pot, essentially, assert dominance.
So you think he's giving her commands because he want to show who's boss and he can make her do essentially what he want her to do?
Yeah. And boot camp drill instructors used to do this thing all the time. Push, run, push, run. You know what I mean? Like, you may run in place or do push-ups. I can't do both. Push, run, hop, which is a jumping jack. Hop, push, run, hop, push. You don't even have time to come to your feet.
Yeah.
Push, pull.
Yeah. I'll definitely do that with the kids. Yeah.
Your body's like, you're convulsing. Your brain's like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah. And this is, the person, police or not, got a gun on their hip.
There you go.
But just the aggression I saw in this video, I said, well, let's take a look at it. So I just rounded a bit. So this is more of her commentary.
But it doesn't end there. A few minutes later, on her way to jail, a calmer King talks to another APD officer, Patrick Spradlin, about relations between officers and the Black community.
Because of their appearance and whatnot?
Officer Spradlin is heard offering possible explanations about why some people fear African Americans.
I can give you a really good idea why it might be that way. Violent tendencies. And I want you to think about that. That's why a lot of the white people are afraid, and I don't blame them. Yeah. Some of them, because of their appearance and whatnot, some of them are very intimidating.
After more than a year,
that's the police talking. Because of how Black people look, they're intimidating, and he don't blame them. Violent tendencies. He just articulated fear from the police based on his anecdotal conversations as an officer. You operate at a deficit.
Immediately.
That's crazy, man. That's the meat of the video. Pause right there. But I just want y'all to hear this.
After more than a year.
That's why.
And they having a regular conversation, right? She ain't inciting him. She just asking the question.
Really good idea why it might be that way. Violent tendencies. And I want you to think about that. That's why a lot of the white people are afraid, and I don't blame them. Yeah. Some of them, because of their appearance and whatnot, some of them are very intimidating.
After more than a year, the entire case is getting a new look. At the time, Officer Richter received the lowest level of discipline, counseling and training. But now, Police Chief Art Acevedo said the department is doing a full review, both of Officer Richter's use of force and Officer Spradlin's comments. The chief says he found those particularly offensive.
I can tell you that.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. What you think, man?
Violent tendencies. I mean, he just put on Front Street the idea that black people have a greater predisposition to violence, and completely ignore the visual confirmation of your capability of violence in the form of a piece of steel on your head.
Yeah, 100%.
And you working on assumption. I'm working on visual confirmation of ability.
And that he quite literally exuded it, right? Confusing commands, lied in his paperwork, and I can see that he wanted to do her dirty. If he could, he would have punched her. That's how that shit looks.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's how it just, and I'm saying feels, right? And we got to be careful with that. But he trying to slam the shit out of her and all that, right?
Yep.
And that's the thing. He tried to trip. So I don't know if he tried to trip with her hands behind her back, but what happens when people face plant and you pick them up and scoop them, right? If you've ever wrestled or anything, like for instance, in high school, it's called folk style wrestling, right? Where when you slam, it's not like freestyle. So if I pick you up and just sidewalk slam you, I get a point. They'll take a point from me. But if I pick you up, I can bring you to the ground forcefully, right? But there's a level of safety that comes with me taking you to the ground in folk style wrestling, right? It has to be conducive to getting into a good position for a pin or some type of, right? And so you let them down in a particular way so you can maintain control. You don't just sidewalk slam them because you oftentimes lose control trying to exude that much force, right? So when you slam somebody down, right, there's ways to do it. It just, I don't know. It's just like when you see shit, let's see for what it is. And I don't think this a reach at all, especially given what the officer said.
Yeah.
You know? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me show you this one, Aaron. Get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up. We have 260 people in the building and 130 likes. Come on, y'all. Get the likes up. We walking this down, right? Because here's what we're doing. We're illustrating, right, the commonalities. And these are different states, right? But the thinking, you could argue, is the same. Right? Even with us, right? We grow up in different places and things of that nature, but our tendencies can be very, very similar. The things that we do and don't do and do not deem disrespectful are very similar, right? And so these are anecdotal examples. However, they're coming from a presupposition based on stereotypes. Let me show y'all this. Let me read this from Dap real quick. Dap, what's popping with the $5 says, we're considered violent, but the whole conception of America was predicted on violence, and by whom? Shaking my damn head. Matt P with the $2 says, fighting a white boy is rewarding, but no hatred. You know, the argument I've seen for this, Dap and Aaron, you can comment, is it's like, what have you done for me lately? That's the pushback I often hear. Like, they talking about now, not before. But violence, there is no what's it called, Aaron, when somebody does a crime but they're at a point you can't pursue them for it anymore?
Yeah.
Was it
like
statute of limitations?
I think it falls within the category of statute of limitations. Yeah.
There is no statute of limitations on murder. You know, there is no statute of limitations on murder. If you guys haven't heard of it, just look at the Trail of Tears or go read about it. You know, we're not gonna go super down that road. I'm just my brother Dap sent the super chat, so I'm just kind of replying to it. You got anything on that super chat?
No, I mean, in walks the conversation about epigenetics, but still, I mean, it's like the pit of snakes, where 50% are one thing, 50% are the other. If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and it's done some ducky shit before, you ain't no swan.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
You're
that.
not gonna call me an albatross.
Indeed.
Perfect.
What's up, Tony? Black man, salute. What's poppin'? Let's take a look at this one, Aaron. Right, let's just walk down the path. This is Sandra Bland. Backstory. Well, it'll show you this is the story. Her demise was, they said that she hung herself in prison. And she died through asphyxiation. Did I pronounce it correctly? Yeah. She was asphyxiated.
Asphyxiation, yes.
Mm-hmm. And they talking about she deleted herself. But this video does not tell me that. But let's walk through it together. So the actual video is 47 minutes long. So I looked through a bunch. This edit was seemingly the cleanest.
Hello, ma'am. Will it take time to patrol? The reason for your stop is you failed to signal your lane change. You got your driver's license insurance with you? What's wrong? How long you been in Texas? Okay. Do you have a driver's license? No, ma'am. Okay. Where are you headed to now? Okay. You give me a few minutes, all right?
So interaction pretty clean, right? He asked her what's wrong, so there's a sense of something, right? But pretty standard.
So he sounds more concerned. Yeah, he's light so far.
Okay, man. You okay?
I'm waiting on you. This is your job. I'm waiting on you. What do you want me to
Oh,
do?
you seem very irritated.
I am. I really am. I got this crap for what I'm getting the ticket for. I was getting out of.
And to be clear, she's allowed to be irritated.
Yeah.
Right? He keep asking her what's wrong. She ain't saying nothing. Her disposition is what it is. Right? I've been stopped before and I've said, all right, man, just come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Come on. You can fight the ticket. Come on. Right?
Your way, you were speeding up, tailing me, so I move over and you stop me. So yeah, I am a little irritated, but that doesn't stop you from giving me a ticket. So.
Are you done?
You asked me what was wrong, and I told you.
Okay.
So now I'm done. Yeah.
Okay.
This is that how dare you moment.
Yeah, especially what you done.
Mm-hmm. Chris Strada, what's up? TK, what's up? Cody, what's popping? Right? Are you done after you just asked me what's wrong?
Yep, that was the beginning.
Yeah. Right.
You mind putting out your cigarette, please? Don't mind.
I'm in my car. Why do I have to put out my cigarette?
Well, you can step on out now.
I don't have to step out of my car.
Step out of the car. Step out of the car.
No, you don't have the right.
Step out of the car.
You do not have the right.
So what did she do?
I mean, unfortunately, step out of the car, but she is well within her right. I mean, I'm nobody's attorney, but I believe she's well within her right to remain in the car. I mean, so far, it's this guy's got the problem.
He has the problem.
All day.
Right. He has the problem. She already says she's annoyed. Right.
Yep.
He didn't cite her for anything inside the car. He cited her for speeding.
Yep.
Put out the cigarette. Why do I have to put out the cigarette? Step out the car. That's
You know what put out the cigarette is? Put your foot in the car. Get out of the car.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And who knows how long she's been smoking that cigarette. But the "are you done?" right? He's already annoyed with her. He already cited that he felt some type of way about their initial interaction.
That second, you okay, was much different than the first. When he was on the passenger side, it was sounded like genuine concern. You all right? The second one was, you cool on the, you know, little. I mean, they're different.
Different.
You have the right. Now step out, or I will remove
I
you.
refuse to talk to you other than to identify myself.
Step out, or I will remove you.
I am getting removed for a failure.
Step out, or I will remove you. I'm giving you a lawful order. Get out of the car now, or I'm going to remove you.
And I'm calling my.
I'm going to yank you out of here.
Okay, you gonna yank me out of my car?
Get out.
Okay, all right.
25.
Let's do this.
Yeah, we're going to.
Yeah. Don't touch me.
Get out of the car.
Don't touch me. I'm not under arrest. You don't have the right to take
You are under arrest.
I'm under arrest for what?
25.
For what?
7 County FM 1098.
For what?
290. Send me another unit. Get out of the car. Get out of the car now.
Why am I being apprehended? You trying to give me a ticket?
I said get out of the car.
Why am I being apprehended? You
I'm
just
giving you a
opened my
lawful
car
order.
door.
I'm going to drag you out of here.
So you threatening to drag me out of my own car?
Get out of the car.
And then you
I will light you up. Get out.
Wow.
Now.
Wow.
Get out of the car.
For a failure to signal. You're doing all of this for
Get over there.
Right, yeah. Yeah, let's take this to court. Let's
Go ahead.
For a failure to signal. Yep, for a failure to signal.
Get off the phone.
On my school.
Get off the phone.
I'm not on the phone. I have.
So this part, I don't really understand. He pulls the strap.
I think that's the taser. He's got it in his left hand. I'm assuming he's right hand dominant. But I mean, either way, at that distance and given the circumstance, might as well be Roscoe. But it looks like a taser. Silhouette.
Get out of the car.
And then you
I will light you up. Get out.
Wow.
Now.
Yeah, you're right.
Get out of the car.
For a failure to signal. You're doing all of this for
Get over there.
Right, yeah. Yeah, let's take this to court. Let's
Go ahead.
For a failure to signal. Yep, for a failure to signal.
Get off the
Well,
phone.
what do you think?
Get off the phone.
She.
I mean, that's a shit show deluxe at this point. I mean, it has gone on a road trip south.
She's coherent to me.
Oh yeah. You got going there.
Well,
Yeah.
because people allege she was, out of order, right? But this doesn't seem right. You don't know what people are dealing with, right? Rest in peace, Robin Williams, right? You would never expect that, seemingly, right? But she doesn't seem incoherent, out of order, right? They also said that she started to do work against like how police treatment, before this happened, on her own accord. And so she's out the car, but I don't hear, and again, I want to be empathetic, right? Because again, you don't know what people are going through, but I don't hear what happens next when she gets in the jail.
No.
Phone. I have a right
Put your phone down.
Property.
Put your phone down.
Sir?
Put your phone down. Right now. Put your phone down.
For fucking failure to signal, my goodness.
Come over here.
Y'all are interested.
Come over here now.
You feeling good about
Stand right here.
You feeling good about yourself?
Stand right there.
For a failure to signal, you feel real good about yourself, don't you?
Turn around.
You feel good about yourself, don't
Turn
you?
around now.
What are you?
Put your hands
Why
behind
am I
your back.
being
Turn around.
arrested?
Turn around.
Why can you tell me
I'm giving you a lawful order.
why am I being arrested?
Turn
Why
around.
won't you tell me that part?
I'm giving you a lawful order. Turn around.
Why will you not tell me
You are not
what's going on?
compliant.
I'm not complying because you just pulled me out of my car.
Turn around.
Are you fucking kidding me? This is some bullshit.
Put your hands behind your back.
Because you know this is straight bullshit and you full of shit. Full of straight shit. That's all y'all is. Some scary fucking cops. South Carolina got y'all bitch asses scared. That's all it is. Fucking scared of a female.
Sorry, the audio is messed up on my microphone or on the video. Is the audio messed up on my microphone or on the video? Just so we understand. Do you hear anything, Aaron?
Only because I read that, I heard like one Rice Krispie a moment ago, but not anything. I don't know. Maybe again is a touch high. It's like a sandpapery, like it's about to go into distortion. But I'm only catching that because I read that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have
Okay.
picked it up.
Check. Is it muffled now? Is it good now?
There's like a whisper of an echo, like a shadow. But again, I'm
Yeah.
looking.
Are you guys hearing it on Aaron's also? Okay. So yours is choppy too.
How do I sound to you?
Fine.
Yeah.
I don't know what we can do about that.
Yeah. I mean, if I wasn't looking so hard for it, I would say you sound
Yeah. Let us know if it clears, y'all, because I don't know what we can do necessarily. I don't want to, we got 275 people in here. We barely an hour in, and we, getting started. So it's the StreamYard, huh? Check. Is it good? Is it terrible, y'all? It's hard. It's getting worse. Cody said, "Let it rock." Refresh. I don't know how to do it. All right, so it may just be the stream. That's that sorry ass Apple. God damn. Hating ass nigga.
Throw it against the wall.
It's getting better. It's all right. All right, we're gonna roll. We'll be all right. We can't be the bandwidth. Ain't shit else on in the house. And if it's Aaron's, that can't be bandwidth, because that wouldn't make a lot of sense. Okay. All right, we're gonna roll. Okay. All right, the video's actually still up. It's just you couldn't see it. So let me play.
I was trying to sign the fucking ticket. Whatever.
Stop moving.
Are you fucking serious?
Stop moving.
Oh, I can't wait till we go to court. Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait till we go to court. I can't wait. Oh, I can't wait. You want me to sit down now?
No.
Or you gonna throw me to the floor? That'll make you feel better about yourself?
Knock it off.
No, that'll make you feel better about yourself? That'll make you feel real good, won't it? Pussy ass. Fucking pussy. For a failure to signal, you doing all of this. The little ass Prairie View, Texas. My God, they must have.
You were getting a warning. Until now, you're going to jail.
No, I'm getting it for what?
You can come
for
read.
What?
Come read right.
I'm getting a warning for what?
Stay right here.
For what? Well, you just pointed me over there.
I said stay right here.
Get your fucking mouth right. Let me. Oh, I swear on my life, y'all some pussy. A pussy ass cop for a fucking signal. You don't take me to jail.
He's in handcuffs.
What a pussy. What a pussy. What a pussy. You got to break my fucking wrist.
Stop moving.
I'm standing still. You keep moving me, goddammit.
Stay right there.
Don't touch me. Fucking pussy for a traffic signal. You doing all this bullshit.
Come right over here. This right here says a warning. You started creating the problem.
You asked me what was wrong.
You have
I'm trying to
anything
tell
on
you.
your person that's
Do
illegal?
it feel like I got anything on me? This a fucking maxi dress.
Remove your glasses.
So when you look at this one, right? He pulls the taser. I think you're 100% accurate with that. That's the taser. He's definitely annoyed with her. She's obviously annoyed with him. But I get the how dare you sentiment, because then it was just gaslighting questions, in my opinion. Sandra Bland, she's fitting that stereotype with how she's responding. But in terms of her hanging herself based on this conduct, I just don't understand it. Brittany, what's up? Ray was popping. Roy, salute. Martin Luther King was good. Jay Strada, how are you, my brother? So this one, what you think? I mean, maybe he did have a warning ticket written up, but he wanted the interaction to an extent, right? Because even when she like smoking a cigarette and talking her shit. Well, she really wasn't talking that crazy initially. All right, man. Here go the ticket. Fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? But he matched her emotion. Not in the same way, right? But he was, I would argue, he was equally as annoyed.
He certainly did nothing to mitigate it. His de-escalation techniques were missing, and he carries the burden of obligation to get into some de-escalation, especially at that stage of the game, and they were not employed.
Yeah, no, 100%. And the de-escalation, it just doesn't exist. It's not there.
Yeah, it's a courtroom word. Yeah, I mean, It just I don't know. I just think that there's that how dare you pops out in my head with this one right here. Yeah,
you know. Now, don't get me wrong, right? She can be. What does she do differently, Aaron? If you know, in hindsight, what do you advise her to do?
Relax and comply. Sacrifice the battle to win the war, because she keeps saying, "I can't wait to see you in court. I'll see you in court. I'll see you in court." You gotta trump up your list of charges if you really want that to be effective. You know what I mean? Like, you win that battle on paper, and you can fuck his shit up irreparably into the future by doing it that way. Now, don't let your well-being become, fall into jeopardy. There is a time to hook and jab. Now ain't that time.
Yeah, no, the court is generally where you want to handle it, right? Okay. Go ahead.
She's not really helping the best she can. Well, I don't want to say the best she can. She's not serving the situation to her success, but I'm not holding that against her. I don't think she's obligated, which she's well within her right to do and feel. This is an extraordinary amount of restraint you would have to, and calculation you'd have to, get into, that she's not on the hook for having. Fuck that.
Yeah. Word.
Shit like that.
Okay. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me see. I read this one. This one. So Solid been a member for 5 months. The cigarette is a threat to police safety, and how you feel is irrelevant in a traffic stop. If he say get out or put out a cigarette, unfortunately you have to. No, feelings don't matter unless you ask me what's wrong. More than once, right? You're quite literally asking me how I feel in that instance. Right? So if it's unimportant or irrelevant, why is he inquiring so many times about what's wrong with her? Right? Because for all intents and purposes, she was compliant. And then when you ask her, are you done, after just asking me what's wrong, her responses are in line with the conversation. But no, I understand what you guys' premise is, right? Here's the premises. All you got to do is shut up. All you got to do is comply. Here's another unruly woman, right? Those are the premises. I understand those, right? We looking at it in depthly based on the things that we mined out, that we're trying to mine out, right? Where is it? How dare you, right? The hierarchy. There's no way you should be talking to me like this. Is it we know the stats just like y'all know the stats. You don't got no man around. The majority of y'all are single mothers. I could treat you how I want to treat you because you have no protection. And then just an implicit bias and fear. As the cop articulated in the video previous to this. Me and Aaron and I understand all the premises that you guys can paint about. Just comply, just shut up. This doesn't only happens once in a blue. We already know those things. But we're having a conversation about it, so we're gonna have the conversation. Martin Luther King was popping. Aaron, you want to say anything?
Yeah, I mean, Okay, maybe that's true, but there's a way he could say, ma'am, if you don't mind, for your safety and mine, if you could extinguish that cigarette until we're through with our business. I don't want either of us to get burned. We're busy with some things. I don't want to tie your hands up. Could you just do me that favor? Appreciate it. I bet you she probably hit you but put it out. And said exactly what he said. For your safety and mine, if you don't mind, so neither of us get burned, could you please extinguish that until we're through?
Yeah. Hindsight, man. Ray, salute. Ray been a member for 7 months. Ray just upgraded. Salute, my G.
What up, buzzin'?
Appreciate you, man. Hope all is well. Hope you had a good weekend, G. Aaron with the $10 says, y'all saying comply. Do you think the white woman has to comply like this? Do you think the Jew man has to comply like this? And this ain't a gender thing. It's a race thing. Most cops were punks as kids. As Abe with the $2 says, fitting the stereotype that black men put out. Ray Midnight with the $5 says, great topic and of conversation and diagnosis. This needs to be discussed. The striking similarities of Massey and Bland. Salute DJ Ham. Salute my brother. What up? I got Aaron to back me up, so it make my job a whole lot easier. As Abe with the $5 says, y'all put us on the defense from minute one when you offered the stereotype defense to the police who went to Sonya. Ricky been a member for 7 months. He says, I can't wait to see you not comply when a nigga got a gun to your face. When y'all realize it's the same thing. It has nothing to do with law. Yeah, no, I didn't. Aaron with the $5 says, so when the white woman at work tells me she pays my salary and I would be the counter, I would be on the corner hustling. Should I just comply like my manager says? Shaking my head, punks. Walk the talk with the $10 officer. Consider any pushback as suspicious. As Abe with the $5 says, I can treat you how I want because your black men are weak. We protect all our women, including the single mothers. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. What you think about this comment, Aaron? Now, we are alluding to it by saying they're unprotected. Is this going deeper into it, or is this a different sentiment?
Yeah, I think it's different. I mean, you can paint that picture, but I don't think that's really... Especially that last sentence. For real, they ain't protecting shit but their self-interest. It's just that the threat uphill is a different situation as well. I mean, we don't have authority to really put them in that position like they do over us. But the first sentence, I mean, yeah, there's a case. That's different.
Yeah. Let me show you this one, man. Get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up. I know you guys saw this one. This here is the raw, unadulterated footage. Okay. Police activity is something you can subscribe to. We own all body cam footage because we pay for it, right? So they put it all out. This channel called Police Activity shows you the videos unadulterated from start to finish. Viewer discretion is advised on the video itself. We'll probably see if we can... We good now? So we're gonna probably see how far we can get through this video here. But I think it's important, right? Because we're just looking at it. And when I saw this one, well, let's look at it together before I give my from what I saw. Should have sound. Should have sound. You can't hear it, right?
Just bring your bag out here.
Yeah.
Man, stop going through it. Come step right back here. What did you take out of it?
Nothing.
Okay. All right. Listen. Just come back here. I think we're getting off on the wrong foot, okay?
Because I'm really confused on why I'm getting stopped.
He's got several warrants.
Okay, that has nothing to do with me.
You don't know who's in the car.
Nobody's in my car.
Well, now I know that. However, now I'm going to address the other problems.
Okay, so you want my bag and all my belongings.
So just step right back here.
Can I use the restroom?
And let you know this is being audio and video recorded, just to let you know.
Okay.
23. If you did have one more, that would be good.
I'm just
going to dispatch any unit near Ewing Drive and for church, Ewing Drive and for church.
Can we step back here?
21 to 23, do you need me code 3?
Negative, just code 2. So it's just in here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, was there...
Well, I'm about 5 minutes from you.
Is this?
Yes. It's probably another bag. Hey, Mom, I need you to come to Alpha Trinity Lane right there where C4 is, the Dollar General.
23 to 25.
I just got pulled over because my name is on the car, and he wanted to know if he was going to call me. He's not going to call me, but I do.
So one thing that I want to just clarify, when he asked for one more car, right, during the traffic stop, that is not anything that's odd, right? That's decently normal depending on how long the stop lasts, and in proximity to other cars. He also said it's a code 2, right? Because the other officer asked him, is it a code 3? This is just a quick AI search. An emergency code 3, an emergency response where time is critical and requires an immediate response with emergency lights and sirens. This could be due to an immediate danger to public or officer safety. So even when he's telling her to step to the back of the car and she's still reaching back and forth in the car, he doesn't seem super bothered. He even took her purse to the back of the trunk while she was still standing near the driver's side door while it was open with access to whatever's in the car. Right? So he doesn't seem on super high alert. And he qualifies my speculation slightly by saying it's a code 2, right? A non-life-threatening emergency. This is code 2. A non-life-threatening emergency that requires an urgent response with an emergency lights but without sirens. Sirens may be used if necessary, such as to get to traffic yield or when going through intersections. Any commentary on that?
Yeah, no, and his tone, like the way she should be perceiving him, is calming as well. I mean, I don't see anything.
Yeah. Right, which one? This one?
Hey, are you available?
I'm right here in the Dollar General.
It can be in a couple minutes.
Brick Church and Ewing.
13, can I have you started around? You're about 4 minutes away. Disregard on that.
Yeah, I'm not done with that though. Where's your lighter at?
In the car. 13, it says you're about 7 minutes away.
I'll get it for you in a second, okay?
To Ewing Drive and
right
Church
there in your...
and the Dollar General. Can I have you start around the 23?
You scaring me.
Thank you.
So still pretty solid, right? Like she clearly didn't listen.
Yeah, come on. Here, do me a favor.
Need this one.
Was shot by Holbert and is expected to be released from the hospital today. News 2 Stasi almost went through body camera footage with a Nashville attorney to understand how this situation escalated so quickly. We want to warn you, the video is graphic.
She made some very, very bad decisions prior to shooting at the officer. But unfortunately, you just don't understand her state of mind.
Attorney Ashley Upkins with the Cochran firm has worked on several civil rights cases, including police conduct. She says despite the fact that this was a case of a white police officer pulling over a black driver, she does not believe the shootout was racially motivated. Instead, Upkins says the situation likely escalated due to systemic racial fears.
I don't think anyone can watch that video and not believe that she looked terrified and petrified.
This is the first time we're
So does she look so we were looking at the one that was not edited. She's nervous, but she doesn't seem terrified or petrified, right? Now, there's a part of the video that is that we can't watch. She runs around the car and everything, and he chasing her, and she's steady yelling and screaming because the car got hit for warrants. It's, I guess, her boyfriend's car or whatever the case is. So in that video that we just saw, when you guys saw them firing back and forth, he was tasing the hell out of her. He tased her. She got in the car. He was tasing her some more. He even put the taser directly on her shoulder, and she froze for a second. He let out the taser. She reached. He sees the gun and says, "Put the gun down now. Put the gun down now." She gets her shit off first, and then he got his shit off. Let me finish this one.
seeing an officer-involved shooting play out from MNPD's new body cameras.
I do appreciate the MNPD, particularly Chief Drake, for releasing footage. Okay, that is not as common to do that and that quickly.
Just bring your bag out here.
In the footage, we see Nika Holbert repeatedly defy Officer Josh Baker's orders to stay out of the vehicle.
Step right back here.
He warned several times, don't enter the vehicle. Stand at the back of the vehicle.
Just come back here. I think we're getting off on the wrong foot.
The vehicle registered to a man with several outstanding drug warrants. Yet she leans inside the car time and time again for her purse, her phone, and even a lighter.
Did she make bad decisions when interacting with the officer? Absolutely.
After repeatedly asking her, he then attempts to cuff her.
I haven't done anything wrong.
Ma'am.
No, don't.
She grabs her bag and runs from him. That's when he pulls his taser.
Get out!
Get out on the ground!
It's an officer. He's now pointing a black object at her. Does she know it's a taser gun? Not sure.
Holbert gets back into the car and Baker continues to tase her, but she's still moving. He tries the taser again and again, even putting it directly on her body. Then he notices that she's picked up a gun.
Put the gun down!
He grabs his patrol pistol and demands that she drop the gun, but she shoots several times, and then he returns fire. Baker survives a bullet to his torso. Holbert later dies at the hospital.
Surprised people haven't even seen this one. So what this illustrates, Aaron, is the implicit bias, slightly, and maybe implicit is the wrong word per se. The other side, in my opinion. So the cop, when we just look, he let her go in the car a bunch of times. He had a very he did what the other cop maybe should have done. You know, he used that voice, that tone, that cadence. You know, he found the weed, whatever the case is, the car got warrants, etc. But her assumption is he just like all the other police officers. I've seen what happened to people like Sandra Bland and things of that nature. And so she reacts, right? And that black taser, is it a gun? Does she know it's a gun? You know, does she know it's a taser? I mean, I guess after she get tased for 10 seconds, you definitely know it's a taser at that point. But everything's out of whack. And she actually got her shit off first. If you notice, the window blew out first. She got her shit off first. He actually returned fire in this one. He got hit in the stomach. Big ass stomach. What you think?
I think the question of was it a taser or not is a moot point, because you knew the contents of your bag. You were fully aware of your behavior, what you're doing. I don't know when his lights and sirens went on, but as you skip through the first part where they're driving before the actual pullover, I can see already that she's playing 3-car monte because it started with the vehicles. How you get from there? You over there in that parking lot in that store, you did some 90-degree to traffic turn around from the left lane to right, and now you over there where the liquor store. How you do that? And then you get out and you got your rear end facing out. You know what I mean? You deep in your car. This guy's really being cool. Ask you to stand over here. You stand over here and go right back in there like you're a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
You smoking cigarettes, walking in circles, like you playing 3. You know what I mean? You gotta know what you're doing. You know what's in your bag. You know this person he's talking about with the warrant. You know the optics. You should have put your hands behind your back.
Yeah, no, 100%. And that point, she pulled all the way around into the parking lot, into the parking spot, as opposed to just pulling over. He made sure code 2, not code 3, right? He has no alert in his voice whatsoever. And even the lighter thing, it annoyed the hell out of me. He's like, I'll get it. She just opened the door, goes in there. He's like, okay, it's in the door. So he's still being diplomatic, right? And she like, damn, you scaring me. But she knows she got the strap. She knows she got the weed. The car got warrants. Who knows what else they find. The news doesn't say much more in terms of what was found in that car on this clip, you know. But her bias with running and this, that, and the third. And I think this video simply shows that the other side of it. We don't trust police. We don't call police. You know, one time my brother was in a car. We had just finished running like something crazy. We had a bet. So he running, right? And he did it. He won the bet, but he had to, you know how it is. He overexerted himself. He had to throw up in the process. They called the police on him, right? And my sister deals in social work and just different things like that, right? So this is probably more close. She sees it. And so the police come, couple cars, and she go right out there. What y'all doing? Go in the house. You don't need to talk to him, etc., right? Because somebody said there was a black male hanging out of a car, like he's on drugs, you know, or something like that. You know, this is my grandma neighborhood. Everybody, you know what I mean? Like, but it just stuff, you know. What you think?
I don't know. It's sad, but I mean, unfortunately, there's a burden to perform on the police, and there's a clear initial advantage that the police have as well. I mean, that has to cut through some of the bullshit. I don't know. It's
yeah. Aaron, you know, another thing that pops in my head is the protection aspect, right? Because is that at play here in this clip? He got warrants. She driving a car. She implicated because he has warrants. Is that a lack of protection on his part?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're jeopardizing her. But I don't think this is a caliber of folk that kind of nuance is even cared about. But yeah, that's not protection. You don't put yourself in those situations and then remain in close proximity with it. His best way of protecting would have been to put distance between the two of them so that the fallout doesn't hit her.
Yeah. Another one, Breonna Taylor. They kicked doored him. I can't remember if it was wrong door. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But she would caught them straight. They were looking for him for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
You know, you just wonder, right? But I guess if you are involved with those people, do they know what's going on? Do they know the lifestyle that they're living?
Well, if they're aware, now complicity is, you know what I mean? It's live by the sword, die by the sword. You know what I mean? But if you're not aware, then you're not protected. In fact, you're being abused.
Yeah. Like, and subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me see if I can get through this one, or should I bring up the news clip one? What you think? I don't want him to kick us all the way off.
Yeah, whichever one I think is the least.
And because that one didn't get to anything, and they still stopped it.
Right. That's what. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Whatever's the least. Yeah.
But I like to walk them down through these ones, you know.
Well, yeah, the heaviest the conversation, you know.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Yeah. When they start doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now to a disturbing case out of Illinois involving a woman who called 911 for
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Read this real quick. As A with the fight out said, this is not an example of what would happen if police are not aggressive. She was simply going to get away for her man. She about that life. As Ava the fight out says, I don't think she was thinking scared. She didn't mind the smoke. She did what most women would not do. She was about that life. She smelled him out. I don't understand that.
She ain't smell him out. I mean, because she's deceased. Yeah.
Yeah, she got smoked.
Yeah, so he went to work, but
yeah,
she tried.
Leon the Don was up with the 2000s. Sad situation. Shorty wildin'. Devin been a member for 6 months. My brother. Judah, Shalom. Appreciate you for gifting the 5 memberships, man. Whoever got blessed with one, please maintain. All right, let's go through this one, man. Let's use this clip.
for help, only to be shot and killed by a responding deputy. This morning, new body camera video shows how the ordeal unfolded, and we do want to warn you that this video is disturbing. Maggie Vespa is in Chicago with the latest.
I heard somebody outside.
Yeah, we checked your house, we checked your backyard. I walked all the way through all these backyards.
This morning, an Illinois woman's last moments seen in chilling detail on newly released body camera video. Prosecutors say on the morning of July 6th, 36-year-old Sonya Massey called 911 about a possible intruder. When 2 deputies arrived at her Springfield home, she at times appeared confused.
I'm trying to get help, y'all, but
What do you need help with?
nothing. I just, please God, please God.
Minutes later, Massey picks up what appears to be a pot of boiling water from her stove. The deputy on screen identified by prosecutors as Sean Grayson.
I killed you and you better I swear to God, I'll shoot you right in your face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Drop the pot! Drop the pot! Drop the 19 shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired!
The coroner confirming the mother of 2 was fatally shot in the head. Her body blurred by police in the video.
I'm not taking hot boiling water to the face.
Protests demanding charges against Deputy Grayson have mounted since. The coroner confirming the...
You better I swear to God, I'll shoot you right in your face.
So, I mean, already these professionalism out the window, because the man whose body cam we're viewing from flagged his partner in the back.
What do you mean? Sorry.
Look at the muzzle of the cameraman's weapon. Okay. Just focus on the front sight post, front tip. You know what I mean? Just focus on where this weapon's being pointed.
From this part?
Yeah, it happened to come. Yeah, I think this is fine. No, you don't need that. You'll see. It's clear.
As Sean Grayson.
I killed you and you better I swear to God, I'll shoot you right in your face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Drop the pot!
Just look, imagine you're aiming down there. Boom. You see that?
19 shots fired.
There it is again.
The coroner confirmed.
Oh, okay.
While shots are being fired. So if you're gonna provide suppressive fire,
they don't. Aaron, you gotta speak in. You gotta hold on. You gotta speak in layman terms because they don't understand when you said muzzled his partner.
Oh, flag. Yeah, he flagged. Yeah. He aimed the weapon. Yeah.
So what Aaron's saying is now he got back into military jargon for a second. So essentially, if this was a shootout, if this was a shootout, he would have shot his partner first, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
like
rounds would send downrange already.
Yeah.
And he's still doing that. One right there. His homie's going to work.
The coroner confirming the mother of two was fatally shot in the head. Her body blurred by police in the video.
I'm not taking hot boiling water to face.
Protests demanding charges.
What is his response?
Oh, it's a shit show deluxe all the way around. These fools, this is Amos and it. These are stooges. Where's Curly? These guys. His response. Short pier, long walk.
Charges against Deputy Grayson have mounted since. President Biden this week writing in a statement, Sonya's family deserves justice.
He walked around the counter to get a better shot. If you're in fear for your life, you don't walk towards the person.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump speaking alongside Massey's family, who say she'd suffered from mental health issues.
But you know what I want? I want justice for my baby. Yeah.
Grayson was fired from his job with the sheriff's department, and a grand jury has now indicted him on 3 counts of first-degree murder. His attorney declining to comment when reached by NBC News. Now the world seeing for themselves how one woman's call for help took such a tragic turn.
What is your last name?
So the other video, and somebody said it in the chat. He was on that type of time when he got there. He had an attitude already, right? From what I saw in the other video, but they unfortunately won't allow us to play it. And I don't know when she drops down, because people are saying the water thing, right? Have you ever tried to throw a pot of water?
Yes.
What happens?
Entropy, chaos. That is not a point accurate weapon.
Yeah. It doesn't throw.
No.
And that's the thing. Like it disperses. It disperses. So let's look at this, right?
A pot of boiling water
Does she
from
still
her
have the
stove.
pot
The deputy
when she
on
goes
screen
down?
identified by prosecutors as Sean Grayson.
You better I swear to God, I'll shoot you right in your face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Drop the pot! Drop the pot! Drop the
Isn't she down already at that point?
Yeah, because why would he need to close the distance to get around the counter?
To even see her
standing up.
Yeah.
Now, if she's going to get something out of the cabinet, you could ask that question.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this is a tactical shit show.
She has oven mitts in her hand.
Yeah, so what are you reaching for? A sheet tray?
So the other thing I see, right, when we look at the disconnects, let me show you this.
Drop the pot! Drop the pot! You better I swear to God,
As Sean Grayson.
You better fucking not. I'll shoot you right in your fucking face. Right. Better not what? And we all grew up in it. I'm not saying all, but we all grew up in the church. All don't mean all. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus means what? Does it mean? Go ahead.
No, you need to get shot in the face.
Apparently. Right. But that doesn't mean violence. Right. But we grow up in, and again, this is the cultural disconnect, right? If I'm a police officer and she says that to me, my response is, you better fucking not. My response won't be, you better fucking not. I'm gonna shoot you in the fucking face, because I understand what that actually means. It's a spiritual thing. You acting like a demon in here. Get out of here, Satan. I'm rebuke you, etc., etc. Right? It don't mean she about to throw a pot on you. It's a Ratchet City said it great. It's non-threatening. But if you don't come from that, right, you don't even understand what she's saying. So you say things like, I'm gonna shoot you right in your fucking face.
You better I swear to God, I'll shoot you right in your face. Okay, I'm sorry. Drop the pot! Drop the pot! Drop the 19 shots fired.
I just don't see it, man.
So here's one thing. If we go back to the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Let's say they showed up prepared for work, right?
Sure.
It's like before a football game, you know the feeling.
Yeah.
Because the nature of the call. But then when she made the call, and now you see this woman standing in the doorway of a very well-lit house with an open floor plan. She seems confused, right? There doesn't seem to be any commotion. Right there, that would tell me, all right, lady, you made this call and you don't seem upset, or you don't seem like your savior just arrived. He ran out the back door. Why are you confused? You know what I mean? Like that would tell me right now that her wiring is not kosher.
Yeah.
And now when we're dealing with pots of water and summoning Jesus to rebuke folks, you got to know that you're dealing with Chinese checkers in this woman right now. You can't. This isn't a time for Amos and Angie to go.
Yeah, should be able to identify.
Yeah.
But when he responded as such, he has no clue what she means by that, right?
No.
And also, right, what is it called, Aaron? She's saying there's somebody around her house. She thought she heard noises, right? So they walked around outside. The correct terminology is clear, right? Wouldn't you clear the house if she's saying somebody here?
Inside and a perimeter sweep is around the outside.
Yeah, right. So if it's me and she's saying somebody potentially threatening me, right? You could tell the full deck of cards, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Would they check the house? Would they clear the house in this instance?
I mean, depending on the conversation, I don't think they have enough manpower to be doing that. Right, it's just a pair, so that team needs to stay together. But like I said, that looked like an open floor plan, single floor home.
Yeah,
I would say that house is 60% cleared just from standing outside,
walking in. Yeah,
right, and then maybe isolate the woman before we start talking about perimeter checks, or confirm, did you see him go out of a back door? Now perimeter check is in the conversation. You know what I mean? Like, what has happened between call and now?
Yeah, 100%.
That place is well lit.
Yeah. Super duper, right? And so and he got charged with murder 1, right?
Yeah, because he's going to shoot you in the fucking face and then deliver.
Yeah, 100%. And so murder 1 qualification is the biggest part is premeditated,
as advertised.
Yeah, and he literally said the shit.
Yeah,
right. It was premeditated and intentional.
There you go.
Right, and I just don't see the fear. Is this do you see the fear? These little ass women, there's no fear. Like, I just don't understand it for the life of me.
No, this was a slaughter. This was target practice. This was for sport.
And they told her to turn the pot off. It's boiling water.
Even as boiling peanut oil. Like, she's behind over there in the counter. She obviously ain't wet, man. There's a million ways to die, and this ain't it.
This ain't it, man. Yeah, man. I think this dude wanted something to happen for sure. I think he was a coward, I think he came in with a presupposition. He had ill intent. He wasn't there to help. You call for help and you get deleted because of it. Hey Trey, I'll drop you the link for sure.
I'm like, it's only 2 of y'all, which means 2 uniform vehicles. I don't see 2 partners in a car. With the nature of that car, why aren't you just kind of securing the situation and waiting on the cavalry anyway? Why are y'all so deep into the field of operation on you know what I mean? She didn't call because her cat stuck in a tree. She called because there's a threatening presence, male, in the picture potentially.
Yeah.
This is a tactical shit show.
Yeah. Damn. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. To be frank, right? You know, I try to understand all points. There's nothing to understand here, right? I could see it. There was a disdain for that woman.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You better not. I'll shoot you right in the fucking face. Ain't nothing tactical or police about that.
No. This was for sport. This is not CQB or, you know, close quarters battle. No.
Yeah. That's not. Then you step around the counter to put the bullets in her. She throwing from her knees. Try to throw a football from your knees. Right? I throw a football from my knees. I could probably get it 25 yards, right? And that's pretty good just from your knees. If I'm standing up, I can probably throw it 60 yards, 50, 50 yards, right? 50, maybe 60, right?
You could probably get 70 out of it, not knowing where it's going, but you could probably accurately do 50.
Just launching the shit.
Yeah, you're just getting rid of it. But
yeah,
this is a little woman with a pot of water and oven mitts.
From her fucking knees, B. There's no, everybody talking about how you throw. You can't throw a football from your knees. You're going to throw a pot of water from you. You're going to plaster it on yourself.
She's more dangerous. I was going to say, she's more dangerous. I'd be like, ma'am, you about to burn yourself. Can you put the pot down so we're not doing the paperwork? Come on.
It's some coward shit, man.
You got a vest on? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, they got the uniform, which is a heavy gauge cloth. They got the ballistics protection.
Mm-hmm.
What's 2 gallons of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's nothing you could say, man, unless you want to say it, right? Unless you want to say that there was a reason for this. You only saying it because you want to. There's nothing to identify in this video to make it justified for you to see where he was coming from.
Yeah.
You only want to see it that way.
Yeah.
Right? That shit crazy to me, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Damn. That shit was heartless. It was sickening. Right? And the thing that the police need to understand is this is how Fifi said tell. I said tell him. I don't know why. And this see this video right here, all the police get judged. All the police are gonna get cops ain't shit. Fuck the police. That's what happens to all of the police. It's not isolated to just these two.
That's why I say comply. I mean, don't acquiesce and jeopardize yourself, but comply just far enough to fight that battle in court.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Your firearm is an ink pen in the hand of a lawyer.
Facts. Leon with the $2 says, it's a lot of ignorance in the chat today. CJ with the $5 says, we have to stop excusing this horrible behavior from black women and black people in general. Yeah. Hit the link. We'll talk for real today. Leon with the $5 says, yo, Ham, watch the full body cam of Sonya. The officer was on demon time from the jump. Yeah, now, Leon, I watched it. I try not to watch it all because I wanted to watch it organically. You know, us together, me, Aaron, and the 400 people that's here, 350 people that's here. But yeah, I saw that, right? He had an attitude, right? She was annoying. She was a hindrance, an annoyance to him. As Abe with the 10 says, he kept saying, drop the pot. And it was already on the counter. So she grabbed it again, maybe to put it on the floor. It means you're wrong what you are saying. He knew that she was saying what she was saying to him. I don't really understand that. As Abe with the $5 says, she was afraid of them and it showed it. Well, the car was broken into, so evidently something happened. No, you don't go in the house necessarily. Yeah. But I mean, because she's thinking they there to help her. Right? So, I mean, them going into the house, that part, did they have to? Because she says she heard noise outside. No, right? But if they're there to be helpful to her, I mean, no. As Ava to tell us, who even knows if the water was hot? See, through you with the $5 says there was no hot water to throw. She already poured it in the sink. Please listen well to the video. You hear the steam before she turned on the water. As Ava the File says, his girlfriend had seen this woman at a mental hospital earlier. By the way, you black men stop with the propagandizing of black women. Comply is a coon thing to say. Why? Well, I don't want that to be the last thing people hear, right? When you understand you're not doing anything wrong, especially, and we're talking about police and traffic stops, do the things that keep you safe. Nobody's saying coward. We're saying do the things that keep you safe, right? They have a right to ask for your license and registration, insurance, things of that nature. But do the things that keep you safe. We're not saying cower in the presence of police officers. At least that's something.
My advice to some people is to read The Art of War and then take up the game of chess. Understand that water moves out of the way of rocks, but once a rock is thrown in the water, it's surrounded. Not only that, water cut the Grand Canyon over time. So being compliant isn't forfeiture or surrender. It's strategic.
Yeah.
Don't attack no brown bears.
Yeah.
If you have a rifle in the truck behind you, you slowly retreat. Give him ground. You got it, Mr. Bear, because a 30-06 is coming. But go ahead and fight him. You got it. Y'all want the bears over the man? You got it.
Yeah. Right. The link is dropped. Hit the link. I don't know, to be fair to you guys, right? I do a decent job of listening to understand what people are saying. I don't know how much of that I'll be able to tolerate from that video we just saw. So I'm just giving a disclaimer today specifically. Mr. Galt, what's poppin'?
What's up, man? How's it going?
How are you?
I can't complain.
My God, what's up?
What's going on?
Not much. I haven't even seen this video.
Really?
I haven't seen it. No.
Did you see it just now when I played it?
Actually, I didn't. I just logged on.
Let me show you.
I guess you're already showing you.
What's up, so solid? I'll show you real quick, Mr. Goat, so that you can see it. That way you can give some decent commentary. What's up, everybody? Salute, Mr. Fantastic. What's poppin'?
Brother.
So I tried to tell Mr. Fantastic let the baby walk to the college, but he wanted to be a good dad. So let me see. Where should it? So you haven't seen this.
These arrived at her Springfield home. She at times appeared confused.
I'm trying to get help, y'all, but
What do you need help with?
nothing. I just, please God.
Minutes later, Massey picks up what appears to be a pot of boiling water from her stove.
Mr. Gold, this part here is they told her to remove the pot from the stove because they don't want the house burning down. So the only reason she's dealing with the pot is because the officer said take it off the boiling burner.
The deputy on screen identified by prosecutors as Sean Grayson.
What she says there is, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. His response,
I heard about it, yeah.
Okay. And his response, you better fucking not. I swear to God, I will fucking shoot you right in your fucking face, is his response.
Drop the pot! Drop the pot! 19 shots fired! Shots fired!
The coroner confirming the mother of two was fatally shot in the head. Her body blurred by police in the video.
I'm not taking hot boiling water to face.
Protests demanding charges against.
So that's the meat of it for all intents and purposes.
Wait. You said they advised her to remove the pot of water from the stove and kill the stove to prevent the house from burning down? Why remove the pot?
They said
Just
something
kill the
like
flame.
that. Huh?
Why remove the pot? Just kill the flame.
Yeah. And
Lady, please turn the stove off. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Am I not mistaken? The damn thing look electric.
You know, I had my thoughts, Ham, even before I saw the video. You know what I'm saying? I had read about the officer who had been fired. I'm not
He gets
mistaken.
fired and he got charged with murder one.
No, I'm saying I think he had been fired multiple times, maybe even kicked out of the military.
Oh, yep. So I think this is his 4th department. Yep,
You know,
and he also has two DUIs, DWIs.
Yeah, it all makes sense. You know, I think this is all downstream from Black Lives Matter stomping up and down the street, defunding the police. We're getting the worst of the worst police. Who the hell would join the police force today, other than a degenerate like this guy? Kicked out of the military. 5-6 police departments they done boomed him out of, kicked him out of there. He couldn't behave himself.
Simplify, Gunny.
We so short of police because the blacks now march up and down the street for George Floyd. They're only the degenerates who want to be the police. And this is like downstream from all that. No one, I don't think anyone wants to talk about that. But I don't think 10, 15 years ago, this guy would have been a police officer.
Okay, so Mr. Go, so let's do this. Specifically, the video, what he did, your judgment regarding the video you saw.
It was wrong. He's gonna go to prison for it.
Should he?
Yeah, hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like that woman didn't provide. She wasn't that much of a threat to him. But again, the bigger problem is Tyree Nichols, all these other people. You look at the experience level of these cops, how they done bounce around one military to the police department to the next, because the police can't find people. They want to deal with all of this after this Black Lives Matter. You dealing with, they hiring the worst of the worst. You look at some of the police officers in some of these inner cities, and this is downstream from all that, in my opinion.
Okay, so you're saying that because of those Black Lives Matter protests and things of that nature, the cops have been put in such a bad light, they can't get anybody qualified to apply.
Yeah, the qualifications got lower and lower. Yeah,
and so now they taking what they can get, including a man with two DWIs. Was he dishonorably discharged from the military?
I don't know, but he probably, there was probably something on his cycle valve that said, this guy don't need to be hired. I think he's going through 6 police departments. I mean, any functioning HR department would say, you know what, with the liability that this man could put us under, him, you understand, you run a business, would you send that man out to put up a TV in somebody's house, let alone have a damn gun on him? Hell no. Yeah, that's all you get. That's all you'd have to do it. And that's what these city police departments at right now.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting take. Aaron, you got any commentary on that?
No, I'm with him. Lousy vetting process in that department. His history prior to his service jacket is don't like it.
So for me, Mr. Galt, just to make it anecdotal, right? I have a couple guys now who I really need to get rid of, right? Just because they care less, right? But I have too many jobs going on to quite get rid of them. So I sprinkle them. They do clear outs. Clear out just mean we do like hauling. So ain't nothing to break on the trash job. You know what I mean? All that stuff going in the garbage, right? But I use them until I don't have to anymore. So I hired a couple new guys. Yeah, right. And so that happens. Right, in the police department, no different, right? For all intents and purposes. Okay.
It's easier for you to find people than it is to find police officers. It takes them 6 months.
Hell yeah, 100%. And then with all you got unions and everything, I fire these motherfuckers on the spot. You know what I'm saying? Like I had one guy, I gave him $20 and Mr. Go, he came in there bragging. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, that, and the third, right? We get in there, we move 30 boxes. He outside throwing up. I said, you said, it was the sausage biscuit. I said, the choke biscuit got you throwing up. I gave him $20. He walked, his house is that way. He walked the wrong way to go home. I said, good. I ain't never seen nobody that tired. So Solid, what's popping?
Good morning. Good morning. Well, I'm on the West Coast, so it's probably good afternoon to y'all. Yeah, man. That shit crazy. That last one, like the first 2 that you showed was like, I could be devil's advocate and say it was their fault, but that last one was wow. Like, but I do see what Mr. Golf's saying. You know what I'm saying?
Well, first, so
Basically,
solid. The first, let us hear your commentary on what you saw in that last video.
what I saw was a scared ass. Like I kept asking you to play. This nigga scared. Like I saw a scared ass police officer. You feel me? But I didn't really think of him like him being scared in terms of his safety, but just scared in terms of like what potentially could go on. Because I think media has a lot to play with how these police be thinking and the victims themselves. But I saw an execution, man. You know what I mean? Like that's just how I saw it. The only defense I could think of, his lawyer saying anything when you guys were trying to mine out the rebuke. I rebuke you. You know, he probably could have took that as, you know, boiling hot water. She trying to baptize me. You know what I'm saying? Like she like, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And he like, man, I've heard people say that. And when they do that, they usually thrust something forward like a cross, or she had boiling hot water at the time. So I thought she was probably trying to put some holy boiling water on me. You know what I'm saying? So like when she said that and he said, oh no, you won't. You see what I'm saying? I could see his lawyer saying something like his intention or his behind that was like, oh no, you're not gonna rebuke me with that water. You know what I'm saying? So, but I don't see it working. I don't see it working. I just see that as an argument because I couldn't see too clearly the video, but it looked like he pressed forward and shot multiple times, and it looked like she was on her knees at one point, and she said, I think I saw the subtitles, oh, I'm sorry. She was like, I'm sorry, something. So she wasn't being aggressive verbally or physically. She was in a submissive position. You feel me? Like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting down on my knees. I don't see any way how he could shoot at her like that and get off.
Yeah, no, yeah. She said, okay, I'm sorry. That's what she said. And then she dropped down. So so you heard that part correctly.
Yeah, so like just like where's the threat at that time? So I kind of might have to take back my whole thing talking about he's scared because I think I'm gonna say that he went there on some coffee, hella highly energized, ready to get into some shit. It's a call, a burglary or whatever. I'm here, I'm ready to get into some shit. It ain't nothing to get into. Oh fuck it, I'll make her the victim. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe some type of time like that.
Yeah, no, he was on it, man. His disposition, it wasn't favorable. When I watched the other video that keeps making me, it turns it off. So that's when I was trying to show just his disposition, so you guys can get it for yourselves or make a determination upon it. But what do you think about what Mr. Galt was saying? You wanted to say something regarding that?
Yeah, I agree with him when he said that the police, departments are just taking anybody they can get now, because I agree with the mentality that there's a lot of good white officers out there that are turning down a job now, and they're not trying to do it anymore because they see it as dangerous for them. Everybody's in a state of mind, and the status quo is look at the officer now, not the person that they're arresting. And if I'm a good officer, but I'm just not a no taking shit attitude type of person, then I can easily be like misconstrued as racist or misconstrued as an aggressor and killing somebody. And if I'm a white officer, me myself, I'm not gonna go do that. It's the same analogy as CT saying, as a black man, I'm not gonna be teaching in high schools. I'm not gonna go be a teacher in schools no more because the arrow was pointed at me. Anything go wrong, and I'm here trying to help. So why would I do that? So that's gonna make the police departments have to take what they can get, and most likely they're gonna take the people that's stamping to sign up, because it could go the reverse way. The same way some white people are thinking that I don't want to join, that there's other racist white people saying, oh fuck it, I'm joining now, because now I can shoot me a nigga. You know what I'm saying? Or it's time for me to get in. They ain't taking the smart ones no more. You know what I'm saying? So at the same time, it worked both ways, but I also think if that's their mentality, it's going to turn around and bite them in the ass, because if that's all you can get and you keep doing all these shootings, your police department going to stay getting sued. You're going to stay losing money, and you're going to be like the Vallejo police department out here in the Bay right now, bankrupting a motherfucker and can't even be out there on the streets because you got so many lawsuits on you, people getting you for so much money, you can't even police effectively no more. So I don't think it's gonna work for them. You know what I'm saying? But that's the issue. That's the predicament we're in right now. Policing is at an all-time low.
Okay. Aaron?
That conversation, yeah, great. This particular incident is not police officers. This is this is, y'all see Back to the Future? This is Biff Tannen with a uniform and a gun with Sideshow Bob, right, singing backup, murdering a black woman in her own home. That's what that is.
I agree. But can I say one last thing here?
Yeah, Diesel, I had sent you a message too. Let me know if you want the link. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I just got a question, maybe for the panel or anybody can answer this.
Sure.
Like, my confusion with these type of conversations is we always claiming how much black people are smart and how much we done been throughout all the hundreds and centuries of policing and slave catching, what all these white people doing, what they do to us. And if we so smart and we so intelligent, how come we can't get the pattern all of a sudden and just like move differently? In terms, like, we always trying to make it seem like, oh, like the argument earlier is like, oh, well, he asked him how you were doing. It's like, yo, we're not gonna get treated the same way as everybody else, and we know this, but we continue to like do shit the same way, expecting different results. That's like akin to insanity. So it's like, I just don't be getting. I guess my question is, why don't we move differently, even though we know that it's gonna be unfair? Why don't we move differently to ensure a good outcome? Are we more concerned with how we think they should treat us and how we think things should go rather than reality, what's actually happening? And why don't we move in a way like that goes with reality?
Well, is the reality good? Is the reality how it should be, or should we not get treated a certain way just based on what you're saying?
If you're asking me what the reality is,
no,
right?
Like you're saying this is the reality, so we should comply with it because it's been like this, right? But is the reality? What do you think about the reality? Is it good? Is it right? Not good. Is it right?
The reality is not right. Yeah.
So if you comply with it and it's wrong, what are you saying?
I'm saying I'm being realistic, man. Like, I want to get home to my kids. I want my wife and everybody to come home so we can continue on with our reality. The reality versus the world, our reality versus the world reality is going to be much different. But if I keep trying to match my reality with the world's reality, I ain't going to even have a fucking reality. So it's like, I don't understand, like, just because this should be happening, we should be treated right. We should be given the benefit of doubt in all type of circumstances. We know that ain't the case. It's not gonna fucking happen.
So what are you asking black people to do?
I'm asking them to move more safely and more on purpose, like more intentional. When you got a police officer and a white dude coming up to your car, assume the fucking worst. I don't give a fuck how nice he is, what his verbiage is. Assume the fucking worst. Act accordingly. Do what the fuck you supposed to do. Even if you don't like it, try to get out that situation. Like Aaron said earlier, use the pen as your weapon if anything go wrong. But all that talking back and like, oh, I'm this and I'm that, nigga, that shit ain't gonna do nothing but get your ass killed. And for what? For pride?
You would go as far as the coward and make it home.
I would, yeah, because I probably done been in more situations with racist police than anybody on this panel. I would. Now knowing what I know, and the shit that didn't happen to me in my life, and the shit that I done seen other motherfuckers go through, yeah, if that's what's gonna make me get back to my home. Now, I hear what you're saying. It all matters the situation, man. And the situations that you shown on the panel today, I don't see any of those situations that couldn't be resolved a different way.
Avoided, essentially?
Yeah, I could have seen them be avoided a certain way. I didn't got into it with cops on some stupid shit, like some shit where I should have been shot, some shit where me and my mama didn't got drawn down on by cops for no reason. I could have had a lawsuit. So I know that there are some ways where, it's like, nah, you couldn't have did nothing there, bro. That was wrong. But then there's most instances where people can just choose to turn the cheek a little bit, swallow a little bit of pride, you feel me, and get back home, bro. You know what I mean? Like, fuck your pride, bro, in some situations. That's all I'm saying, Ham. I love my people. I want them all to live a blessed life. And if we so fucking worried about proving a fucking point all the time about racism, we ain't gonna have no fucking life.
Would you? So you're in agreement with you'd rather live on your knees than die on your feet?
Come on, Ham, man, stop doing me like that, bruh. I'm not. Come on, man. You know that's not what I'm saying, man.
Well, the reason why I have to ask it that way is because I have to go to that end so you can clarify what you're saying from that angle.
That's not how. I can't see myself agreeing with that. Yeah? I just can't see myself agreeing with that. It's just put it like this though. Fuck it. If it depends. Like I got kids, right? So I got 4 kids. I don't want to teach them the fact that, hey, yo, daddy gonna do whatever the fuck it take, even if it means cowering in front of you and proving that I ain't a man and getting, you know what I'm saying, just all type of disrespected in front of you to keep you here with me, to keep you alive, to keep the life that you live in the way it is. But it's very, very circumstantial on what you're talking about.
No. I've said it before. Your kids, your wife, they make you vulnerable.
They make you, bruh. I told my nigga the other day, I said, bruh, the more I'm learning about what it is to be a man in this life is to take L's constantly, gracefully. That's really what being a man is. Because I mean, like, if you understand the world, you don't control shit, nigga. You know what I mean? You don't control a goddamn thing. Nothing. So you can only like do your little jukes in on the field and try to get to the touchdown, but you don't control nothing. So why sit here and try to beat your chest every day and make it seem like you control your reality when you know you don't? To me, that's delusional. Just win your battles. Win your battles. Try to win a war. And if you got to lose gracefully. You know what I mean? But for the most part, sidestep that shit when you can, man. Like, what are we talking about here? You trying to take on every fucking battle, every single one? Every nigga I know in the hood that was the hardest nigga to try to take on every single battle, bro. That nigga in prison, dead, or fucking got a shit bag or some shit like that. You can't be the hardest nigga every fucking day. You just can't. Something gonna happen to you, bro. You ain't that tough. Niggas gonna want to see how tough.
Yeah, I understand your rationale. It is hard to subscribe to, but I understand the rationale that you have, you know. Because now it wasn't police, but you know, I've been in altercations where guns were pulled and I didn't have the cowardice. I didn't go off the rails per se, right? But there's a certain level of strength that you're gonna maintain, you know.
Can I give you a perfect example? I'm gonna get a little bit vulnerable. If you don't want me to, it's good.
Now go ahead, do your thing.
What you just said reminded me, because you said I had guns drawn. I didn't have a pistol put on my face, bro. Like the barrel, I'm long story short, shooting dice, shit went wrong. Nigga pulled a strap on me and put it on my face and told me to give him everything that I took from him, right? So at the moment, all I could think of was getting back home. So I went in my pocket and started giving him money, right? And then I think I didn't give him everything. I think he said, no, I want everything that, he said, I don't want everything that you won and everything in your pocket. So and then when it got to that level, my eyes started getting really teary, and then my pride kicked in, right? So then I said, bro, I gave you all you got. If you're gonna do what you're gonna do what you're gonna do. And he didn't, luckily. He got in his whip, he got up out of there. But my whole point in saying that story is, when I look back on that shit, bro, I'm mad at myself for not just going in my pocket and giving him even more, even though he didn't shoot me, yeah? You feel me? It was like, so what, nigga, you gave him this, what you need these last couple of dollars or something, nigga? Or what you scared about, you scared about these niggas around you? Are they gonna look at you because you went further in your pocket, nigga? What about the fact that if you had gave me what you wanted, you could have exited the situation and found this nigga another day? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all type of different solutions that shit could have happened. But it's like, yo, I don't know. What would you say I did in that situation? Did I live on my knees, or did I die? You know what I'm saying, on my knees? Like, I don't think it would have been. I don't think that was a smart move, man. I just got out of it luckily.
Yeah, well, I think by the grace of the Most High.
That shit ain't happened
get
for
it,
a
you
lot
know.
of other niggas.
But here's the thing about us too, right? We show a lot of cowardice when it comes to these police. But every time we wake up in the morning, every single bullet, right, when you coming up doing whatever it is that you're doing, is for another black man. We ain't picturing white boys. We ain't picturing the police. And so that's what's the most irritating thing. Like, we want to make sure we cower to the police, but for each other, we have no grace, no nothing.
100% agree, yeah. I don't got no pushback on that, man. Like, I've been preaching that shit since I was like in my early 20s, bro. Like, I've never understood it, and that's why for the most part of me, I identify less with street niggas than like even cops, because I didn't see niggas, I didn't see niggas do niggas dirty and stand up to niggas that's bigger than them. But as soon as this white boy and his little girl partner come up with their bifocals, these niggas, yes sir and yes ma'am and all this shit, and I never understood it. It's like, how can you be that tough on your own people, but like so coward on these niggas? But I don't got nothing to push back on that one, bro.
Like, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Did anybody want to answer or reply to what So Solid was saying? Or I think, was Callie up here first or Trey? I think Callie.
Callie was happening. Cancel online niggas, bro. I'm still hollering that shit, man.
Hold on, Callie. Let me read these real quick. So I actually have the angle from the officer that did the actual shooting. Maybe it might let me play that with the sound off. I'm gonna see if I can play it, because I think it'll add more context, but I think the context is pretty well sewed up in my opinion. Let me read these real quick. As Abe with the $5 says, Aaron, did you see the video? What else could the woman have done? If she didn't go to get the pot and comply, maybe she would still be alive. So she listened to them, huh? Valerie was popping. Valerie with the 20 ball. She says, sorry, hello, everyone. Salute, Valerie. Hope all is well. Hope you had a good weekend. I appreciate you. Shout out to you for the first 20 ball of the day. Didn't fit. Aaron with the 2000s. When have we ever had good police? Shaking my head. Clown shit. As Abe with the $5 says, maybe Aaron could have turned off the stove. Why not say one of the police/sheriff should have turned it off? Why send her? It was a setup.
I don't think she understands what I was saying.
Maybe we should hit the link. As Abe with the $5 says, anybody, unless you want to clarify.
Aaron could turn it. Why not say one of the police could? No, I said that the police, if they were so concerned, would have just said, ma'am, please turn off the stove. That's it. Not pick up the pot. But they shouldn't have been in the house to begin with.
As Abe with the $5 says, anybody goes to the military. So at John Go, how long has it been since they were forced to choose bad cops? As OJ in 85. See, the spouse with the $5 says, the problem is that we don't have enough cops. The problem is that the cops police blacks differently than whites. All the stats prove it also. What's up, Caesar? As Abe with the $5 says, weak black men. Stop this. Cops have been evil forever. So it's blacks' fault that bad cops exist. Stupid niggas. See, through you with the $2 says, black men saying we gotta stop doing extra shit equals bow down. Hank with the $2 says, I rebuke iPhone users. Nah, that was a StreamYard thing, baby. Aaron with the what's up, Hank? Aaron with the $2. These convos let you know who to go to war with. She's a spouse with the files so solid. Black people have been in handcuffs or complying and still get killed. It does not matter. If they want to take you out, they will. Rainbow with the $5 says the fact that she was scared and he asked her, why would he hurt you? Then ended up killing her is crazy. She had a reason to be scared. Her gut was right. Black Man Unfiltered with the $5 says, man, if the world goes to shit, some of these dudes are going to get us deleted, especially men like So Solid. Nothing against you, but your principles.
Wow.
As A with the 20. Grayson's wife knew Sonya. Maybe he went to kill her because of her previous incident. There's more to it. Aaron with the $2 expect to get robbed at a dice game, not by a cop. That's a fact. The 20 ball says, I have a phrase I know you guys won't understand, but it's time when you must make what are you saying? Absolution? Is that a typo? Ablution and say Allahu Akbar. I'm glad Massa ain't teach me how to read and write. Why? Like, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Yeah, man. I understand his So Solid sentiment, but when Aaron said that a bunch of other times, live on. What did you say, Aaron? Did I say it correctly?
Yeah, it's better to die on your feet than live on your knees.
Yeah, that's my takeaway. Callie, what's popping?
What's up, everybody?
What's going on?
Good afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
I just came to do a little drive-by on what Mr. Galt was saying. Basically, trying to put this at BLM's feet as if BLM wasn't No Justice, No Peace 2.0. Whatchamacallit, I don't think that is a good assessment, being that we've been going through this for quite a while now. The only thing that's different is the news coverage of it. Thanks, shout out to the dude that recorded Rodney King when the camcorders first started getting, cheap enough for everyday people to afford and actually use them. But yeah, if you look at, even if we do have a little bit of a short memory when it comes to this kind of stuff, it was only 30 some odd years ago that the whole Rampart division of LAPD was under investigation for, doing a whole bunch of little flawed shit. So I don't understand placing it at BLM and putting it on them as the reason why we having the issues we do with cops, when we've been going through this ever since my parents were teenagers, at the very least.
Mr. Galt. Can't hear you. Mm-mm. No. Can't hear you. You might have to drop out and come back in. This the man. No, we can't hear you yet. Just drop. I just dropped the link. So just drop out, come back in. There you go. No.
I'll wait for the response downstairs. This was a drive-by for real.
No, because you might have to go back and forth a little bit so we can get thorough understanding. This the man I've been looking for. What's popping?
What's going on? How everybody doing?
Everybody's doing good, man. I'm gonna get Trey in, then we definitely want to get your commentary. So Trey, if you going, Mr. Galt come back up just because Callie was addressing what he said. We might let them jump back in. Trey was good though.
What's
popping?
Not a whole lot. I mean, I try to put myself in that position. First of all, there's just a lot of things I would not have done. I've always had a policy about dealing with mental health consumers. One of the first things I always did was I never went in their home unless I absolutely actually had to. If it was less than 30 degrees outside or something, yeah, I would go in. But I try to do everything I needed to do on the porch, if I could possibly. Most of the times it was a report Sounds to me in this particular case, she called because she thought somebody was lurking or a prowler or something along those lines. Just go around, you do a canvas, come back and report to her what you saw. Let her know you'll be in the area for the rest of your shift, and you keep it moving. I always try to keep my interaction with the mental health consumers short and sweet, because if you don't, they'll have you there all night, talking about all types of stuff. And I've had to go to calls for aliens and all types of nonsense.
Yeah.
I had to ask myself, do I consider a pot of boiling water a weapon? Would I deem that to be a weapon? A lot of this is going to be judged based on what other reasonable officers would have done.
Yeah.
And the question is that pot of boiling water, is it deemed, can it be used as a weapon? Well, you can come from the school that almost anything can be used and deemed as a weapon depending on how you use it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I would have taken the lethal stance that he took, but I cannot say for certain that there wouldn't have been some sort of physical altercation. I do consider anything that is hot that could burn me
dangerous.
I do, yeah. And especially when the person to a degree is not compliant. Now, I find it interesting that the partner that he was there with didn't have the same reaction that he had. So that may tell you something. And listening to the video, clearly his behavior was unprofessional, disrespectful. The words and the verbiage that he used they don't teach you that in the academy. I ain't never been told I'm gonna blow somebody's head off. I don't know where that came from. Never heard that before. But have I told that I'll shoot you? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But to say you'll blow somebody's head off, no, I haven't heard that. I don't know. A lot of this, I think this is one of those you jump on and go, he tried to then wanted to. Maybe we'll find out in the court case. We'll find out what was truly in his heart as these things come out. But it's quite easy to Monday morning quarterback, especially when you never had to do it. You've never been in that situation. You've never had somebody want to take a brick at you or a tire iron or whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You've never been in those situations. It's very easy to say, well, I would have done this. We don't know what you would have done because you're not proven. You're just telling us what you think you would have done.
100%. But we're looking at it, right? I hear that argument, but it falls flat because we discuss so many things that we haven't done. We speculate on a bunch of shit and we have the conversations, and we're not rendering people's opinions invalid because they never done it one for one. I often listen to a lot of people, and I might even say, y'all talk about football. Y'all don't know shit about football, but at least I'll consider it and break it down to a point where I'm like, okay, I see what they're saying, even though they have no clue, right? But we still can have the conversation because you can, at the very least, you watch Tony Romo talk about it, so he probably taught y'all some shit, right? So we can't. Are we rendering people's points invalid because we're saying they never had to escape a alleged pot of hot boiling water?
Well, I mean, how many people have had to escape a pot of hot boiling water?
Nobody up here.
So I mean, my issue is that these things, I know it seems like it's a long time. It's very fast.
It's
very
fast,
quick.
yeah.
It's very quick. And
I froze. Damn.
You don't train for it. Yeah, I'm serious. Like,
go ahead, Trey. You freezing up a little bit. Oh, I just want him to finish.
So I've always asked
Trey,
myself,
you was frozen for a split second.
I was just saying, like, you don't train for a scenario with a pot of boiling water. Hell, to be quite honest, a lot of these no shoot situations you can't train for.
Yeah.
And so listen, I'm not excusing his behavior. I just know that
Trey, what are you saying? What's your stance if you speculate on this? How do you see the situation, and is murder one justified for him?
I need to hear what he deemed the threat. I need to hear what because then I can actually tear it apart. I haven't heard what he deemed a threat. I can only go off of what he thought his reaction was that it was a threat. But in that moment, he's going to say, well, this was the threat and that was a threat. But listen, I've been in a shooting, and when you sit down with IAD, when you sit down with the attorney, you start to play it back, you walk him through it, things start to come together. I need to hear what he said. I deem this to be a threat. And if he absolutely thought that pot of boiling water was a threat, then he needs to explain what about that was a threat that made you have to use lethal force.
So here's and it might cut it off, but so here's the second his view, and his camera is very short. It even looks like the pot is already moved. Can you hear it? It may not have. So there's no. Well, it looks like on his cam, it doesn't appear to be any sound. She already got the pot, right? So this is his, and you heard what he said, right, Trey, in the other video?
What exactly did he say?
She said they told her move the pot, and she starts carrying it towards him, obviously, and then she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus."
Oh yeah, I heard that part.
And he said, "You better not. I'll shoot you right in your fucking face." You know that part. And then so look at this now, right? Just because we're giving commentary, so the pot is to the right of her, right? So you see the pot seems to be right here. She has oven mitts as well.
I can't. Is it in her hand?
Right now it is. She's holding it. I don't know if she has it up in the air though.
Is she gonna pour the water out?
So this is the part where she's saying, "I rebuke you." So then we go a little bit further. They're having commentary here. He pulls a strap. The pot's now here. You can see it.
Yeah, I can see it.
The pot's still on here, right? Now
it's on the counter.
Yep, to her right.
She's already been shot.
No. This is where she said, "Okay."
She's dropping to the ground.
Yeah, this is where she said, "Okay, I'm sorry." Right. So now, the ground. You see the chair. You see where the island ends. Right. Pay attention to where the island ends. Diesel, can you see it? It's not wet on the floor. Okay. So now she drops down. He walks over. She pops back up. And she's shot at this point. So the ground here, hold on. Let me see if I can go back. So see? That's actually a great frozen shot. So she has the pot up here. Can you guys see it?
Did she take the pot down to the ground with her?
No, so she went down and then she came back up. Remember, she said, "Okay, I'm sorry," dropped to the ground. He approaches to the, how he did. She pops back up and now the pot is up in the air. You guys see it?
Yeah, I can see that.
So the pot's up in the air here. That's actually a great. How do you screenshot? That's actually a great frozen shot. So the pot's thrown. Is that pointing at him? For all intents and purposes, I mean, throwing water is hard, I guess, but
that's a defensive
measure
position. Yeah, that's a defensive position. She's trying to block herself from the bullet. She ain't thinking about throwing the water at nobody. She see a gun pointed. What's going to win, a gun or boiling water?
Yeah, looks like a shield, Chris.
Yeah, I think she's trying to shield herself. She's not trying to throw water at anybody.
So
like, the last thing I'm worrying about is whatever's in my hand, because there's a bullet that's about to come in my direction.
Yeah. So she shot here. The water spills. So that's the second angle that people are essentially yielding this angle to say that she threw it. And there were several videos I saw where there was a justification of this happening. Man, that shit is fucking crazy, bro. Trey, go ahead. You still got the floor. You still got
I still feel the same way. I need to hear his justification of it. I need to hear why he did what he did. And I know that you guys will say, well, he said something probably after the shooting. When I got into a shooting, I said, what was wrong? What's wrong with that crazy motherfucker? That's exactly what I said after he pulled a gun on us. What's wrong with that crazy motherfucker? A lot of things are said right after you get into these types of situations. And I had to explain that to IAD why I said that. So, I now that things have sort of calmed down, I would like to hear what him and his defense attorney have come up with, and what he's going to say why he chose to take the action that he took, and then I can tear it down from there. But I'm not just going to go off the helm and just speculate.
I want to ask you this.
Hold on, Chris, 1 second. Let me just because Aaron wanted to ask him something, and then after you at least say hi to me.
What's up, my guy? How you feeling?
Golly, how about everybody else? What, you raised by wolves or something? Golly.
My bad, fam.
Yeah, no, wait. I just want to see what Aaron, because Aaron wanted to ask him something. You could definitely ask him a follow up, and then we'll get Diesel in. Go ahead, Aaron.
What's your awareness of the details surrounding their initial arrival when they responded to the call?
They responded for a prowler in the area, and I believe they've had previous contact with her in before.
No, I mean, but did you see the video of them responding, like the opening of the conversation?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They asked her was she okay? She said I took my meds.
Yeah, you saw it.
Yeah. Okay. Chris, you had a follow up for Trey, and then we'll get Diesel in.
Yeah,
and then,
okay.
And then so Mr. Galt, do you remember what Callie was pushing back on? You on mute. Technology kicking you.
I don't remember what she said. Sorry about that.
All right, Callie, come back up so you can ask him so we can finish that civil discourse. Go ahead, Chris.
I wanted to ask Trey this, and I also want to speak to my guy Diesel because I want to ask him the same question. Trey, with your experience, based off of what you are able to see, since you said you seen the video, I'm pretty sure you saw both of them. What justification can you find based off of what we just saw that warrants her life to be gone?
It's not for me. This is why I don't like to do these panels, because you guys want to bring the cops up to try to. I don't know why he. That's why I wanted to hear. That's why I wanted to hear why he decided to do what he wanted to do. Right. Me personally, I got to be honest with you. I wouldn't have handled that entire situation that way.
Okay.
And I'm proving, because you can go back and go check my log of calls for service. I didn't go in houses of people that we already knew were mental health consumers. I just didn't go in their house at all.
Okay.
That's why I asked you that question.
So I can't tell you all, I wouldn't even have put myself in that situation to begin with, unless it was severely cold outside to where I couldn't bring the person outside. But if it wasn't cold, we did our business on the front porch or in the front yard. There's no need to go in the house. I have a funny feeling that he's going to use that pot as justification, and saying that I rebuke you in the name of yada yada yada, and with the water. And typically when people say that and they got some holy oil or they got some water nearby, they start doing that motion, that sprinkling motion. I've seen that. Has happened to me down at the legitimate parade they be having down here in DC, and the people spraying out. They supposed to be spraying the people in the parade. They getting us with that oil stuff. So I don't know. That's why I said I want to hear, because to me it's much easier to tear it down after he puts himself out there and says, well, this is why I did what I did. As of right now, all we're doing is we're just going off of the video, and that's fine. I mean, I mean, that's your choice to do that. But to me, it'd be much easier to say, why did you do what you did? And then tear him to shreds from there.
Damn. So I have a follow up for Trey. Chris, I think Diesel can get to answering that question, but first let him start at the top, so to speak, and he can work down to that part. Diesel was good. Much, man. Everything. How you?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right.
Yes,
Sorry
sir.
about that. I didn't even see your message until you said something. So
Yeah, you treat me like a stunt double. I get it.
I'm sending you my phone number so you can get straight to me.
Yeah, about time. All right. What's good though?
Good, man. Everything all right. Everything's all right. First of all, let me start off by saying, you guys know I don't like Monday morning quarterbacking. I don't like it. But for the sake of the argument, I don't think there's any justification in this situation. So me being in the administrative role that I'm in, I've done a lot of IA, internal affairs. I've been involved in a lot of internal affairs.
Yeah.
And you have to take everything in account when it comes to these kind of things. Why they were there, what his demeanor was when he first got there, what was the interaction with the person during the time up to leading to that point, right? And even if there wasn't all of that, when you have somebody in a kitchen with an island in between you and nothing that can be like a projectile, there's something that we call retreat. And it's a problem in law enforcement where we feel like we cannot retreat. That is one of our biggest problems, right? Especially when it comes from a call for service. If it was a different call, this is a call for service, right? This is a call to report on something she felt like was done wrong, right? Regardless of her mental status or not. Your level of retreat should be a lot higher for that kind of call than any other kind of call when it comes down to it. And there was no retreat for these guys, right? Especially knowing her mental status.
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem I'm having with this situation, right? So at the end of the day, when we look at the whole thing, we come back and we say, and I'm just like Trey when it comes down to it, I really want to, and I'm not saying my mind could not be changed. It can be changed. But at this point, I don't feel like there was anything to justify his reaction, right? When she started saying that, up until him pulling that trigger, I was okay with. But if he felt like he needed to pull his gun and back away to where she couldn't get any water on him, or by the time it got to him, it wasn't scalding anymore, why can't we do that, right? Law enforcement, when it comes down to it, we ain't Superman. There are times we are scared, right? Yeah. I've had mental people actually pull out a knife on me, but they were all the way across the room.
Same
right? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. We gotta stop with this, bro. We have got to stop with this. This mentality of no retreat, right? Now, I was listening earlier, and I was listening to you speak. I can't remember who you were speaking to. I think you got off the panel already, but you were saying something about, is this reality, right? And is this what we have to accept right now? Mm-hmm. And I tell people all the time, it's going to be our reality until we get our community start backing Black officers, getting on the police department, and being in law enforcement. This is our reality because we still have our community saying we don't want us in law enforcement. We still have that. So until that conversation changes, this is the reality that we're going to have. Because nobody can have this. I'm not going to say nobody, but it's a majority of Black officers cannot have this career with the backing of their family. Right? And that's a big problem. You're going to continue seeing these who you say are white supremacists, racist, or whatever, these hotheads policing Black people because there's no other Black people to police us.
That's fair.
And regardless of the fact, you're going to have police. We see that. Regardless if they're Black or not, you're going to have police.
Yeah. Damn. So you're saying what you saw based on what the video I showed, I'm sure you watched it previously. There's no justification for this from what the information you have currently?
Not from what I've seen. No, there was no retreat. There was no trying to talk anybody down. There was no de-escalation. There was nothing other than the fact of, you better not, I will shoot you. And that's exactly what he did. It kind of feels like that's what the premise was in the first place. It's like, it reminded me of an officer being tired of dealing with somebody that's mentally unstable. And now they're just like, you're going to do what I say or whatever, or else.
Yeah. Damn. Chris, you want to ask Diesel that question? I'm not sure if I don't know if he got to it.
He already
may have.
I think he already answered it. He's saying that there's no justification on why that officer made the decision that he did, which means there's no reason why this woman's life should have been lost. So that was the answer I was looking for, like how he would have handled it. Because albeit Diesel know this, I'm not law enforcement. I'm not law enforcement. What he said, I do high risk security jobs or something to that extent. I'm doing this in the exact same situation. The only difference is I don't enforce the law, he does. But when it comes to just watching that video, not saying I'm watching it, I'm like, no, I would absolutely gotten fired from my firm and never be able to work law enforcement or commissioned officer in the state of Texas again, because unless I'm invited to somebody's house, I'm not going inside. I'm staying at the front door. I'm going to handle my business there, and I'm going right back to my patrol unit, and I'm going to continue my patrol. So how he handled this whole situation, whatever, if he gets hit with M1, he deserves it. If he gets 20 years to life, he earned it. Because he, like I said, this is a pattern. He does this in law enforcement. Why did he get discharged from the military? They said something similar or something to the same.
Did he get dishonorable discharge?
Dishonorable discharge. That's the last thing I heard. He got kicked out of the military for some behavior problem.
You can't.
And now the question is, why, if he's with CPD, why did they hire him? How is this not?
This is his 5th department as well.
Oh,
it's his 6th department in 4 years.
All right. He got fired from 5, and then this is his 6th, right?
6 in 4 years.
4 years.
No, I'm not hiring you. Hell no.
Then he has two DWIs. Yeah, and I think he has 2 DWIs, if I'm not mistaken.
So you were talking earlier about, not being able to find good officers. It is. I have never seen law enforcement hiring like it is today. Right? It is. I am the highest paid department in my county right now. And since we became the highest paid department, I've gotten one person to apply.
How long is that though? What was that?
About 4 or 5 months.
You had one applicant in 5 months?
That's
one applicant, bro.
What's the size of the city?
We're at 2,000. I have part-time and full-time officers. I have about 24.
Okay.
And we have 5 full-time positions open.
Wow.
Right. So, policing, man, nobody wants to do the job. It's hard to find people that actually want to do the job. And the ones that want to do the jobs are the ones that you would not hire a couple years ago. So the guy that applied for me was not one that I was looking to hire because he just was not, you know what I'm saying? It was not a good fit. Right. Yeah. Because my community is predominantly 80% Black, and I want my department to look that way. But I also don't want somebody that has never been involved in the Black community as well, right? So I need somebody that if they are coming here, they either grew up close or something like that, or has worked for a previous department that dealt with Black people. So he knows how to deal with the Black community, right? So it's one of those things, man. It's just hard. It is very hard. I had to recruit an officer from New York, and I had to pay him to go through the actual law enforcement training for me to have another officer. You know what I'm saying? It's very hard, man. It's very hard.
Diesel, what city are you in?
I'm in North Carolina.
Yeah. Let me see. Omar with the 10 ounces. Ablution in this situation would be to prepare yourself mentally and spiritually to stand your ground. And if you have to perish, then so be it. Only thing good here is money, 304s, and clothes. Shaking my head. Martin Luther King, appreciate you out with the $5. Is dope Yachty clip. Thank you, my brother. As Abe, he knew she was at the hospital earlier. He was in the yard making the noise and set this up. It was a get back because he probably said the same thing to his wife earlier. His wife is police chief's daughter. No brick here, Trey. Omar Smith with the $5 says, man, let us hear our favorite cop. Diesel was good. Talk to me, bruh. See, through you with the $2 says, you can train for it. The military do. The military do is crazy.
That's a different. That's totally different training right there. That's
also hit us with a does next time. That's conversation. MJ was popping with a $5 says, so now, quote unquote, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus is a threat. Really? I guess religious people need to be on guard as well. Diesel, that's one thing. I don't know if you were here earlier where I was talking about that part where the cultural disconnect happened too, right? Because largely a lot of us grow up in the church, so we've heard that a million times. Unless you're a demon or a spirit, that's who they, that's what they usually aim to. But the white boy said, "No, you ain't. I'm gonna shoot you in your fucking face." From that comment.
Well, the white boy knew exactly what that meant. I mean, he's dealt with. I'm pretty sure 4 years.
But go ahead.
So I don't know.
Yeah, just based on the reply, like I just the reply isn't consistent with the rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Nothing he did is consistent with whatever happened. Like, I mean, nothing he did is consistent with how he should have acted or reacted.
Yeah,
right. So, I really think he knew exactly what she was saying. That's why he said, "No, the fuck you're not."
I got you. MJ with the $10 says, so this is what, as Abe was alluding to as well, that wasn't even the cops that was dispatched to her call. She's still online with the operator. Those cops were already lurking around her house, scoping her vehicle. God damn.
So that happens a lot. That's
not abnormal. Yeah,
that happens a lot.
The operators tell you to stay on the phone with them until the officers show up. It's not abnormal.
This is that. That's a normal thing to happen.
And if you got uniforms in the area, right? I mean, who's dispatched and who's in the area can and most likely will be two different. You want eyes on, you know what I mean? Right?
A lot of times, you'll see a call in holding, and you'll go to the call before you're even dispatched. So
there you go, right?
So it's not even like these are. I don't want to put out the false narratives of any conspiracy theory that's out there because it doesn't. I don't want to go down that road. You get what I'm saying? So they could have very well been out there way before, dispatch. Bro, there's been times where I've looked at calls and how long they hold before dispatch, and it's an average of 8 to 15 minutes. Average of 8. But when they hang up the phone and get on the radio with an officer to dispatch them, it's an average of 8 to 15 minutes. And people complain about why it takes so long for law enforcement to get out there. Part of it is because I've never dispatched before, so I'm not trying to put a bad name on them, but they do something from the time they hang up the phone and get on the radio with an officer to get them out there. That takes time. I don't know what it is. So, I mean, especially for a call like this, a B&E, a past B&E that's not in progress, I could see that being a long wait time in between the calls.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say regarding the response time, he's right. Also, that depends on what city you're in. I'm not going to say who I work for, but I will say this. We have a faster response time than the police.
Well, y'all don't.
And also, I understand. Like, to this point, I get it. Like, what they told us is we're going to rank it as priority. If there's no blood on the scene, and you're going to have to go in the queue, and we'll get whatever available officer that's out there. And there's some city that's underpopulated when it comes to police. A city of 2.5 needs more than 5,500 police officers.
But Chris, you're talking about security compared to law enforcement, which are two totally different things.
That's fair. Yes.
Response time is supposed to be quicker for security, right? Okay. I mean, that's just what it is supposed to be. That's what you get paid for, right? That's totally what you're like. I ran a security company before I became a cop, and that was the main thing that we were told was like, per the contract, we have to keep these times down.
Okay.
Right. So, I mean, I think that's one thing you really can't compare when it comes down to it.
Yeah.
So, like in my situation, a lot of departments don't have to deal with this, but what my situation is, The whole county is ran by one central dispatch communication center, right? It's owned by the county. They county every single department in there, be fire, EMS, or whatever, right?
Right.
So depending on what their priority is for fire, EMS, or police, that's how they dispatch, right? And also, when you have somebody that does not dispatch for the actual town or city that you work for,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of times they could care less, regardless of what's going on. They don't have the feelings so close to that community as if they work for that particular community. So those calls get, thrown to the wayside a lot too because of those feelings.
That's fair. That's fair.
MJ with the 10 ounces. That wasn't even the cops did. Oh, I read this one. As A with the 10 ounces, the pot was down when he pulled the gun. He kept saying, "Put the pot down, put the pot down, put the pot down." So it appears she tried to do what he said, grab it and put it down. He knew this woman previously. Aaron with the $2 for Diesel and Trey. Do y'all work with racist cops?
I don't think I do. I have before. I've told everybody my situation before that happened with a racist cop and got me, in a situation. But as of right now, I don't think I have any racist officers that work for me or anything like that. No.
Trey, you want to answer or no?
Yeah, I'm sure I have. I did 17 days suspension for getting into a fight with one of them. So, yeah, I'm sure I've worked with a ton of racist cops. I'm sure that I've sat less than a foot and a half from them in a cruiser, responding to calls. But this is to my point. Do you guys want black officers to be able to quell these so-called racist officers or not? Because they have a tendency to behave when black officers are on the scene. They have a tendency to be a little bit more respectful when black officers are on the scene, at least the department that I worked at. So, what do you want? Because I used to get treated like shit, and called a sellout, spit on, and punched and kicked. And, why? And mind you, I worked in the neighborhood I grew up in. I was one of those officers who was in the neighborhood I literally grew up in. My mother was in my patrol service area, and my grandmother. They both lived there. And so, what exactly do you want? Now, I'm not saying that the color of your skin will determine what type of police officer you'll be, but if this is what you want, maybe you get behind some of these black officers that's actually out here trying. I left because the money was lousy, the schedule was lousy, and it wasn't worth it to keep going through what I was going through every night. Just wasn't worth it.
Or
are we gonna quit our job if we work with the racist?
Hold on, let me finish these real quick. MJ with the 10 ounces. They were already there. They told her to get the pot. Why would they do that if there was a threat? Leading a suspect to the kitchen with many objects? Stop playing with folks. Just stop. PJ was popping with the 10 ounces. In the military, we have ROE, rules of engagement. A main one is that we don't shoot unless we're being shot at first. Do police not have ROEs to refer to? No, I guess.
No, we don't have that. No,
And that's also not true. That's not the rules of engagement. What you had overseas was referred to as a PID rule, which is a positive identification rule. You had to be able to positively identify what you saw in the person's hand before you took the shot. You don't have to wait till you got shot at first. There's nothing out here in this country or anywhere that says wait till you get shot first and then you can. No, but in the military, at least the 2 tours I did in Iraq, we had PID rules. You had to be able to tell them, this is what I saw, and that's why I use lethal force.
Aaron with the $2. I'll use a better word: prejudice towards black people. Oh, I think he's saying racist prejudice, but they answered. Stan with the $5. A simple question is it protocol to send someone to a kitchen? He totally violated protocol in training. Why is that so hard to say? Damn it.
That's not true. I mean, some officers operate different. Like, I mean, I've spoken to people in their kitchen. I don't know, man. Like I said, this Monday morning quarterbacking, I've done 20 years of this job, man. I've spoken to people any and everywhere, in their bathroom, while they're taking a shower. Like this job is not what you can just say, this is how it's supposed to be, and you read it in a textbook, and that's exactly how it's supposed to be. This is not that kind of job.
Or See, his pals are
I avoided kitchens. I didn't let people walk in kitchens, simply because I knew knives were in the kitchen, and so I would try my hardest to keep people out of kitchens. Altogether.
I'm not saying that
but to be fair, sometimes things happen.
That's
and
what I'm saying.
they're already in the kitchen when you get there, or they're running out the back door and the back door is connected to the kitchen, and I mean there's all types of scenarios. But if I could control it, I would try to keep them out of the kitchen. I would try to keep them out of their closets and their bedrooms. I try to keep them out of their dresser drawers and all that stuff. But
you're speaking to the choir when you say that. I mean, if anybody can control it, nobody would have access to a gun, right? I mean, come on, like let's not do that. I don't like those. I don't like these conversations where we say, if I can not make something happen, I'm not. Of course, that's exactly how it's going to be. But we know in law enforcement, that's not what it is.
Well, I think what was just illustrated was Trey said I, right? He used a possessive pronoun. His preference is based on the potential dangers. But you guys are answering the same in terms of saying it's not protocol. Right. In terms of you have to absolutely, right? It's just that what makes the most sense in a given situation.
Okay, so let me say this. In any call that I answer, I am going to try to keep them out of the house, away from any firearms, away from any kind of weapons that could be used against me, right? That's what any law enforcement officer tries to do.
Okay. Yeah. See, the spouse with the $5 says, Trey, if she had a feather, would you still need to hear why he did what he did? Why do we make simple things so hard when white people do wrong?
That don't make sense, bro. That makes zero sense.
Remember what I said on Saturday? I'm gonna leave it. I'm going back on mute.
MJ with the $10 says, how come us in armed forces have more gun control and remembers protocols than local law enforcement? I do this every day, ellipsis. We have to look at the individual's history. You got a bag. That's Abe with the 20 ball. Why are black men so scared to speak their minds other than against black women? Y'all speaking absolutes against black women, but with anyone else, y'all know you better hold back your words and y'all do it well. Trey, I don't believe you ever pulled your gun.
This happens a prime example of why you can't keep officers, right? You guys don't like my answers. You guys don't like my answers, and that's fine. But guess what? Let me show you how this works. Diesel works in administration. I was on the street. Guess who shows up to the call? Me.
You.
I'm the one to show up to the call. Diesel's going to deal with whatever paperwork that comes later on down the road, if there's a use of force or anything along that line. But I'm the one that shows up to the call. And just because you simply don't like my answer, here we go. So officers like these,
I ain't been working administrative for 20 years now. Don't do that now. Don't do that.
This wasn't a personal attack on you. I'm making the point. I'm making the point that you wonder why you don't have good black police officers that are on the department, because this is what we get every day. Who wants to put up that with, especially when you can go make money elsewhere doing other things?
But but this is my thing. Why does he even feel like saying, I bet you never pulled your gun at, like, why, what? Come on, man. Like, I wish I would have never had to pull my gun.
That's the women.
Law enforcement, I never want to pull my gun, bro. Like, this ain't. What are we doing?
Bro, that's the women. That's all that is in the chat. The women.
Nas with the 20 ball says, this looked like a simulated precursor to what martial law looks like. The treatment throughout was consistently hostile, even when she's the passive subject. The whole thing spells coercion to justify death. Pure evil. Nas, what's popping? MJ with the $5 says, so they shouldn't have went in until the dispatch came on scene. Especially they were seen conversing with her on the phone.
No, MJ.
Dispatchers don't go on scenes. That doesn't make any sense.
No, she's talking about the officers that were dispatched, but that's just
not true.
A lot of people just don't understand how that works.
Can I explain something?
Yeah, and let me just say this real quick, Trey. MJ, even if like that was protocol, right? The lady said that she needed help, right? She had potential danger. So those two cops get there, right? We would expect them to do the job to keep the lady safe, right? So I don't know if we would even want them to wait. You see what I mean? Like just in terms of my common sense, right? But go ahead, Trey.
When you work for large departments, they try to keep the radio chatter down, right? So you have a laptop or a tablet in your cruiser. When the dispatcher is typing in all the information, creating a new sheet or whatever, and sending the dispatch out, we can do what's called silent dispatches, where I can take the call. I can take the call without ever having to get on the radio, and the dispatcher will get an alert that I took the call. So this idea that you got to wait until you get dispatched, that's not how a lot of large departments who get hundreds of calls a day for calls for service, they don't operate that way, because otherwise, when you have 50, 60, 80, 100 officers on one radio channel, it's just it's just too much to keep up with. You have 100 officers and you have one dispatcher. It's just too much. So to quell all of it, to keep all of that, I can literally go on the tablet and just click a few buttons, say I'm en route, I'm on the scene. You know, this
you can respond.
I can respond.
Yeah. Okay. That's good edification. As Abe been a member for 7 months. Wait, what is normal? Trey/Diesel. Is it a conspiracy that his wife's father was chief where he was hired? Is it conspiracy the wife already told him about her at the hospital earlier? His words. Are you okay? See bracelet. Oh, she has a bracelet on from the hospital. Aaron with the $5 says, I've been called racial slurs in front of black cops. No excuses, man. No excuses, main reason. No excuses. Main reason why I don't fuck with cops, I guess, what they told me to do, comply. Zagu with the $2 says, was she told to turn off the fire? What's up, Ham? What's popping? No, they told her to remove the pot or something. Yeah, I think it was take the pot off the stove, I think was the instruction. What was it, Trey? Was that the instruction?
No, I'm shaking my head that if that was the actual instruction, that's silly.
Yeah, I'm decently sure, and I could probably go look at it while we continue to talk, because the unedited one is they keep blocking it. As Abe with the $5 says, job is not what we think. Diesel/Trey, have you ever pulled your gun or shot a white man or woman? Checkmate. It is how we think.
I didn't police in a white community. I policed in a predominantly black community. It's a silly question.
Yeah. See, the $5 with the $5 says, CJ, you don't understand what I'm saying. Do I need to explain it again?
Please do. If you got a feather, I'm not. People just say stupid ass shit, and like if she had a feather, would she have to explain? Like, nigga, a pot with boiling water and a feather is fucking different. So obviously, if you have a feather, why would somebody shoot somebody with a feather? Common sense, bro. People not using it.
Stan with the $10 says, you don't send a person to create a potential threat. Stop capping. She was on the damn couch. They were in control. Stop moving the goalposts. Total violation. Just say it. Make it make sense. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Who was here? Was it Bub? Was you here? Was it CJ or Chris?
Nah,
It was Bub. It was Bub. Yeah, Bub.
Was you here before Chris? Yeah.
Yeah.
What's popping? I miss you, man.
Yeah, I miss you too. Yo, I had the. I'm gonna keep it a buck. The show was going so fucking great. Excuse my language. I just wanted to watch because my energy wasn't right. I didn't really want to cam up. But after homie, what was homie's name that was up here earlier?
So solid.
Yeah, he had pissed me off a little bit, but he was saying some shit, but he just had rubbed me the wrong way, man. Like all this complying and shit like that, acting like, you know what I'm saying? We a man first at the end of the day. You know, I wanted to holler at him, but he gone. But anyways,
I ain't in the chat. You come back.
Anyways, like, yo, those videos is fucking triggering, yo. And I hate cops. I'm sorry. I do not like no cops. I don't care, good or bad. I don't like none of y'all. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, yo, it is what it is. And like being black, yo, like, Y'all motherfuckers trigger us, yo, because of shit like this. Because of stuff like that. Like that last video, yo, Shorty was no threat whatsoever. You just took a mother from her fucking kids, aunt. I don't know if she was fucking whatever. You killed that woman for no fucking reason. She was not a threat at all. Hot water? You serious right now? Hot water? Come on, you got a gun. And homie told her what he was gonna do to her before he shot her. She was no threat whatsoever, yo. Like this fucking notion that they've been throwing around for centuries. Oh, black people got superhuman strength. Knock it the fuck off. Why? Because we bigger? Because we're more muscular? And the black woman, she was like a average woman. She wasn't getting loud. It seemed to me like she was complying. So why'd you have to take her life away? It's crazy, yo. Like when it comes to like police, it's like this is why I don't fuck with cops, right? Yeah, they the law, but they think they above the law too. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't fuck with y'all, man. Crazy. And I don't even like being on this type of time, but it gotta be said, Joe. We gotta start fucking tiptoeing around shit with all this compliance shit like that. They fucking human just like us. We could wake up on the wrong side of the bed. Maybe homie woke up on the wrong side of the bed that day. How the fuck was she supposed to know that? Huh? So if he talking to her wild, disrespectful, and she replied in a disrespectful manner, you matching energy with energy. We fucking humans, right? Knock it the fuck off with this comply bullshit, yo. Cause it's not always gonna go like that. Word.
You talking about the Sandra Bland incident?
Yeah, all that shit, yo. Or yo, I was triggered like an hour. I didn't even want to get up here on this type of time here. But shit was triggering me. I can't fucking watch videos like that, yo. And you doing that shit to women? Our fucking women? Knock it the fuck off, man. All y'all motherfuckers could eat a dick.
Bro, I disagree with Bub.
Hold on. So yeah, you next, so you can go. I just wanna, Bub, you remember we had that other panel where niggas told you if your family with you and a nigga stepped to you on some fisticuff shit, you should take that on the chin. You remember that?
Yeah, I do. And that's why I was mad at homie earlier too. Cause he was making it sound like he gonna take that on the chin. I ain't taking shit on the fucking chin. Family or not, let's get it cooking. And I'm not the toughest motherfucker in the world, but I'm a man first. Let's get it cooking.
Go ahead, CJ.
I think Bub mentality is a horrible mentality to have. Speak on it. I've been arrested a few times, warrants, traffic tickets, and police. I never got into it with the police. Complying is not a bad thing to comply. First of all, people, it is a horrible. I think we got a horrible. We setting a horrible precedent. And I'm gonna tell y'all a story about myself. When I was like 6 or 7, I was shot in my legs by black people. Nothing to do with police. And I was shot at 2022 by black people in my sleep. Woke up to niggas in my house trying to rob us. So black people, we just keep spreading this white cop. Like to me, it's more about the mental illness with our women, with the black women. Like you just kind of skip past her schizophrenia. Like she got schizophrenia, so what? But that's a big problem, you know? Like my mom is a little bit like, she got a little bit of mental illness.
But CJ, does that warrant a bullet though, bro? CJ? Does that warrant a bullet, CJ?
No, not her just being mentally ill, but her, like, you trying to say she wasn't a threat at all? I can't agree with that, brother.
CJ, like that. We all saw the video, yo. I'm about to get tight. We all saw the video.
Yes, and I don't agree with what you saw. I don't agree with what you're saying, brother. I don't agree with what you're saying, bro. I think she could be considered a threat with a boiling water. You talking about hot water? Boiling fucking water on your skin will give you. Boiling hot water on your skin can get.
CJ, hold on. Can I interject real quick?
Oh yes, sir.
CJ, man, you have to understand. Anybody can articulate anybody as a threat. If you're good at articulation, you can articulate anybody being a threat. I get what you're saying, but then again, I can't agree with you when it comes down to it.
You don't think wait. You don't think that her having that boiling hot water what could be considered a threat?
It could have been, yes, but I don't think her mental status had anything to do with the situation. I don't think.
Diesel.
I don't.
That's kind of what put them in that situation was her mental status.
No,
that rebuke you in the name of.
No, it wasn't. No, not at all.
Disagreement there.
No, just because somebody says I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, that doesn't mean that is not. Is that a life threatening?
No, that doesn't mean anything if she doesn't have a boiling water in her hand. That's y'all saying y'all making everything separate. Y'all wait. Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing, brother. One thing. Y'all making everything separate, but in it's in the vacuum.
But CJ,
her saying I rebuke you isn't a threat.
CJ, real quick.
Go ahead.
Well, because you mentioned things that weren't. See, I think that we conflate two things, right? And I missed a lot. I apologize.
Maybe
you were saying you were talking about proximity crime or black on black or etc., right?
Kinda. A little bit, huh? I think you
hold on. Hold on one second. My daughter came in. She brought me this bag.
Oh.
Close the door, bro. Hold on. So, but that's not necessarily the topic, right? You know, those are two separate issues, right?
No, yeah, so, I tried to bring it back instead of being on that.
What'd you say? My bad. I had to get on the phone.
I tried to make it about it's more about the mental illness of our women. And like the first video with the lady in the car with her dude had the warrants. Okay. Like if that's not fucking mental illness, her keep going back inside that fucking car, or I don't know what to call it. If it ain't mental illness, I don't know what to call it.
CJ,
there's something wrong with our people.
Let's assume she has schizophrenia. Let's assume she has whatever mental health issue you can think of. A boiling water versus a bullet coming from a gun.
You know what boiling water? Wait, you know what boiling water could do to you? No, you can't say that, bro.
Hold on. If you're going to, I'm only saying this because although you got two people in law enforcement, the same thing applies to me in my job.
No, you can't do that.
Wait. Let's organize it, right?
Sorry, my bad.
Let's organize it. Yeah, it's all right because he's gonna say things that you don't agree with because he's in disagreement with you. But when you interject, you actually give it credence to what he's saying. Right. Oh, yes. Let them finish. That way you can fully respond to everything that's being said. And I think your rebuttal will be more relevant to what he's saying. You know. All right. Go ahead, Chris.
So real quick, let's assume schizophrenia. Let's just put that out there as a hypothetical. She has schizophrenia, whatever the case may be. She should still be alive today because let's say if she tried to throw hot boiling water at the officer, he has other tactical weapons or training to utilize before you go to a gun. She should still be alive today. Boiling water is not on the same level as a gun coming from a bullet. I'm sorry.
You're off on this one, bro, Chris. You're off on this.
I'm sorry because even because I heard police officers tell me this. No, you guys.
You're off on this one, bro. Listen,
Chris. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, CJ. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I would kind of want these to get the response, but yeah, you can't say that boiling water is not on the same level as boiling. Have you ever had boiling water thrown on your skin? Are you crazy, brother? That is going to be it. Yes. You have had boiling water thrown on you.
Yes.
And what did it do to you?
I'm still alive to tell the story.
So that
don't answer the question. What did it do to you?
Jeez, it's just hot. Otherwise, I shut it off.
Oh my goodness! All right,
you asked me, and I gave you an answer.
I can't. Okay, well, that's your answer.
Can I go now?
Yeah, I'll give it to Diesel.
Okay, so my issue with the whole situation is the fact that boiling water, anything can be used as a weapon. At what point does it become a threat, though? You know what I'm saying? That's where we need to understand this whole situation when it comes to law enforcement.
Right.
Boiling water, because the crime does not say any threat of death. It says great bodily harm, and boiling water can cause great bodily harm. We know that, right? But at the end of the day, at what point does boiling water become a threat? Just because she says, I rebuke you in your name of Jesus? Come on, bro. We got to come up with something better than that.
Right.
You got to. That is not a good enough. Come on, man. That is not a good enough.
Because
I'll give you that. if somebody says, I will hit you in your jaw, does not mean that they're going to hit you in your jaw.
But you can take that as a threat, and if they come towards you, once they say that and they come walk towards you, you can now conceive that as a threat.
You are totally right. So what action made that boiling hot pot of water a threat?
Well, all right, I gotta watch the video some more. I can't.
Okay,
I'm not gonna argue something.
All I'm saying right now is watching the video. I did not see where an action she did made that boiling hot water a threat. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it couldn't have been, but from what I saw, I didn't see her doing anything that made that boiling hot water.
I think that's where we disagree. I believe that the boiling hot water was a threat. And once you say it, and her saying I rebuke you, and him saying you better not do it. I mean, I kind of seen video where she did. I mean, I don't want to put anything on the video, like see what I'm not saying. But when you said if you don't see anything wrong, if you see something wrong with it, that's because you want to. I believe if you don't, like, you can say the opposite for how you feel. If you see something wrong with it, it's because you want to, or you don't see something wrong with it, it's because you want to. Like, I think that's a horrible argument. But that's all. That's where I'm at right now.
I just think from my experience, right? And I did 6 years of CERT. And I've had my gun out a lot. I've done a lot when it comes to, I've worked with on the federal level. I worked on a local level. It's just from my experience, I think there could have been a lot of de-escalation that could have happened in between the time where he, quote unquote, felt threatened and didn't. Right. So from my point of view, that's where I'm coming from. It's like that whole situation for why they was there at the time she made what he deemed as a threat. Right. Even when a cop gets a threat, even when somebody blatantly says, I will shoot you. If they ain't got no gun in their hand, you can't just blast off on them.
No, I agree with you about the de-escalation a little for the most part. I agree with you about that. So they probably could have backed up instead of walking forward. So I agree with you for the most part about that. So yeah, that's where I'm at, man. So
if you were to send 100 people into a kitchen and tell them to take the boiling pot of hot water off the stove, where would they put it?
I don't know if they said that. Would they
simply move it from one burner to the burner that isn't on, or would they put it on a counter? Would they put it in a sink? What do you think the majority of people would do in that situation if you asked them to take the pot of boiling water off the burner?
Can you go back to the video and play that part to make sure that's what she said?
Everybody heard that part.
I didn't hear it. I'm part of everybody, right?
Yo, CJ, man.
About the burner, CJ?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, he said, turn off the pot, remove the pot. I gotta see. We don't want the house burning down too.
No, yeah, I heard that part, but I don't know if he said turn off the pot or move the pot or turn off the burner.
Wait, so CJ, what is your sentiment? Are you saying that?
Yeah, I'm a little confused.
Her conduct got her pot?
For the most part, yes.
Hey,
yo, y'all have. I'm gonna keep watching, yo. Y'all have a good rest of the show.
I understand. I understand.
I can't do this.
Bub, stay, Bub. Bub, come back and argue. Come back and argue the point. I mean, I don't mind debating somebody, or if I could be wrong. Like, I don't mind being wrong. But am I? Is the question. You saying yes, but you gotta prove it, bro.
Somebody want to talk to CJ? I want to finish this half a sandwich,
bro.
One of the officers did back away. The officer who didn't shoot his gun, he backed away first, and that's the whole reason why she was like, "What you backing up for?" And then he said, "Because you got that hot water," and that's when she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." So he was already. That's why he was back so far. He backed up when she grabbed the pot. Buddy didn't. From what I saw, Buddy didn't put his hand on the weapon. The one who did shoot, he didn't put his hand on the weapon his weapon until she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus."
So wait, are you with me or are you against me right now?
I'm against you all the way, 100%.
Well, your argument is kind of with me.
It's not.
My bad. Help me clarify
That
for me,
was a
Callie.
real wild statement. You said her behavior, air quote, her behavior justified her reason to be sent to Jesus. Did you really just say that?
Yes.
I'm still
I
trying
don't
to
like
think
that.
what action. What action?
You know what? My guy Cellulite is on the panel. I'm gonna let him take care of it. I'm good.
If he was so scared, then he would have backed up. If it was a real threat, he would have backed up like the other officer did, but he didn't, did he?
I could kind of agree with that point.
So, Sal, you got it.
So explain to me, so CJ, you said that her conduct got her popped?
Her behavior, for the most part. I said for the most part, you know, like maybe it could
Which
have been
part?
de-escalation. I'm trying to like I'll give you what Diesel said about the de-escalation. Maybe they could have de-escalated a little better. I can't get the word out. But
I understand that, but which part got her popped?
Her behavior,
See,
the whole thing could have been handled.
What
They
action?
gave him the ID.
Let him get it out, y'all. Let him get it out.
Yo, stop letting them say that idiotic shit. That shit is dumb, dog. You're talking about somebody that got a mental disability problem, possibly, dog. Come on now. What are we doing? What are we talking about?
Let him get it out, though.
The fuck out of. A mental disability does not excuse what you do now.
No.
So you should.
Hold up, Big Sam. Let him
Come on, man. You want because you got mental.
I got him. Trust me when I say this. I got him. All right.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Do your thing.
We gonna help him paint himself about this corner. So go ahead, CJ. You said that her conduct and her behavior got her popped. Go ahead.
Well, I think they asked for the ID multiple times. She could have gave him the ID. They would have been out of her hair. But all that extra shit, not giving the ID, running to the. They told her to go to the kitchen, so I can't put that on her.
No, they did not tell her to go to the kitchen.
I thought they did. That's what everybody's argument is.
Wait.
Sir, that's everybody's argument.
Listen, you gotta go back and you gotta watch the video. When he came into the house, he was talking to the girl. The other officer looked at him. He pointed and he said, "Check that out." That's why the other officer walked over there into the kitchen to look at the fire. He never told that girl, "Go turn that pot of water off." After he mentioned, wait, just listen. After he made mention about her ID, then she got up and said, "Well, let me go get my paperwork." He said, "What paperwork?" Then he was like, "Yeah, you might want to check that water." He didn't say turn the water off. He said, "Check that water." That's how she ended up in the kitchen. So stop right there. So now, at which point did her behavior get her popped? Go.
Well, you didn't really defeat my argument. I just said when
I'm waiting on your
she gave
argument,
up the ID, and she would have gave up the ID from the beginning, they would have been out of her hair.
Okay, cool. So again, how does her behavior did she commit a crime? Let me ask you this question: What is the requirements for giving up your ID? Are you supposed to give up your ID when the police ask for it?
Well, she called them to the scene for whatever altercation, whatever it is. What she called them for the scene for? So I assume once she let them in the house, they asked for the ID. Common sense would be given the ID. They'll leave. Oh my God! People,
okay, but you're talking about someone. You're talking about someone who has a mental health issue, which is indicated by even her own wristband when the police got them. Would you agree with me that all of this could have been over and done with when they say, "Have a good night, we'll leave now," before they entered the house? Yeah.
Yes, sir. I agree with that too.
Okay, cool. So when they got in the house, they asked for her ID. She's already in the state, and they asked for her ID. You can see that
what
she's
state? What do you mean?
Hold on, wait. She's a mental.
Can I ask you questions for clarification?
Yeah, she's a mental health. She's a mental health patient. When they was asking her for her ID, you can see her fidget around, going all over the place, reaching to the bag, all this, that, and the other. I get all of that. So
and they didn't really trip. Hold on, let me just interject.
Go ahead.
They didn't really trip when she was doing all that. They wasn't hostile. They didn't scream at her. They were and y'all was acting like they were just being so hostile towards that woman. They was not.
All right, cool. So now she goes into the kitchen. You still haven't got to the part where her behavior or conduct got her popped. So we're gonna move past the ID. Wait. We're gonna move past the ID part. Now she's in the kitchen. She's by the pot of water. Go.
And then we all saw what happened. I don't know what you want.
No, we all didn't see what happened. Tell me what you saw.
I saw her pick up the water. They said something. They back up. They say put the water down. She said I rebuke you I rebuke you demons or whatever she said. They start walking towards her. It looked like she threw the hot water towards them and they shot her.
See, this is why you shouldn't speak on shit unless you have a full understanding of what the fuck you saw. So we're gonna go ahead and watch the video.
Everybody else is speaking on shit without a full understanding of what they. What
Listen,
are you talking about?
Yeah, you saying dumb shit like, oh, her behavior got her popped. We're gonna watch the
That's
video.
up to you. I think what you said is dumb.
So let me try to find the one that has her talking. Hold on. So let's get clarification right here. So she's on the couch, right? This is a good starting point. Yeah,
that's a good starting point. Yeah, because she's looking for the ID right now. Go ahead, you just push play.
And Will, you didn't even say hi to me. You didn't even say hi to anybody.
Oh, my bad, because I got hot when this nigga was up here saying the dumb shit. Hello,
I didn't say hi either. My bad. What's good, everybody?
Salute to y'all.
What's good, everybody? Hey, don't be mad at.
I just came from roasting the nigga completely, but we're gonna get to this right now.
You didn't roast shit, bro. You just talking.
No, listen, I didn't roast you, but you can be next, my man. Just go ahead and relax.
Come on, yo.
My bad.
Let's go.
Just 1 second, okay? Okay.
What's up?
I got some paperwork. Can you grab that Bible, please?
Yeah. Hey, I just need your name so we can get out of here. Was there any damage previous to your car?
Previous, yeah. It was.
Yeah, what was the damage?
A dent, I believe.
But what about windows?
Oh, it was something that happened earlier.
Okay, perfect. What is your last name? Should not think about your last name. You're not in trouble. I just need to text.
Massey.
Huh?
Massey.
Yeah. You have an ID? That'd make things so much easier. I just need just driver's license will do, and then I'll get out of your hair.
I want to show y'all my paperwork.
I will. What paperwork?
I got some paperwork.
Well, just get your ID.
Well, let's get your ID first, and then
one task at a time here.
Okay.
Here, grab your ID for me.
Okay.
Your ID. One task at a time. So let's do an ID, and then you can dig around for your paperwork.
I don't know where my ID is.
you just have that stack right there, maybe.
1 second.
Check on her.
Let me get this.
We don't need a fire while we're here.
Right. Okay. Let me see.
Pause.
Okay.
Now, did anybody hear him say, "Go turn the stove off"?
She said, "Check on the stove. We don't need a fire while we're here."
He pointed at the officer and said, "Check on the stove." There's 2 body cams. You got to look at both body cams. He looked at the officer and said, "Go check on the stove." She got up because she said, "I got to look for my paperwork." She went to the stove. He never told her, "Ma'am, go turn your stove off."
So he was talking to his mans.
Yeah, he was talking to his mans.
Okay,
That's
so
why
that's not CJ. That's not CJ's fault. That's more my fault. Because when I originally watched it, I misheard it. So that's on me.
Hey, I gotta check out, but I gotta say this real quick. There is no justification. Let's say she had mental health. That's not a justification of her behavior for her to get popped. If that's the case, then I gotta look at everybody with mental health issues saying, okay, because of your behavior, you deserve to get shot at. That is a terrible reason on why anybody should load a gun and point it at somebody with mental health and use that. That is a terrible argument. I do not agree with CJ, and I won't agree with CJ respectfully.
That's not my argument.
But peace to the panel. You guys have a blessed day. I got to head to the airport.
Easy, bro.
That wasn't my argument, Hamp.
You want me to play the video? Or you want to clarify your argument?
No, play the video.
Huh?
Where you going?
Away from your hot steaming water.
Away from hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I was rebuking you in the name of Jesus.
Huh?
You in the name of
You better fucking not. That's where you got
Pause.
all shoot you right in your fucking face.
Was what she said a threat? That's for anybody to answer. Was what she said a threat? I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Was that a threat?
If you come towards me with a boiling hot water, it
Did
is.
she move? No. See, that's the problem right there. Did she move?
Once he said,
Bro, drop them off the fucking panel, bro. Goddamn. Did she move?
Well, let me.
Video. I mean, like, stop saying if she would have. What did she do in the video, bro? Like, you're trying to make it something different.
Well, CJ, let me ask you a question. We'll play the video, and it's important to listen to what was said. CJ, if that lady was coming at you with a pot of water, and I was coming at you with nothing at all, what's more of a threat?
That lady with that water.
Nigga!
Boiling hot water? Wait, y'all talking about boiling? Y'all talking about water that...
No, I wanted to understand you. I wanted to understand you. I just want to understand how you see it.
Are y'all talking about boiling hot water compared to you, Hamp? I'm a boxer. I'm not worried about you. No offense, Hamp. You my boy, but I'm fighting.
I got you.
Feel me? I'm not worried. I'm worried about fucking hot water fucking up my skin. Are y'all crazy?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Makes sense.
Do we need to see the rest? I guess.
Yes, because there's a very key point that a lot of people missed in this.
Where she threw up her hands. Is that what you talking about?
No, not just where she threw up her hands. Okay, you don't have the second. This is not the second body cam footage, but you can go ahead. Yeah, you got the second body cam footage.
Yeah.
How many times we gotta watch to get shot?
But here's the thing, though. This is where people. This is where people say she threw water at him. She did not throw water at him. Let us understand how bullets work and how bodies react to when they get shot. If you paid attention to the autopsy results, the bullet was, even though, what is his name, Officer Grayson? Even though Officer Grayson was definitely substantially taller than her, that bullet entered through her eye socket and came out through her neck, which means it came down at an angle, which means she was still on the floor. Now, not only that, if you pay attention to how she was holding the water, when she came up, you see the front of the pot tip downwards. Why? Because she got shot while she was still at a low angle. She didn't throw that pot of water. She got hit and the water tipped. She never threw the water at him. But I still pose the question: where does bodily damage outweigh life?
Royal will or whatever. Sorry. If that's the case, if that's the case, I will concede. I don't give a fuck about that white cop. I don't care.
It's not about giving a fuck about the white cop. It's the fact that it's the dad unreasonable.
I can be wrong. If everything that you're saying is true, then charge the motherfucker with murder, and that's the end of the story. But if it's not true and what you're saying is not right, then I don't agree with you.
You can see it for yourself. Why do you gotta be based on what everybody else says? See it for yourself. When you watch this video, what does this video tell you?
I just told you.
That her actions got her killed.
Pretty much.
You don't try to get him to change his mind?
No, I ain't trying to get him to change his mind.
Until I see that. No, wait. And you said don't believe what you. I'm not believing what you told me. That's why I said if what you're saying is true, when the evidence come out, I'll believe the evidence. Right now, you're just saying stuff. I don't believe it.
So say like, let me say this. Say like, in the law, great bodily harm does outweigh it. So it says in the law, great bodily harm, use of force can be used.
Thank you. Somebody talk some sense into these people.
Talk some sense to these people. Here, let me help you understand something, CJ, right? Because it's not the fact of talking sense into people. It's just that motherfuckers just want to sit back and they want to curtail the shit just because they want to sound excited. The thing is, did this happen legally? Yes. Unfortunately, nobody wants to really talk about it. Within the law, that officer had every right to shoot her. Within the law. Now, people don't want to face that ugly truth. Just the same thing with what was the girl whose boyfriend he shot at the police and the police shot back and they switched cheese her?
That would be Breonna
Taylor. All right, same thing with Breonna Taylor. Because of the way that the law is set up, they literally had it set up as a legal gunfight. As a Officer Diesel TV, question for you: if I'm a legal gun owner and you knock on my door and you don't announce who you are and you you break into my house, am I within my right to shoot at you?
Yes.
If you are a police officer and you breach in the house and you get shot, are you within your right as an officer to shoot back?
Yes.
So was Breonna boyfriend and the officers wrong for shooting at each other?
No.
Thank you.
I think
real quick, slow down.
That situation is that he was a convicted felon.
There you go.
But also, there was the issue with that case. Was he serving the warrant on the wrong house?
No,
it's a lot of issues. It
was a no knock warrant for narcotics, and you never do a no knock for narcotics. So that was the whole problem. It was a no knock for narcotics.
Yeah, for narcotics. Yeah.
There you go. And even in this situation, because of great bodily harm, the threat of great bodily harm, does an officer have the right to defend themselves? And the answer is yes, even if it's by use of deadly force. All that officer has to have is the threat to their body. whether it's right or wrong. Guess what? This is why the law is the law. If you don't like it, take your black ass out there and vote and change it.
And boiling water is a threat.
Can't
Boiling
hear you,
water
Sean.
Oh.
So real quick, they indicted him for murder one. Will, so does the law seemingly disagree with you?
More than likely, yes.
So
this is.
Well, no, I'm just saying right now there's a saying amongst lawyers where they are, attorneys, where they say, ICJ, you can indict a ham sandwich, right? The to get an indictment is not the most difficult thing to do. However, he was indicted for murder one, which is premeditated, is one of the key factors to get a murder one charge, right? So you had to plan it before you did it. In his words, he quite literally did that. So they saw it as murder one. So if that's the case, then what he did was actually outside the law.
That's because I'll shoot you in the fucking face.
Understood. But what I'm saying is this was actually unlawful, which is why he was charged with a crime, capital murder.
But here's the thing: when it comes down, when it comes down to laying out a defense, laying out a defense. His defense could be, I felt threatened for my life, even if he did push the situation. That does not take away his right to pose a defense, does it?
Mm-hmm. Except for, right, because again he was charged, right, and indicted for it, and we understand. However, he actually acknowledged that. See, the thing is that the film doesn't lie. He said, "I'm stepping back out the way of the hot water." And then when she says rebuke you, he proceeds to step forward and pull his gun. Right. So when he acknowledged the threat, he did what Diesel said and evade. But then he felt he was offended by her comment and then stepped forward and pulled the banger. That's some gang shit. That ain't police shit.
It is. But here's the thing: it still does not take away the fact, even if he is wrong, and I agree that he's wrong. That doesn't take away from the possibility of him using the defense that I feared from.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. You're saying he can.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
He's going to employ that defense. Okay. I'm just saying, like you said, the film with the shoot you in the fucking face and all. The whole film actually gets him. I think he's going to have a very difficult time. Let's do this. So Diesel, you wanted to say something regarding that, and then let's get everybody in pretty quickly. We'll go Aaron, Beans, Sean, Uncle Rick.
So just real quick, when it comes down to it, articulation is the only thing that's past this point, right?
Yeah.
From an indictment, they don't hear the side of defense, right? They only hear side of prosecution.
Exactly.
So that's why it's so easy to indict a ham sandwich, right? What's going to be hard is guilty, because his articulation is what's going to come into fact. When it comes down to it.
100%. That's a great point, Diesel. And just this point is on that point, so I wanted to read it, and I'll read the other super chats in a minute. MJ with the $5 says they gave him murder one so it can be dismissed. Because of the law, it will be lowered or removed. Well, yeah, so MJ, you may be alluding to lesser and included offenses. So they'll charge you with murder one, but murder two, if they have murder three or manslaughter, are also on the table. It's just that if they start with the top one, they have the lesser included offenses that you can still be charged with. So I think that's what you may be saying. So, Aaron, what's popping? You on mute, bro?
Yeah, what's going on? So
sorry, small Aaron, small Aaron.
Aaron two.
Oh, word. Okay, got you.
Yeah,
Small Aaron.
What's good, Pandle? How are y'all?
What's popping?
What's good, Uncle Rick? Beans, what's good, CJ?
What's good, Aaron?
CJ, you wildin', bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, that lady was not a threat to that cop, not from what I seen from the footage. Today was my first time seeing the footage. She was not a threat. There was space between them. He moved forward, like Ham said. He pulled his gun and he shot an innocent lady. Like, that's how I feel.
You might be right, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna address this one time. Don't be foolish in the chat. I said MJ's chat was actually pertaining to what we were saying, which is why I read it. And then before I even read her super chat, I acknowledge that I'm about to read the other one shortly. Go ahead, B.
Yeah, I was so real quick.
Did you say hi to me?
I tried to, and you was cutting me off. So
I'm here now. I'm here now.
No, I'm cool. Fuck that. Nah, listen, man. I'm gonna say it in the text.
listen, I need to just confirm one thing because I might be tweaking, but I thought the last thing that I heard him say before he said the "I rebuke you" thing was about something about the house not burning down or whatever.
In terms of the pot, yeah. He's like, we don't want the house to burn down like on top of all the other stuff going on, basically.
And then that's when she said, "I rebuke you," right?
When she went to turn off she actually turned the burner off and then picked up the pot and then walked it towards her sink, I think.
Yeah,
and then
maybe
in a lot way more than I'm saying. But okay, so the reason why I'm trying to confirm that, right?
Yeah.
I hate to do this because I absolutely disagree with Diesel. That's why I came up here to absolutely disagree with Diesel and Gunny scary ass in the chat as well. Because Diesel made a point of saying that we need more black police officers. I think that's the worst idea in the history of mankind. The problem is that this video suggests that he might be right, because those white guys, and somebody might say I'm maybe giving them too much grace, but I believe those white guys did not understand that when she said, "I rebuke you," he wasn't rebuking them. She was rebuking what was said. This is what people who practice this Christianity stuff do. You know, my mom, my auntie, them, you could say something like, "Man, you better not go down that road. You mess around, get a flat tire. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. The devil is a lie," right?
Yeah,
it's not personal towards you.
Yeah, Bean. So we actually explored that just a tad bit earlier. You're free to go ahead. I'm just saying we actually had that conversation in terms of cultural differences that they didn't understand that we would automatically understand. Go ahead.
Right. Well, what I'm doing is I'm pointing it out to use it. So I'm pointing it out so that Diesel can't use it against me in an argument, right? That yes, I understand that in this instant, if you replace those two white guys with two black guys, we're probably not here talking about this. Because in that moment, they understand what's being said at them, and they're not taking it or as a perceived threat, right? So to speak. However, my question would be to Gunny, scary ass in the chat.
He just asked for the link.
And Diesel is, he ain't gonna be genuine. Diesel, would you say? Now, matter of fact, I'm not even gonna ask Diesel because I don't trust him. Would you say that there is an anti-black sentiment in the country of the United States of America? Yes or no?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So if there's an anti-black sentiment in the country of the United States of America, that means this would apply to everybody, right? We can't just say that white men have a problem, black men have a problem, black women have a problem. Like, it's an anti-black sentiment, right? So, wouldn't you say that anti-black sentiment also extends to police officers?
Yes.
Wow. So if you can be a black person who walks around with an anti-black sentiment, who is not a police officer, then if you were a black police officer, would you say that anti-black sentiment would go away, stay the same, or maybe be empowered, to say the least?
It would definitely stay the same.
Mm-hmm.
And because you're dealing with the worst of us when there's a police call or you respond to a call, most often that sentiment would be seemingly stamped as a police officer.
Absolutely, right? So this is the point. When somebody who just know they can't do a debate tries to argue that you don't have any strong debate, you don't have any strong arguments for black police officers, right, being anti-black as well. We absolutely do, and it's called intelligence. It's called logic, right? Right? Because he wanted to dismiss the anecdotal versions, right, which is all of the experiences denoted by black people across the country, not just in LA, not just in New York, but in major black cities all across the country, stories after stories after stories after stories after stories about police brutality in the community. And ironically, they don't be talking about white police officers. They be talking about black police officers who beat their ass. It's a rule in the hood. If you run, we catch you, we fucking you up. Right? So, let me get. That's just anecdotal and it ain't real, right?
I'm not saying that's not real, but I don't totally agree with your sentiment, because even though black police officers do see the worst of the worst, we see the worst and the worst in all, right? So it's not just where somebody can say it's just black people, because we see it in white, we see it in Hispanic, we see it in Asian, we see it in all those different communities, right? So I get what you're saying, but that's why I don't totally agree with it, because that sentiment might be there, but when you see that you get the same thing with every other community, that sentiment is not just the total sentiment. It's just one of those things when you go into that area and you know what you're dealing with in that area, that's what you're dealing with, right? Because when I go to a trailer park,
go ahead, my bad, Diesel. Go ahead.
When I go to a white community, or you know what I'm saying, something a low income white community, it's the same problems. It's not just a black thing, right? So and that's why I don't agree with that sentiment 100%.
Right. So then you're saying that you believe, not, let me rephrase it, I'm sorry. You're not saying, I'm asking you, would you believe that black officers are just as aggressive in white communities as they are in black communities? And by the way, I'm sitting in front of a MacBook with an M1 chip. I can research very fast.
Yes, I would say when you get the same reaction from a white person, you get the same thing when it comes to a black person. If a white person runs, it's not just black people. If you run, it's white people. I've heard it from both sides. Like that's not a, like both. You have white people that will say the same thing. You better not run, or they're gonna beat your ass when they catch you.
Remember y'all said y'all were in predominantly black neighborhoods. Y'all were patrolling in predominantly black neighborhoods. So wouldn't that kind of influence y'all to see black people more?
Well, in my city, yes, it's 80%. So yes, we do see a lot.
So then that would be for Bean's point, right? I would say y'all would be around more black people and not around white people or the other people that y'all see.
No, sir. No, sir.
There's one thing that Bean said is that the bias coming in is what we're addressing. We're not saying, not we. When I heard Bean said that, I think I want to re-articulate it. I'm gonna say the exact same thing. I just want to hear you respond to it, Diesel. We had the conversation before. When we see a group of black men walking towards us as opposed to a group of white men, we're more likely to clutch our purses with a group of black men. So that sentiment is what will then be transferred to when that brother becomes a police officer, because he has that same sentiment towards black men before he even got started.
And that's why I say I don't totally agree with it, because once that
why do we have purses? What the fuck am I talking about? Why do we?
That's what you
go ahead, Diesel.
You said that. You said that.
Well, at least Diesel just roll with me like fucking him.
I don't judge anybody, but when it comes down to
hold on, goddamn, we both had purses in my hypothetical.
You had a purse. I didn't have.
All right.
All right, Joe Buttons. All right, Joe.
Go ahead. My bad.
But that's why I say I don't totally agree with it, because once that officer starts working and seeing the dynamics of different communities, they know that you get the same thing out of each community, right? It might look a little different, but it's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't totally agree with Beans when he says that.
So can I ask you this question then? What would you say is the reason behind the narrative being so strong from those who would inform on the activities of black police officers in the black community? Say like say an Ice Cube or something like that, right? But you don't see it from the white guys from their communities, right? When you have white artists who come from white communities or poor white communities for that matter, and they may have black police officers, you never hear them talking about how the black police officers did us so wrong.
And you never hear them talk about the drugs that are in their community either, Beans. But it's there. So I get what you're saying, but just because they don't say it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It does happen. You have white people that will say the same thing. Don't run from the police because they will whoop your ass. They say the same thing. There's drugs in the white community just like it is in the black community, but they don't come out here talking about it.
You're saying it will happen though, right? But the point is this: would you say that it happens as much? I know the argument, trust me, but we're talking about, because we love to do percentage basis, we love to do rate basis when we're talking about how black men commit violent crimes versus when white men commit violent crimes. Well, it's only 14% of us, and we're responsible for 50% of this, right? So what I'm saying is, if you're going into these situations, believe me, I'm there. I'm from Chicago. I did the suburbs. I did the Napervilles. I did the Carroll Streams. I did the Bolingbrookes. I did the Auroras, right? I did the white areas where the drugs were prominent at. and there were black police officers, and I'm promising you, they weren't just out there beating up on people. They wouldn't have stood for that. And you and I both know it. They would not have stood for having black police officers running rampant in their community, beating up on them. Can we just be honest about that? If it was happening at a large rate, can we just be honest and say we would have heard about it?
Hold on, this is the first thing. I'm not saying it happens. What I'm saying is the community says it happens. We don't beat up on people.
Oh my God.
All right, hold on. Let me read these real quick because then I got it. Gunny got called to the table, so I gotta make sure you get in. Gunny, what's popping? Hey, Gunny, when you said you was gonna come help me, man, I was able to get that saw working, so everything I had to move, I chopped it down the size. You know what I mean?
Oh, tight.
I appreciate y'all, man.
Yes,
Even the offer, man, that shit was no joke, B. That was my first thunder. What's it called? Hurricane. I prefer the snow, man. Fuck that shit. Stand with the
get out of here. I gotta go to the gym.
Hey, be safe, man. Do the right thing.
My bad, y'all. All right, y'all, man. Y'all be easy, man.
All right, easy, man. I think they took your black card, but I'll see if I can get it back for you.
Hey, I'm from the hood. I don't give a fuck, bro. All right, Jesus.
Easy. Staying with the 10 says telling her to get off the couch, then told her to turn off the stove was a bad call. They can't even say it. However, the blue line is alive and well. Tragic. Well, I think we got a little bit of clarity on that. Rainbow Kid with the $2 says this ain't a compliance issue. CJ is off. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says black people are too emotional to have this conversation. That I'd rather die than cower mentality.
Momentarily.
Cower, but yeah, is he Sam? Cower momentarily is insane. Too worried about being right than dying. Well, let me push back a little bit in terms of the emotional. People are having the conversation, and everybody's been having a civil discourse, right? It's okay for people to tap into how they feel while still listening to the other person. Nobody's being emotional. We having a conversation spirited based on what we saw and what's being said, right? I kind of don't like that shit that much. See, the powers with the $5. Go ahead, Aaron.
No, I just when there's a chance in the conversation, I would like to address that whole living on your feet, dying on your knees.
Okay. See, this pals with this $5 says the point is Trey does not need to hear what the cop has to say. She could have had anything in her hand and still got shot, a feather or not. Leon with the $2 says this shit sad, CJ. You lost on this one. 12 was popping with the $5 says by Bub's logic, by default, whites should have the same understanding why they don't like black folks. Ellipsis. None of y'all. As A with the $5 says the white boy who shot the former president and killed others receives more compassion from Trump supporters than this black woman from her community. Ranger with the $5 says we know the water is less of a threat and he was wrong, but fuck being right, etc. What? Etc. Be alive. Don't do any threats towards a person with gun, right and dead. Stand with the $5 says, let's save taxpayers money. Let's get rid of the pepper spray, a taser, and a baton. Just saying. EBD with the $5 says the issue is cop plus black equals dead. Any excuse? Cop plus white equals alive. Any means. Cop plus white equals dead. No excuse. All of this is both practice and policy. Ogun with the $5 says, I think any and all former or current LEOs would agree that the deputy was absolutely wrong with using lethal force in that situation. MJ with the $5 says, CJ is saying her being a black woman gave enough reason. We can stop skipping around that. Yeah, that was one point. I'm surprised nobody actually addressed more directly what CJ was saying. Andre with the $2 says, she couldn't find the ID, CJ. Gloria with the $5 says she took time to open the door because she was boiling the water. She planned to burn the off.
Right.
Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says just like in football, a video in real time can be deceiving. You have to slow it down. How many times we thought they caught the ball and it hit the ground? I think we looked at it pretty decently so far. Maybe we'll look at it again. Sam with the $5 says people learn your rights. People learn your rights. You don't have to produce an ID unless you're suspected of committing a crime or have committed a crime. They have to have, reasonable articulate suspicion, right? I think that's what RAS is. Okay. Yeah, and to be fair, in the video, they said we just need your name. But because she couldn't remember her last name, they're like, okay, let me see your ID. That'll be easier. So they did kind of
actual probable cause, but yes.
Freezy was popping. But the $5 says this is evidence that black people have severe self-hatred. As Abe with the $2 says Royal with cheese. Thanks. Ellipsis, very good perspective. Salute the Will, man. The voice of Venus with the $10 says CJ is a lost cause. Black people need to separate themselves from people like him. There is no fixing that. Can we hear from the black folk who have all their mental faculties? I read this one. Raw B was popping, Raw. With the $5 says, not to mention the fact that his effect afterwards, denying medical services and laughing as well, was calling Sonya out of her name, is indicators of guilt. As Ava the $5 says, you black men so proud to vote for Trump should note that cops will have complete immunity to unalive you. Trump is bringing back stop and frisk as well. As Ava the $5 says, you black cops know your place. You're not effing with a white person. Stop the cap. Y'all will try not to catch them. You're still black always. Hank with the $2 says, no judgment here, Hamp. You still my brother. Man, that was Diesel idea, man. Talking about the person. Rainbow Kid with the $10 said, details matter. He backed up. He said, where you going? He said, away from your hot steaming water, insinuating she might throw it on him. That's why she said, I rebuke you, and he executed her. Hence, Beans' clarification on what that means. The verbiage was rebuked. Nas with the $5 says, there's a presupposition about black people not being obedient enough. People tend to strawman this as to say blacks need to be heavily policed like animals. So if you guys were here at the beginning of the show, Aaron and I were actually mining through those 3 different things for the cause, and that was definitely one of them. Like, I get a nigger, how dare you from these cops. Like, they can't even believe these black women are stepping out of line with them. That's one thing that Big Aaron and I were talking about. Gunny, I'm gonna get Sean, you good? Turn the AC on. We can't hear you, Sean. We still can't hear you. You got an Android? Nah, we can't hear you. Dead ass.
Look at God.
All right, he'll be back. So Gunny, Uncle Rick, if you don't mind, Gunny got called out, so I just want to make sure he get his 2 cents real quick.
It's your show. It's your show, bro.
I know, but you know, you old. So, you know.
Appreciate it.
Gunny, what's popping?
Greetings to the chat. Greetings, DJ Ham.
Hey,
All
Gunny.
well. Yes.
One of the moderators told the chat, turn their speakers down now that you're on the panel. So.
I'll try to keep the volume down, I promise. Obviously, I was summoned here by Beans, aka Little Podcast. I just want to know your stance on this thing, because, and really quick before you give me your stance on this, I believe that people like CJ, their arguments, and people like you, there's far left and then there's far right. We can't do anything with those. We can't. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I'm talking to the audience. I'm making sure they listen to the personal shit instead of what we actually talking about. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm calling you out based on what happened in the chat. You said that I was afraid to come up here and debate you, and I was shook and all this other stuff. I don't know where you got that from. I've never been afraid to debate anyone, but that's beside the point. My opinion is that your opinion is so far off and so unrealistic that we can't do anything. We can't do anything with it. I would like to hear solutions. I would like to hear solutions to the problem. I think that's the whole purpose of the show, was to come up with solutions, because the last video that Hamp played, unfortunately, the young woman lost her life, and the cops should go to jail. He also brought videos, he had videos before that could spark the conversation of where do we as men and as women in our community, what do we need to do to try to help curtail some of these issues that we're dealing with? I think that's really what we should be talking about. So the point that you brought up in the chat, I just thought it was a moot point, bro. I can't argue with someone that says, you know, no black person should ever join the police and all. That's just unrealistic to me. Respectfully.
Okay. Would you say that black police officers have existed for at least 100 years?
Give or take, I would say so. Yeah.
Has it stopped black people from being murdered by police officers? Yes or no?
No, it hasn't.
So what's the point?
Well, what's the point in what? I don't understand the question.
What's the point of having black police officers if it's not going to curtail the murders of black people?
Well, that's my point. That's my argument. If it's not going to stop anything, okay, cool. We understand that it's not going to stop anything. So what do? We just throw in the towel and just say screw it and do nothing about it. Continue to complain about it. We don't look at our own communities. We don't look at our own communities and say, okay, this is how maybe we can address the issue. One example came up earlier when people talk about capitulating or complying to the police when they tell you to do something. That's an idea. Not saying that I agree with it 100%, but it's an idea. It's a solution. It's a solution. So what's your solution?
Deacons of Defense. You ever heard of them?
Yes.
Okay, so then you know what it is, right? So
yes.
For the audience's edification, I'm still in your word, Hemp. The Deacons of Defense and Justice was an armed African-American self-defense group founded in November 1964 during the Civil Rights era in the United States in the mill town of Jonesboro, Louisiana, right? 1965, the day of Malcolm X's assassination, the first affiliate chapter was founded, followed by 20 other chapters in the states of Mississippi, Arkansas, and Alabama. And what they did was protected themselves from police officers. They protected themselves from KKK, from racist white people who would do harm to black people, right? We also saw other versions of this with the Black Panther Party, right? So right now we're having deeper conversations every day about what we need to do to fix the community. Well, that's not going to happen, right? But let's just have the conversation as if it would for 1 second. Let's be delusional. Well, if the community wasn't in shambles, if we didn't have all of the issues that we have going on in the community, if the families were more in tight and in structure, right, then we wouldn't need as many police officers. So we wouldn't need them. And we wouldn't need black men to be on the police force because there wouldn't be that many jobs available any fucking way. So my answer is, if you want to fix the problem, fix the community, fix the families, even though we know that's not going to happen. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to go and join the KKK and try to change things from the inside. I don't think black people should be politicians, police officers, or have anything to do with this system that was literally created to subject us. Or do you subjugate it, rather?
My bad, I didn't mean to cut you off. Do you think that it's the solution that you gave, do you think that it has worked or not worked? I think I understand what you're gonna say.
Yeah, absolutely. So it didn't work, right? Because there was a time when we absolutely had the families, the most married, and all these things, working black families together, right? And we were still being beat, lynched, hung, children even. Emmett Till being one of them, right? So nothing works. That's the point.
So
right?
so
that nothing works.
So the fact that more people get struck by lightning every year. The more people get struck by lightning every year than unarmed blacks dying by the hands of the police. Does that mean anything to you?
Absolutely not.
That doesn't mean anything.
No, because one problem is solvable and the other one isn't. We don't control lightning, but we absolutely can control people, right? We can do something about that, right? We can make it hard and very difficult for people to get away with things if we really wanted to, but we don't.
The whole point of it, whether one thing we have control over or whether one thing we don't have control over, the fact of the matter is it's going to happen. It is inevitable. We cannot stop it. All we can do is slow it down. So since more people get struck by lightning than unarmed blacks die at the hands of police, blacks are still dying, right? They're still dying out here in these streets. Who's killing them? We're so outraged. We're so out as we should over this specific case, right? Because that young woman didn't deserve to die and the cops should go to jail for life. Make no mistake about it. But what about the video before that Hant showed? Are we outraged about that? Have we been talking about that this entire show? It was only Aaron and DJ Hant that was talking about the video. After that, we all just skipped to the last video. You know why? Because it's convenient for us to talk about the last thing and not talk about the other videos where we are culpable for some of the things that we did within our communities. It's easier. It's easier to deal with the white man instead of dealing with what we need to fix. And clearly we need to fix more. We need to fix more within ourselves to put the burden, so that way it puts the burden on them as opposed to them looking at us and saying, well, you Negroes kill each other, so why should I value your life? They have every right to say it.
So, okay, go ahead, Diesel.
I got a question for you, Beans. Do you think unarmed black people are killed more by black cops or white cops?
Unarmed black people?
Yes.
If I had to guess, just off the numbers, I would probably say white, just because of the numbers. The numbers are the only thing that would make it make sense, but I don't know.
Right. So I believe the same thing. So if you add more black cops, why wouldn't that lower the number of unarmed black people being shot?
Well, so that's a good argument. The problem is that if you're adding more black cops, then you're saying you're taking away the jobs from these white people. You're not actually fixing anything, right? To Gunny's argument, which is that the predicament of the hood itself is the requirement for the police officer, which necessitates the enforcement by these police officers at time, which may
No. I was just basing it off of the argument that you made that unarmed black people are getting killed by these cops, right? So, but if majority of them are getting killed by white cops, and you say no black people should be police officers, if you take black people out of law enforcement, then that number would rise, right? By your sentiment, by what you're saying, that number would rise. But if you add more black people, then that number should come down, correct?
It's a good argument. That's what I'm saying. It's a good argument, but that doesn't make it factual, right? Because
of course, nothing makes it factual because it's not happening, right? So I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, just by the numbers, right? If majority of them are being killed by white, and if we lower that number of white officers and bring more black officers in, you would make a logical answer, numbers wise, by saying, yeah, most likely less black people would be killed by unarmed black people would be killed by cops when we're encompassing all of them, right?
Absolutely, I can absolutely agree with you. That's what I'm saying. I have no problem with making a concession that makes absolute sense. The problem is that it's under the assumption that if you replace the white people with the black people, that things change, and it doesn't actually necessitate that, right? So if you notice, even when I was in the chat, I made the argument when you said that the same thing about the white cops killing black people and black people need to replace them. I said, yeah, but what do black cops do? And this was the thing that I think Gunny responded to, right? I said, yeah, they might not shoot you, but they still beat you, but they still plant drugs on you. They trade sexual favors all the damn time, right?
Yeah, but still majority of the cops that do that are white cops, Beans.
No, I'm
majority
not.
Of the
I'm talking specifically about the black ones. I'm not, so
right. Hold on, but you'll
right?
never get a 100% a 100% rate of compliance, right? So you will have anything that we do, we're going to have some kind of dirt in it. Well, I mean, because people are human, right?
Right.
I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue that point. What I want to argue is the fact that you're putting a stamp on something in a community as a whole, as far as the law enforcement goes, right? Mm-hmm. But majority of the things that you're talking about are done by white officers. By you just saying you don't want to put any more black people in that community is saying that you want that number to rise, because law enforcement's not going away, because the same thing that you're talking about, Black Panther Party and all that stuff, is a type of law enforcement, is a type of enforcement for that community, correct? So regardless of how you want to look,
you just messed your argument up, because I just gave my answer. My answer removes the necessitation for police officers in general. Right.
No, what I'm saying is the type of law enforcement.
Unrealistic. No. But I'm saying my
what was the argument?
Cure, right? My cure for the problem removes the necessity for that many police officers anyway, right? So like when I go out to where my mom lives at, right? She lives in the black suburb. It's like 84% black. Well, what do you think most of the police officers out there? You think they black or white? They white than the motherfucker. But they ain't riding around beating up people. They ain't riding around playing drugs on people. They ain't kicking in doors and shooting people and murdering people. They ain't doing all that either. right? Because they're dealing with a certain demographic of black people. They're dealing with educated black people who averaging in the six figures. They're dealing with black people who averaging their homes are worth $300,000 to $400,000. They're dealing with people who own stuff, educated. So they're dealing with a different demographic. So that's what I'm saying. If we could clean up those areas, then we wouldn't even have a necessitation for that many police officers to begin with. But we can't do that to these communities because it's the
All right,
hood.
let's
Right. So I wasn't arguing that
Look,
point. I was arguing
after
the
you
point.
go, Diesel, I'm gonna get the new voices in. Uncle Rick, Sean, and Freezy was popping. Shalom. Go ahead, Diesel.
But I was arguing the fact of that you brought up the Black Panther Party and the other one. I can't remember Black Defense Party or whatever it was called. I can't remember.
Beacons of Defense.
Yes, you brought them up as a part of a solution of the black community not needing law enforcement, right? But that still is a form of law enforcement. You get what I'm saying? Because even though they were policing the police, they still policed the black people that were doing wrong in the community as well, right? So you're still going to have that same issue that you would have regardless if they wore a uniform and were sanctioned by the state, or if the community said we want these 5 men to go around and start enforcing our rules.
But I don't recall ever hearing that. There's no reports that the Deacons of Defense or any other civil rights movements or the Black Panthers moved in such a way. I don't ever recall reading any reports to suggest that.
Why can't it be a collective effort? Why can't it be a collective effort? Well, why does it have to be get rid of one and replace it with another? Why can't it be a collective effort based on reality? Cops are not going anywhere. Black cops are not going anywhere. That's a waste of a conversation. So why can't a collective effort be a realistic problem solver?
Would you rather live in a community with 1,000 black police officers, or would you rather live in a community with 15 white ones?
It all depends on the community in which I live.
But that's the point. If you need 1,000 police officers, it's probably a problem with your community. If you only need 15,
right? Thank you, Beans, for making my point. It's a problem with the community. That's my issue, not the cops. It's a problem with my community that I need to fix. Thank you for making my point.
All right, I got to get the new people in. And I would, Diesel, I thought they do the cops based on how many people and how much ground to cover, or do they do it based on the amount of crime?
Yes, it's based on the calls for service.
Okay.
So it does go based off population, but if that population doesn't have many calls for service, they will either they're gonna have less
officers potentially. Okay. All right. Let me read these. Uncle Rick, you could jump in. I'm just trying to stay ahead of these. CJ with the $5 says, I never said anything. Said that her being a black woman was the reason. Black women hear anything and feel like it's against them. And we all know Venus say anything. Well, there were a few comments in terms of the black woman's conduct. And when Aaron and I were working through the 5 different videos, it was said by a couple brothers in the chat, don't make excuses for bad conduct. In the instances in which we played, the women died with the exception of the first one. So maybe that's what they're speaking to. Jay Larkins with the $2 says the cops set that woman up to take her out. Period. Kylie with the $2. CJ, you were on that these black women shit in the chat. CJ with the $2. Y'all ain't shit. We saw the videos. CJ with the $5 says a lot of mental illness in our community, but we excuse it. Uncle Rick was popping.
What's good, Hampton? How you doing, bro? What's popping?
What's goody?
Everything's good. How was your weekend, bro?
Man, it was all right, man. They closed the water park down early, but I was sad and happy at the same time.
I hear you on that. Beans, what's good, man? Shout out to your win on the debate date, bro. Great way to control the conversation, my boy. I appreciate that, man. Gunny, Diesel, Sean Antonio, pretty ass nigga. Captivity was popping.
Hold on. Whoa.
I knew somebody was gonna call it.
No, I know. I said,
chill out. That's my man.
No, I'm not about to. I mean, that's definitely a pause moment. But I think I'm prettier than Sean at this point. I still got hair on. You know what I mean?
Hey, it's your show. It's your show. It's your show, bro.
I'm the prettiest of my show.
Right? But I want to use that as a point, though. I want to use that as a point. It's your show. You see what I'm saying? It's your show. And what y'all don't understand in these interactions with police is their show. They got the gun. Right? So let me start off by unequivocally setting the baseline. What happened was fucked up. That woman should still be alive today. She should still be alive today. But what y'all don't understand, and I'm sure Diesel TV can agree with me on this, as he is a LEO, it's not what y'all look at it and how y'all interpret it after the fact. It's how that cop interpreted that interaction at that moment in time. So you want to go to jail, you want to go home. You want to go in the box by yourself, or you want to take your ass home? Right? All you tough niggas never had a gun in your face. Never had a gun in your face, right? I don't fuck with cops. When I was 9 years old, a cop bust me in my nose for nothing. Right? So you know what I do? I don't associate with them.
Did you hear what I said?
I minimize my transactions with them. When a cop stopped me, I don't answer questions. I don't answer questions about my day, officer. What do you need? You need my license and insurance? Here you go, sir. If you're gonna give me a ticket, give me my ticket and get on about your day, sir. It's funny. I keep telling you this, Hap. This is what's crazy. Our people understand severity and extremes, but never move in extreme fashions. Y'all expect someone else to make the correct decision for you. Oh, cops out here killing people, but y'all arguing with them. That don't even make no fucking sense. And y'all, what y'all want to do is sit up here and talk about a person who unalive, not here no more, right? But you still here living and breathing. Minimize. Everybody's saying that the cops set that lady up. Would the cops be there if she hadn't made the call? Would the cops be there if she hadn't made the call?
So Uncle Rick, just to clarify that point, she can't call the cops for help, or she shouldn't.
I'm saying you shouldn't unless it's an extreme case, an emergency. That's what I'm saying. If it's something that you can't handle within yourself, I'll be a pussy, but I'll be alive and you will be dead, nigga.
Mm-hmm. And so
I'll be pussy.
Uncle Rick, on that point, what Aaron and I were talking through as well was when the black women is saying they're unprotected and they don't have men around. Is that the reason why she does have to call the police in itself? Is that one of the reasons?
But I didn't want to go off in this, but since you opened the door, right? Yeah. But they don't need black men, right, to protect them. They got the cops. Right? How many times we seen in this chat when we bring up protection, the women that's talking shit right now in the chat, we don't need y'all. We could just call the police. Okay. Now it's looking in the chat. Her man can't be with her 24/7. Why not? Would y'all please pick a fucking lie? Please pick a goddamn lie, bitch.
They're all tough guys. They're all tough guys. They're all tough guys.
This is what I'm talking about, Gunny. This doesn't make any sense. Nobody is saying that it's right what that man did. It's wrong as fuck, but it's open to a white man's interpretation that y'all in the chat and on this panel understand that they look at us as more violent. So why the fuck you calling them? Because you ain't got no man in the house?
Did you hear what I said?
But y'all gonna listen to us. Y'all gonna listen to us for protection, right? Because to be protected, you gotta listen to a man, right? Right? Limit your interactions with the public officers. Your house is not called public property. Your house is private property. Listen to what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. Private property. The public is the government. They protect the city, the state, the county. You're a liability. What y'all don't understand is when the cops come to do something for you, they're doing you a fucking favor, not the other way around.
Totally right, man.
Limit your interaction with those people. Like I said, I'll be pussy and alive to take care of my family because none of you motherfuckers gonna do it for me.
That's a fact.
Straight up and down.
That's a fact.
I just want to say, man, I agree with him, man. I wish more people would stop their lower their interaction with the police. I mean, we don't. There's a lot of things that we don't need to answer. I wish there would be some kind of legislation to where we didn't answer certain calls, like mental health problems. That's one of the things that I wish we didn't have to answer. But actually, when it comes down to it, like, there are a lot of things that you can do to not interact with the police, like just slow your ass down when you're driving a car, or don't drive a car if you ain't got no license. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do.
Now, I don't disagree with what you're saying,
But
right? Even
it's
though
not for them to do that, though.
what he said.
My bad, podcast. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. I thank Rick for saying what he said, though, because I disagree with Ham and Bub's take, right, that Ham brought up earlier, which is, you know, a nigga whistle at your woman, die in that moment. It's cool. But like he just said, nah, because ain't nobody gonna take care of them, right? We don't do no family shit no more. We ain't got it set up like that. Now, Hamp's situation might be different, right? Because he in a game. So I'm just playing Hamp. It ain't no game. But they might be different. They might have some shit structured, but most guys ain't. So you got to try to get to the crib. You know what I'm saying? That's a good point. But Diesel, in real life, bro, why don't y'all just get rid of your fucking guns? My nigga, y'all don't stop crimes. Y'all don't stop shit. You show up after shit is already done, right?
It's not the responsibility for us to stop.
It's not. So you don't need fucking guns because you ain't stopping shit. So why do y'all have? Why do you need them? You ain't stopping the fucking thing. All y'all do is kill people with them. So what are you doing?
Because all the criminals got them.
You ain't stopping the criminals. That's the point.
The
number of y'all that actually have interactions with criminals. I can't remember what it was, so I'm not gonna try to lie. But the percentage of cops, as reported, that actually draw their weapons for a whole career, I don't even think it was 20%.
No, it's changed now. It's different now. But yes, you're right.
Diesel, don't do it. Don't do it.
That's why it's changed.
You're right,
Don't
but that's
do
not.
it. You can't argue with these people.
Yeah, that's
for a man to suggest that cops need to get rid of their guns. You can't argue with a person like that. You can't. Right. There's no discussion.
Or you can make an argument for why they should have that.
Because
he just did. He did one. The criminals have one. The criminals have a gun. That's an argument.
Right, but you don't engage with them.
Yeah, we
yes, they do.
Hold on. Beans, hold on. You're getting your stats. Your stats are corrupted. Just because an officer does not pull his gun out doesn't mean he hasn't interacted with a criminal. That just means that criminal hasn't given him a reason to pull his gun out.
That's not what
there are plenty of times I interact with a criminal and I don't have to pull out my gun.
Here's the argument that you just made. Because the criminals have the guns. That's what you said. They have the guns. I'm wondering that you're not engaging.
I can't hear you. I got a lot of background. Somebody got a lot of background noise.
I'm saying you're not engaging with these criminals in their guns. Y'all not out there blazing it up with each other.
The reason why is because they know we have guns, Beans. What are you doing? The reason why we don't engage with people that have guns is because they know we're coming with guns.
Beans, are you trolling, bro? I've seen you before in plenty of shows. Are you trolling? Seriously, are you
Ryan, what are we doing here, Beans? For real?
That's a
what are we doing?
Are you the reason why?
I think what you're saying
Solid.
I think the difference is Beans talking about like smart criminals. Like, because most Beans, the criminals that you're talking about don't get interacted with, them niggas smart enough not to do shit in front of the police. So a lot of the police got a lot of interactions with dumb niggas. So I think what you saying was like, man, y'all don't be stopping the murders, y'all don't be doing this, y'all don't be doing that. It's just because them niggas be.
Listen, they not interacting with these guns. That's the point. They could say these niggas got guns. Oh, the criminals got guns. Yeah, all criminals got guns. So if I look it up right now, again, in one chip, nigga, if you want to play this dumbass game, if I look it up right now, you're going to tell me that most of the people that y'all locked up are locked up with guns, are locked up for gun offenses, or can y'all stop fucking lying and tell the truth that y'all not interacting with these guns like that?
What?
Yeah, checkmate. Now we done. Now we done.
It's not checkmate. It's not checkmate. It's not checkmate. It's not checkmate, bro.
Peace, y'all. I said my piece, y'all. Y'all be easy, man.
Irie, stop trying to think of an excuse. Stop trying to think of a comeback and just answer the goddamn question. Yes. Or no. It's the majority of. Okay, I'm glad you told that lie. Let's look it up. Go ahead. I got it. Go ahead.
Look, real quick. What's up, man? How y'all feeling? Diesel, I got a question. Do y'all use the 1+ rule out there?
What is the 1+ rule?
In terms of what type of force you're able to use? Force plus 1? In terms of the level?
Yeah, we call it the force continuum, yes.
Okay. So in terms of this situation, let's just say if the pot was considered a weapon all the way across the room, what would be the next level of force or the appropriate level of force for that?
I mean that's a hard. You're asking me a very, very hard question when it comes down to the situation, right? Because force continuum. So we've already had this discussion. There was no de-escalation, right? Force continuum also suggests de-escalation, right? There was no de-escalation in the situation. So at that time, the continuum continued until that officer deemed a threat of great bodily harm or death, right? So if he felt like he was under great bodily harm, everything that comes before use of force, deadly force is out the window, right? So you like that's kind of a hard question to answer.
Right. I get that, right? But I'm just thinking forward in terms of like the trial, in terms of looking at the force continuum. I don't think anybody would look at that video, in law enforcement or in terms of the judicial system and say that there was that imminent threat that warranted that. I guess which goes to your point in terms of there was no justification, right?
That is a problem because we go off of what somebody initiates. So the problem with that argument is you don't know that person's history. That person might have grown up with their parents scalding them with water. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that that's what happened. Please don't take it the wrong way. But what I'm saying is that is going to be brought up in the trial. Why did you feel like scalding hot water was something that you need to use deadly force on? And there could have been something in his past to make him feel that way. We can't go off of what you feel every single time. And that's why we get so mad in these situations, because we feel he shouldn't have done it. But at the time, his mental state might have been in the part what that brought him back to him being scalded with water before. And he didn't want to, you know what I'm saying? How much it hurt and all that stuff. And he didn't want to go through that again. You know what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying, right? But do you think that in a jury trial, the jury would side more with that being unreasonable? Whatever you just said? Right. Let's just say I get what you're saying, right? But let's say we're the jury. I don't think there's any way that we would say, you know what, this man may have had some type of traumatic situation in his past, and that made him then pull out his pistol and delete her. You know what I'm saying? I know what you're saying.
But it's not a major. It did happen. It would come out. But when it comes to a jury trial, I never rely on a jury trial. That's nice. Man, that's so much of a crap. That's literally 50-50. It could go either way. Depending on what the defense does and how they articulate everything. Like I said, all of the evidence has not come out yet. There is no defense yet. We don't know what the defense is saying at this time. So I have no idea how this is going to work out in a trial. And I don't never want to answer that, because I've been through plenty of trials where I thought I had more than enough evidence and they were found not guilty, right? So it all depends on who's on that trial. If the person in the trial has ever been scalded by hot water, that will throw the whole case. That's going to throw the whole case, because you need all 12. Just one person.
If that's the case, then the prosecution would eliminate them if they found it out that they were scalded, right? They would eliminate them as a juror. They wouldn't even make it that far.
Who's to say they will find that out in the pretrial?
You can ask that. You can ask that during voir dire.
I would ask.
You can ask, yes, but who will say they will find that out, though? That's what I'm saying. There's no guarantee they will find that out.
Yeah, that's true. But you can ask it during voir dire. I think even so, Sean, you only get a certain amount of people you can eliminate. So depending on, this would be a jury of 12. I think you can eliminate 8, like strike. You can strike 8, I think.
I think it's 16 in the M1 case.
Yeah, because like 50 people you picking from, right? Something
Right.
like that. Yeah, so Sean, there's still a possibility that somebody can get up there because you can't strike every, you know what I mean? All of them. So.
Right. All right, and also Diesel. So, have you been in situations as an officer where you're called out to places, and constituents are mad, cursing people out, cursing officers out, saying "fuck the city," everybody, and at no point did the city officials, including the officers, show any aggression? You've been in those situations, right? Right. So just for background, so I work with the city government, and I'm in those situations every week. And I hear these white people say the wildest shit y'all would ever hear. And what you said, Diesel, was what you said about the nature of the call. The reason that they were out there wasn't even that type of call.
Right.
So why on earth would that be their posture? Why on earth would that be part of your language? Let me tell you something. I can't explain to y'all how often we get sued as a city. I can't explain that to y'all. I can't tell you how much of your taxpayer dollars goes out of the window, and it's settled most of the time. I mean, 90-some% of the time we fucking settle. It ain't even going to court. So either way, there's going to be a civil suit, and y'all taxpayers dollars in that city is going to pay for that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, like, no matter what, this nigga did some wild shit, and there's going to be a price to pay for that shit.
Damn, that's actually a good point, Sean. Damn. Okay. Freezy, let me read these a few, Freezy, and then you can jump in. I missed a little bit of it because my internet had went out for a second. Venus with the $10 says, nobody noticed how CJ could never answer the question, what about her action justify her being deleted? But he stood on the point with no reason. It's because she is a black woman. CJ with the $5 says, it's not because she's black. My mom is black. My sisters are black. My girl is black. What the fuck y'all talking about? Just a bunch of women. Leon with the $5 says, that's a good point. Black women deaf repeat how much they don't need us just to cry 5 minutes later. We note how we don't protect them to know. Yaya was popping with the €6 says, Uncle Rick is 100% right. How and why does my people in America doesn't understand that them folks will never ever accept you as human? Wake up. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel to know. Rebel Rose is popping. What up, Ham? Hope all is well, my brother. Yeah, man, good to see you, man. Hope all is well, my G. Freezy was popping. Beans, what's this?
Are you pulling it up? This is from, just so they won't deny it, this is from the Bureau of Justice Statistics, right? It is date published, author was 2019, right? Mario Alper with a PhD, right? You go down here, highlights about 21% of state and 20% of federal prisoners said they possessed a gun during their offense, while 79% of state and 80% of federal prisoners did not. So again, this is what I'm trying to say, that most of the time when they are arresting people, they're not arresting people because they got guns. They're not running up on the murderers and the killers. Those not the people they take down. In Chicago, half the murders don't even get resolved, right? No, who did it, and they still don't even.
Your point is mute, bro.
It frees you up.
Just because they didn't possess a gun when they got arrested doesn't mean they didn't use a gun to commit the crime. What are you talking about?
They
possessed a gun when they got arrested.
No, it didn't. And he can pull it up, and we can bet some money first. Let's bet $100. It didn't say that.
I don't bet. I don't gamble.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I fucking know. It didn't. It literally said possessed a gun during their offense. Yeah. That's what it said.
I misheard. Sorry about that.
Of course you did.
So what about the 20% that does?
They don't matter.
20% doesn't matter. Only 20% of y'all should have guns.
It's less than 50, so it doesn't matter.
So only 20% of y'all should have guns.
So that goes back to the fact if we had more officers, we could have officers out there with no guns.
No, you don't need more officers.
Because if 20% of black officers had guns, that would match the 20%.
I guarantee you 100% of the officers deal with that 20%. So regardless of what you want to say.
So now you want me to get the stats?
So you mean to tell me that there's a great amount of officers, majority of officers don't arrest criminals that have committed an offense?
Free they couldn't hear me. So what's good? Add your 2 cents to this, man. I'm sure that them three gonna get back into it for sure. So,
well, no, I just had a couple of points. And I hate to even talk about this lady's demise in this manner because it's kind of elementary to me. I was listening to CJ earlier. God bless his heart, man. You know, he might need to see somebody because the way he was, you know, responding to the way this lady's death, he might need to see somebody too. I'm being for real because to me this shit is elementary. They noticed the pot. They took notice to the lady's pot. And let me ask Diesel this because he's the only trained cop up here. If they would have taken upon themselves to remove the pot from the burning eye, wouldn't they would have had to pick the pot up themselves too?
Yeah.
That's all the lady did. She picked the pot up, which is what was required to remove it from the burning eye. What CJ thought she was supposed to do, like use telepathy or some shit or some magical powers or something. She picked the damn pot up. That's what she did. And they made a big deal out of it. They made a big deal out of something that she was supposed to do in her house. I've seen situations where guys, in particular white guys, have actually had guns in their hands, and cops have made it their business to de-escalate the situation without this dude even getting shot. This is why I said self-hatred in the black community is just evident, because this shouldn't even be no conversation. It just shouldn't be no conversation. I show on my channel, I show both body camera footage. Now the cop that shot the lady, he didn't cut on his body. He didn't actually cut on his sound and his body camera until he actually after he shot the lady, right? Because you couldn't really hear the sound coming from his body camera prior to him shooting the lady, which I think was strategic.
No, there's a delay in the body camera. There's a 30-second delay in the body camera when you cut it on.
Okay. My bad.
It'll show
why you say self-hatred though? Well, why you say self-hatred with black people?
It's self-hatred because I've heard several black people say the same thing that CJ said, and for somebody to actually make those remarks against the victim, which was a black woman, right? And the reason why I say it was self-hatred is because this is an easy case. Let me tell you something. If that cop was just a civilian, it wouldn't even be an argument. If that was a civilian in the house and he just shot that lady because she grabbed her pot and was removing it off the stove, it wouldn't even be a question. The reason why this is being contested by just people like us is because it's a cop, and we feel like cops are supposed to have more credibility. First of all, did we even talk about this cop's track record before he even went to this police force, this precinct? Did you talk about that, Hemp?
Yeah. Yep.
The cop has shitty credibility. And another thing is, can you work for a police? This is a stupid question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Can you work for a police department with a damn shit bag? I'm saying, can you be in the field with an action that with a shit bag? Is that conducive to? I'm saying.
What are you asking? Hold on. What exactly?
Had a colostomy bag. The cop was wearing a colostomy bag.
Oh, he did? I don't know. I mean, as long as he can do his job,
the cop was wearing a colostomy bag on him at the time. This guy was in the line of duty trying to make accurate judgment calls in general. And so, and another thing I want to push back on is this. I think it's a dangerous message telling black people in general, you shouldn't call the cops. I used to be in the street. I think it's a privilege for me to call the cops right now. I want to be able to call the cops. I want to be able to call the cops because I don't want them to say I was liable for nothing. When you call the cops, guess what? The cops, a lot of the liability are placed on the cops. I've heard men on these panels say, oh, if they seen altercations happening with a woman, she was in danger, they're not going to get involved. They're going to call the cops. These messages, it just sends black women mixed messages. It sends black people mixed messages when we talk like that. Cops are here, and somebody else said cops are doing Freezy a favor. Cops are doing people. They're not doing me no favor. They get paid. They're doing their job. They're not doing us a favor. And so when we adopt this mentality, that's another reason what give cops privilege. Feel like they got privilege. You're not doing me a fucking favor. You are doing your job. You're doing your damn job. And so when you promote, oh, we shouldn't call the cop. Now what you want niggas to do is hold court in the damn street. That's what you want. That's what you really asking for. Because you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. If I'm away from my house and my wife feels like she hears an intruder outside and I'm too far away, guess what I'm gonna tell her to do? If I don't do it first, I'm gonna tell her to call the cops. That's what I'm gonna tell. I'm not gonna tell her to call Mr. Johnny who just got through finishing a fifth of liquor down the street. No, I'm not finna do that. I'm finna tell her to call somebody who's supposed to be trained. I'll take my chances. I will, but I don't know. I just feel like that lady picking up the pot was elementary, because if the cop took it upon himself, he would have had to pick up the pot too. That was an easy judgment call. They did not have to shoot that lady. And then I don't understand if people are blind or whatnot, but when people say this lady was approaching this cop, what video was they looking at? I'm just trying to figure out what video. Is there another video out there? Is there another video? Because all the videos I seen, I did not see this lady approaching this damn cop. She was doing what was asked. As a matter of fact, she was trying to do the cops a favor. If it's true what I forgot who said it. Somebody, I think it was Cellulite. Cellulite said that the way he understood the video was that the cop was asking the other cop to remove the pot. Right? I don't even know if that's true, but I'm going to take his word for it. But if that's the case, she was doing the cops a favor because that's her house. That's her house.
And you know what? And nobody stopped her from moving the pot, right?
Exactly.
So that part is right. She walked by both of them.
Right. If he was asking the cop to remove the pot, he could have, when she gestured to remove the pot, he could have said, "No, ma'am, we got it." They didn't stop her from removing the pot, and she did exactly what the cop would have had to do: pick the damn pot up.
Yeah. How many videos did you play before you played that last one? How many videos? Like, I can't remember exactly.
4.
You played 4. So 4 videos before that, and then you played the last video, or 3 and 1. So 3 and 1.
4. I think it's 4. 1, 2, 4 altogether, including the Massey.
Okay, so we spent 100% of the conversation on 25% of the videos that you played. Well, what about the other 75%? Is it just coincidence that he played 3 videos and then played 1? Is that a coincidence? I don't think it's a coincidence based on the way that Hamp thinks. I don't think it is. Maybe, just maybe, we should have more conversations about the other 3 videos, because the last video, we can't do anything about it. Unfortunately, we can't. The white man wakes up and he says, "I'm going to kill an N-word today." There's nothing we can do about that. That never happens, though. It's rare. God bless the dead. It's unfortunate, but it rarely happens. But we don't get anywhere because they know, and what I mean by they, I'm not talking about white folks, I'm talking about the enemy of progress. They know that we're going to continue to focus on this instead of focusing on the other 3 videos. They know it. And coincidentally, it always happens during election time. It always happens during election time.
Bruh.
That's the truth.
What we supposed to do about the other 3 videos? Look, one day, y'all niggas gonna wake up and y'all gonna know the answer. It ain't no answers, bruh.
And that's a
That's what you
defeatist.
gonna wake
That's
up
a
and find out
defeatist.
one day,
That's a
nigga. It ain't no.
defeatist,
You
weak
keep on talking.
mentality.
No, you keep on talking
We
about
got
answers.
grown men saying that
One
ain't no
day you gonna
answers.
wake up and you gonna realize it ain't no answers, baby.
Negative. I'll never be a man
So
that says
I mean,
there's
how
no
long
answer.
it's been? Why we ain't found no answer yet? How long it's been? This shit been happening before I was born, bro. Like, so when we gonna find an answer?
Well, it's been happening. It's been
Niggas
happening
done
since I've been
tried
young too.
everything.
But there are answers to it.
What you think
There
you the
are
first
answers.
one with your thoughts? You think you the first man with your thoughts?
No, it doesn't matter whether I'm the
I
first
know
or whether
you
I'm the
not. I
last.
know you're not. That's
That's not an argument.
How's
Do
everybody?
I think I'm the first person with my thoughts? That's your argument?
It's not an argument, it's a question.
Wait. Let them
there's
finish
no
talking.
answers. That's my argument.
So then what do we do as black men? It's all black men on this panel, right? You say there's no answer. So what do you say? We just lie down and we just accept it?
Y'all been doing that anyway. Y'all been doing that anyway.
No, what about you? What have you been doing? Not
What I
personally.
wanna do,
Not
nigga.
I'm talking about your
what I wanna
mentality
do.
based on your talking points. I'm not talking about you personally.
Hold
I'm not
on.
trying to
What
get
up,
in what
Ham?
you do. Excuse me?
I was saying what's good to him. Matter of fact, just go and say what you say, because I want to talk about the video, bro. I don't even really want to answer your question.
All right. You want to continue down a road of no solutions because we can't do anything. You want to continue down a road of not focusing on the real problem. You want to continue down a road of talking about something that's less than 1% in this country instead of dealing with the majority. Go ahead. Keep doing that.
Yeah, what was in the other 3 videos?
Is abortion less than 1% of the fucking country?
That has nothing to do with the
murders
conversation.
in Chicago less than 1% of the fucking Chicago, right?
Yes.
Okay,
It
so
is.
Chicago,
So why
then.
y'all always talking about
Who's killing
Chicago?
everybody in Chicago? Are cops killing everybody in Chicago?
But why you
Are
always
cops
talking
killing
about
people in
Chicago?
Baltimore?
He's
Less
not-
than 1% of they.
No.
What's up?
He's actually saying that he's saying the opposite of what you think he's saying. I think 10-15.
I thought he was saying we wasting our time talking about this video because less than 1% of
Well, that's
black
a fair
people get
point.
killed
So
by
Gunny,
cops.
that's a fair point because it's only was 8,000 black men that committed all those crimes, and it's 22 million of us in the country. So
Right.
should we dismiss it because it's such a low percentage?
I think we should dismiss it because to me it's a clear-cut case. I think majority, the chat will tell you, the people on the panel will tell you that it's a clear-cut case. Even me, I agree with it. The cops should go to jail for life. That's a clear-cut case. That's a clear-cut case. But these conversations are not. Go ahead.
Well, Gunny, what it is, I think you misunderstood. Maybe I wasn't clear. So basically, when we're saying this doesn't happen often enough for us to be focusing on it like it's a big real issue, essentially. But when you look at the number of men doing the crime, violent crime, which we're mostly known for, 51% of it, it's a nominal number as well in comparison. 8,000 out of 22 million.
No. So based on the numbers that commit the crimes compared to the number of actual human beings, yes, when it comes to statistics, it's not a problem. However, it's still a problem amongst us. If you look at the disproportionate numbers of who commits the crime compared to the number of residents who live in the United States. If there's 22 million of us, but 330 million citizens, yes, that means it's a problem in our group, and it's a problem that needs to get fixed. Those problems that we don't address, they branch out into other things that are causing us problems, and we seem to think that talking about the non-issues within our community is somehow going to fix it when it's not. We're clearly ignoring it as a whole.
So I guess the argument pushback, just so you can, I want to understand it. When you dismiss what people are concerned about concerning the police because you think it's a small number, would they be in their rights to do the same? Because black on black crime, violent crime is also a small number in comparison to how many of us there are.
Yes, they would be in their right to think like that. Yes,
So,
they would be in their right to think like that. Doesn't make them right, in my opinion, but they would be in their right, yes.
But if that be the case, don't we consider the things that we all see an issue with? Because the truth is, do you think it's problematic that we don't trust the police to any extent?
No, I don't. But I also think that it's problematic that we don't see the main issue that we should be talking about. If we're talking about, if we break it down to the basics and we're talking about homicides, if we just break it down to that, and how we can decrease the homicide numbers, we should be focused more on this instead of this.
Okay, so one thing I like to make the point to do is to talk about the topic we're talking about. I understand how you guys got there, and so I let it flow because you, Diesel, and Beans were kind of just going down all roads.
Absolutely.
I firmly believe that police violence against the community and community violence, those are two separate issues that you got to discuss separately. You know what I mean? So
Understood.
for this, and I was losing service too, but you guys are having a good discourse, so I kind of let it ride. You know what I'm saying? But this is the topic that we kind of focusing on now. But I understand your point, and I think others seem to understand that point as well. Let me
Do you
just
think that it's fair to put it on a scale, Hamp? Do you feel that it is fair to put it on a scale?
If we talk about them at the same time, then I there may be a level of comparison that could be done.
Okay.
And in which case, I would say this could be a bigger issue than this. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I got a question, Hamp, real quick. Were you talking with the 8,000? Was that just Chicago?
No, that was he was talking about the violent crimes, the murders.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about murder specifically.
Okay,
Yeah, that number stuck in my head because of the 2019 FBI stat. It was like 8,000 men that did all the killing, basically.
Right. So the only problem I have with those running stats and putting them together is the fact that yes, Chicago does have a high murder rate, but compared to what Chicago police delete black men is very, very off. Like the numbers.
You don't know that though, Diesel. You don't know that because how many?
What he's saying
murders,
is,
how many murders go unsolved in
in
Chicago? How many murders go unsolved in Chicago?
I'm talking about the ones we
What
know.
percentage of those murders go unsolved?
I have no idea.
It's high. It's high, my dog. Hey, the cops doing that shit. We got CCTV
That's
everywhere.
insanity.
I think I got my opinion. You got your opinion. I think the cops is doing it. We got Ring doorbell everywhere. We got CCTV everywhere. Only a cop can get away with some shit like that.
Yeah, but that's an easy.
Especially at that high of a number, bro. It's a lot.
Well, that's an argument that can be made, yes, but from what we're seeing, right? From what we're seeing, it's more of the gang members killing each other, correct?
Black people are doing it. Black people. Black people are doing it. What planet are y'all on? Black people are doing it. It ain't cops. It ain't. I'm from Baltimore.
How you know?
I'm from a major city. Black human beings are doing it. Why are we afraid to even say it?
How do you know that?
Because we're scared to be called a sellout or a coon.
But how do you know that, though?
Come on, man.
Yeah, but you say how do you know that? But how do you know they're not though? That's
that's my opinion. You got your opinion. I got mine.
And I told you that's an easy argument to make, right? You can always.
I need to calm down.
But at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, what we are seeing is that majority of these murders are being solved are the gang members in the streets that are doing it. Some of them have multiple murders on their hands, right? One can have 15, 20 on their hands, but we're seeing that it's coming from the gang members in the community. That's the only point I was making.
Yeah. Okay. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Salute the Deep in a member for 2 months. Salute. Tiffy, appreciate you towards the extension. Thank you. As able to tell us, now black women are wrong to call a popo. And Unchained with the tell us, Bean just want to rob corner stores. As able to find us, cops showing up after the crime. They scared. They function on begging people in the community to snitch, or they will not solve anything. Wannabes. I got Rebel Road. So Solid with the $5 says there are answers to our problems with police. Y'all just don't like them. Then y'all cry about there are no answers. Shit is crazy. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Get the likes up, man. EBD was popping.
What's up, everybody? I'm just getting over whatever allergies and shit. So you don't have to forgive the throat if it fucks up. Yeah. But I've been listening. But it's a good. I mean, this is one of them conversations, though. I mean, everybody's got their own perspective on it. I mean, I enjoy and appreciate the expertise that you put together. But personally, like through lived experience, I know there's a negative bias that police have toward me. Like I've lived in Japan as my first memories, and one of the things I remember about Japan is that when I stepped off the base, I can go to a cop That cop would like tell me what store I need to go to, where I need to walk down. They knew some English, right? But when I got back to the States, I was about 7, 8, 9 years old. I tried to approach police and ask about something, but there was something about the way he looked at me and the way he talked to me that I didn't like, and that's the only interaction pretty much I've ever had, right? We're not talking about security guard, we're not talking about that rent a cop that works at your high school. We're talking about the full-blown police officer that just kind of just works every day. But from what I'm hearing is that two things. I don't think two things can be true. I don't think you can say that in all 50 cities, in all 50 states, in all counties, in all districts, that police officers go around purposefully locking up nothing but criminals or prosecuting anything but criminals, right? Because from two things I've heard, one is that you encounter criminals on the daily. Sometimes they commit a crime or not. You have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. There's orders, there's procedures, there's this and there's that. Then there's other people that certain cops encounter who aren't doing anything at all, minding their own business, who wind up getting the beat shit out of that we all hear about on the news. So I don't think you can say that nothing is happening on the daily and we don't know about it, or it's 1% or whatever the numbers tell us. If you can get away with something, you're going to do it, especially if there's no accountability behind it. This is what we see no matter what job you do. There's abuse. And if there's no oversight to that abuse, it'll keep happening. And a lot of Black people who report the same thing, they're not all crazy or delusional or dimensional. The reason why we know this isn't fair or this isn't right or this has nothing to do with justice or safety at all is because when we change the race of this woman, she's alive. You cannot fathom these two white police officers shooting some Indian woman reaching for a pot of hot water no matter what comes out of her mouth. You can't imagine her shooting a Mexican woman if she's speaking Spanish to these white cops. You can't imagine her shooting a Korean woman who's reaching for a hot pot of water, right? You can't really imagine it until you get to the Black woman. Now all of a sudden, it's the way she said this, did that, did that. Now she has to be what, Jesus? She's dead. And there's no possible metaphysical reason that she posed a threat to herself or anybody. She wasn't wielding a knife or a weapon, as far as anybody can tell, and there was no harm to herself that she brought to anyone else, and she didn't threaten anyone either. Why is she dead? Why is this woman dead?
Christianity.
She's dead because some idiot cop killed her.
But
that's why she's dead.
But EBD is pointing at the implicit bias, though. Gunny, are you saying that you don't think the white boys have a presupposition towards Blacks?
They do. They have the same presupposition that Black people have about Black people. Absolutely.
Understood. But let me ask you a question. You think these white boys had a presupposition about Blacks?
Yes. Yes, they do.
So
I think those cops do, and every other cop that's probably working in that community, white and Black. I believe that. You see, I don't fall into this box. I understand that police brutality exists. I understand that there's a bias towards us. I understand. I'm a victim of police brutality times 2. I understand it. That's reality. But the point is, I don't want to go down that path again. Now I don't want to derail the conversation.
You talking about niggas doing niggas?
Right.
No, I know we get that. We get that. Mate. Even when it comes to violence, and we talk about police and if they violate somebody who's in the Muslim community, the argument isn't Muslim on Muslim violence. When it's a Korean, it's not Korean on Korean. We don't hear any of this stuff when it comes to any other community getting killed by police. We don't hear these arguments about where his hand was, what he was wearing, whether or not there was a rap CD. We don't get any of this scrutiny when it's any other community.
Because they're not doing it. That's why you don't get the argument.
When Dr. Dow,
where's the Asian sexy red at?
Where Dr. Dow was dragged off the plane.
Where's the Jew sexy red?
Wait, hang on. When Dr. Dow was dragged off the plane on that airline by security, he was able to sue the airline and all of it. No one asked, well, if you just got on the plane, none of it. It was unacceptable behavior. We all saw what we all saw. Nobody was making excuses.
If we can't get to a point where we know that we play a part in this madness, it'll never get fixed.
This is the stupid shit. Y'all
EBD.
This is a
what do you want black people to admit?
Real quick. EBD. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. One thing, everybody just say hi to each other first before you get to talking. But EBD, do you hear this in the argument, in the rebut to what you're saying, is that essentially because we do it to each other, they're justified in doing it to us?
That's what I'm hearing.
Is that problematic to you?
It's the excuse. It's, well, because black people kill each other, just like Chinese kill each other, just like Mexicans kill each other, wherever they're from, that must mean there's a really good reason to kill black people with a pot of fucking water for a cigarette.
That's not.
Why is Sandra? Wait. Why is Sandra Bland dead? Why are all these black people dead? Is this the danger that we pose? Is this the threat? Is this what?
No, it's not. It's because they're dead. They're dead the same reason Tyrone is dead. It's because there is no value. There's no value on black life. There's no value on black life from those folks that you say hate us so much, and these folks that are on the panel. That's why they're dead. There's no value on black life.
But Gunny, if we look at value, interestingly, does it start from change in 3/5 of a man?
What do you mean? I don't understand that.
Well, 3/5 of a man, right? Because that's interesting that you said no value. But if there no value been placed on black people from jump,
how we were designated as far as human beings? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Just because you said there's no value, well, just as we mind through it.
It does start from that. It does start from that. We understand what the root of the problem is. The same way other groups, they understand where the root of their problems come in at.
What's the root?
The root is white supremacy. That's the root. That's the root of the problem. And this chess game, that they are playing, the enemy of progress, you call them white supremacy, you call them whatever you want, the chess game that they're playing with black people. They're using black people to go against other black people. They're using black people to not want to discuss the main issues concerning black people. They're using white cops. They're using different avenues. They're using different things to achieve an agenda of keeping black people where they are in society, whether it's economically, whether it's with any category you want to think of where we're at the bottom. It's a strategy that they're doing to keep us here. Yes, it started with white supremacy.
Okay, that's different.
Nah, come on, Ham, come get him. Get him.
That's the truth. You can't argue it. You can't argue the point. It's the truth. It started with slavery and white supremacy.
I'm not stopping nobody. I asked my clarifying question. The door is open.
Ham, let the kid
get up in there. Can you argue that point?
Because
what he did was he highlighted the error in your logic. You stated that black people were complicit. We were complicit in the bias and the anti-blackness in America. That's what you said. We can rewind the fucking tape.
We are complicit in it.
Now you're agreeing that anti-blackness impeded any of this bullshit that you're talking about we do to each other.
No, I'm saying that's part of that's one piece of the puzzle. Black people hating other black people. Black people, black women in the chat talking about black men ain't this and black men ain't that. It's part of the problem, along with white police officers that are racist being part of the problem. It all stems from the root issue of white supremacy.
So
that's what I'm saying.
Beans in the chat, they're seeing it. I think Gunny, that's why I stopped right there. You guys are welcome to mine it out more, but what he said was what he said. And the admission of the white supremacy is big for Gunny to say, in my opinion.
Man, this nigga knows what time it is, man. It don't matter what we doing. We could be suit and tie, going to church, family members, nobody selling drugs, nobody gang banging, nobody doing nothing. It's gonna be the same thing, man.
And that's the part where I disagree, and that's the reason I'm called a villain. That's the reason I'm called a sellout, because I don't agree with that point.
That's the point. You don't have
let me
your opinion.
Beans, you said your mom lives in the suburbs. You don't have them problems.
She doesn't.
So hold on. So are they continue to have those problems?
I understand your argument. Hold on, we're not doing this. I want to make sure I understand your argument.
Well, hold on. Y'all three Negroes ain't about to. Hold on now.
You just said if anybody, bro, it ain't no fuck these niggas be quiet, man.
Yes, it is, nigga.
Niggas don't got shit to say. They just
I retract my. Go ahead. Come back, nigga. Come back. Jay Prince, what's popping? And then I'm gonna get Mr. Williams and Locke. Right?
What's going on, everybody?
Hey, you know, I ain't. Hey, Freezy. One thing I got you, Freezy. One thing I ain't afraid to do is admit a mistake. I ain't at all. Concede. As soon as I said that, nigga, Diesel lip was quivering, Beans was talking. I said the wrong thing. Diesel ain't even got a cigar. Them niggas into it, boy. Golly, but it's a good combo. Go ahead. Oh, he do got a cigar. Shit, my bad. Go ahead, Jay Prince.
So what I would say about this,
let me get in after Prince, bro.
I got you.
What I would say about this is, like I always say, it's easy to pick at blacks. It's easy to blame everything on blacks because they the weakest. That's just the way it is, right? Because one thing you don't ever hear is white people complain about police brutality. Much as they try to make it seem like everybody getting police brutality, that's bullshit. Because if that was the case, white people would be out there the same much as way we out there. So yeah, you might get some couple one-offs, especially by a whole bunch of black men or black officers whacking white folks. You never gonna really see that. So how I view black people, when they get into these fields, they begin to start adopting the same mindset of how they view black folks, the same way like the white folks adopt them. Especially when they working up under the system that's delegated, that's constructed to how can I put this? I could never work for a field that from the roots, where y'all was talking about roots, the beginning of the roots of policing was to be slave catchers.
No, it wasn't, J. Pre. You're wrong.
Come on, man. Black folks.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Diesel, you is not going to sit up
here.
Not
true. Stop spreading those lies.
Sit up here and make it seem
true.
like we always had, black folks always had a good relationship with cops.
That's not what I said. It didn't start from slave.
Don't. It's no need. Jay Prince, slow it down a little bit. It's no need to argue it to that point. Just let's understand. No, you still got the floor, 100%. But policing has been around since before America's ever came about. You know, like even
policing in America.
I know what I'm saying.
In Boston, where there was no slavery, sir.
Hold on, once Diesel. Hold on. I understand you're a slave catcher, and your job is to gaslight us to make it seem like policing just because you're working in that field. So it's not always. It's like you always trying to find an excuse for police.
Okay, but that's not where it started.
You do not want to admit that the whole system is fucked
I've said that plenty of times, Jay. What are you talking
about? But okay, what happens? What we need to start seeing. I hate to say this. What we need to start seeing for people to really understand how fucked up a situation is, especially when it comes to violence. We need to start seeing police getting whacked. That's what you. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Everybody want to say that's crazy, but that's the only how. What you gonna continue let these people?
And what do you think? What do you think that's going to do, Jay Prince?
No, but what I'm saying.
What do you think the outcome is going to be?
No. Hold on. What I'm saying is maybe we need to see a diesel that getting whacked.
What do you think the outcome is going to be, Jay Prince?
We can see niggas. We can see black women. We can see black men. And I swear to God, like this is what I don't get about black folks. When police officers get killed, even black folks go to crying, saying that's fucked up. Everybody looked at me crazy when I say that. But our black lives just be so, they look at us like we fucking debris. Our lives is debris. They're not gonna punk on no whites. You don't see no whites marching about this. Because they not getting whacked like us. My biggest thing is y'all was talking a lot. I lost a lot of my points. My biggest thing is that's another thing. It was a black woman. Black men is too cowardly to even protect their women. That's why we have black men. Some black men talking disparage, trying to find other reasons on why she was in the wrong. The reason why you want to blame the woman and blame black on black violence because you don't have the balls to go to that white motherfucker. You don't have that ball. You better pick on somebody what you consider to be weaker. You is a coward punk motherfucker.
Let's get
I don't look at no. That's why.
JP,
That's why I'm saying I don't respect none of these niggas that be sitting up here talking about they macho, they're a cop. Fuck you. You would not go against them motherfuckers.
As the person that's been arrested 32 times and never fought the police. Come on, bro. Like, stop doing this.
First off, Diesel, you don't know what I did. I'm not finna tell you a cop. How I know you that's not gonna come on this bitch investigating, getting information out of motherfuckers. You an officer. We not finna forget that. You are a cop.
So, Jay Prince, if you look in my in the title, I got protection and mental health. That's one of the things that we were conversing about. Do these cops, and I showed 4 different videos, do the cops think they can do whatever they want to black women because they know that they don't have a man attached to them?
Absolutely. And they know, they understand. Had they would have known that black people, if you do something to a black folks, black men not gonna give a fuck about no law and they gonna come and see you, they would have a different respect level when it comes especially to our women. You see black women getting not just by cops, other races of men be fucking black women up. The only reason why they do that because they know black men ain't gonna come. But what you ain't gonna see is a black man or any other man go fuck with a white woman. You ain't gonna fuck with a Mexican woman. You ain't gonna go fuck with a Puerto Rican woman because you know they men gonna come. No matter if they lose, win, or draw, they gonna come. It's gonna be some bloodshed. When it comes to these black men, oh, she should never did that. They gonna start bringing up a criminal history. They gonna try to make it out that she was wrong. They gonna try to do all of this other type of stuff because they don't have the balls.
Let's get a response, JP. 10-15, what you think about what JP's saying?
Shit, I don't even know, big dog.
What you think?
I was waiting to talk to him. I mean, he got some validity, yeah, man. They might see that black women are unprotected when they don't have no man around them or don't have a man in the house.
But I think what it's alluding to is the fact that is indeed true for the majority of our families.
Yeah, I believe it's true for all black people, honestly. But black women, yes.
Do you think
they vulnerable? Huh?
Mm-hmm. Do you think that? Do you think the police see it?
Yeah.
Do you think it could be a catalyst for the treatment that we've seen?
Nah, I think it's more racism.
So regardless of them being black and a woman, they're just black.
Black. I think it's more racism, yeah.
Do you think that the women, you say that a lot, that they're unprotected, you think it's true?
If they don't have a man in the house, yeah.
Do you think we're cowards like JP's alleging?
Nah.
No?
Nah.
Why? Based on what he was saying, why not?
I ain't even gonna cap. I was holding a different conversation, so I ain't hear too much what he was saying. That's why I ain't really.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here.
No, let 10-15 sit his $5 ass there. He should have been paying attention. Let me get Mr. Williams and we unlock. Who was here first, Mr. Williams or Locke?
Mr. Williams.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
What's good, y'all? How's everybody doing?
What's good?
What's good? Hello to the chat. I just think this is a double-edged sword. Diesel, thank you for your service. Gunny, all of y'all, it's not easy with the job that they do. And it is a dangerous job. It's one of the dangerous jobs you can have.
100%. So, Mr. Williams, so the reason why I'm kind of steering towards what JP saying simply because that's one of the 3 points that I had mentioned in the earlier monologue between Aaron and I. So we kind of hashed out more so, not all the way, right? There's a lot to be said, but in terms of that point, it wasn't well visited, and JP kind of brought it back up. That's why I was interested to hear your thoughts about that where they're seeing the women as by themselves and therefore can take advantage or don't give a shit and treat them any type of way.
Yeah, I mean that is a big issue when it comes down to male cops, especially dealing with women and black women. And that's usually why I didn't understand why they didn't have a female officer present. And that's what majority of what they do in my city. If there's any issue with a woman, there's always a female officer that shows up as well. I think that's a big part of it, because the female officer can deal with the woman on that level. I do believe that JP's wrong about us being not more or less fearful, but we have to be mindful of the law. And if you're obeying the law, you have a better chance of survival. And it does suck, it's fucked up, but that's the truth of the matter.
He didn't break no law, though, Williams.
We have to comply with certain things. I'm not saying
he called the police and got whacked.
I know that, and I just said they could have handled it better.
They should have, would have, but they always doing it.
They should have had a female officer. I get that, but JP, some of that whack ass shit you talking about, I give 2 fucks about, man. We talking about the fact we know a black woman lost her fucking life, but at the same time,
do shit about it.
Let him finish, JP.
It's a mature way to go about it, though. How the hell do we help the problem if you want to sit here and you even threatening cops' lives? Shut the fuck up. That's stupid.
The fact that you saying that's stupid, dog, this is why I say we weak ass motherfuckers.
Stupid.
That
don't help nothing. They don't teach these young motherfuckers to do nothing but go out here and make it worse.
How long have we been doing the right thing?
JP. We have to be smarter than them.
We have been smart for 400 years.
We keep talking
How
about,
much smart can black folks get?
We still have to be more mature.
How long we gotta be more mature?
JP, hold on. Real quick. I'm gonna ask this one time, and I'm gonna ask it nicely. Let's have the conversation. Let people finish their thoughts. All right, please. All right, we've been doing good. We've been here. Hold on, Miss Williams. Let me finish my complaining. We've been here for 5 hours and 22 minutes. Let's keep it up. All right. So what was your biggest points of contention, Mr. Williams, in terms of what JP said? Was it the deletion of cops or whatever the case is?
And the fact that it's like he wants us to commit violent acts against the police. Do you know they will have the National Guard and everything on our ass? We can't do things like that, man. I knew Breonna Taylor personally. She was like a little niece to me. And you know what? It was fucked up what they did, but it was also the fact who she was associated with as well. And I hated that. And I hated the mockery and what it did. And you know what? That shit went nationwide, but it still made things 10 times worse for my city. And yeah, they should have handled that better. The police got a big problem with that. And I said that from the beginning, they should have had a female officer presence. That's one of the things they can work on.
Okay. Now, so JP, the main sentiment I'm gathering from Mr. Williams is that approach will make things 10 times worse. You could argue the police, the blue, would have more members than any group we could put together potentially.
Well, 2 things to that logic. One, I said, what happens if what we should start seeing is them getting wet for them. A bully not gonna learn till they get punched in their nose, right? And that's what I was essentially saying. What would happen if they get started? We start seeing them getting hit and getting whacked, right? So what Williams is talking about, we are so tired of doing that. We've been the smart black folks always looking to take the bigger role, the high road, and we the ones losing our lives. We've been taking that high road. We've been being the smart motherfuckers. We done to the point where we change our voice, we cut our hair, say our name is Mr. Jingles when our name is fucking Derek. We've been changed. We've been conforming forever. How long you gonna have to sit up? How many black lives got to get murdered for us to get some balls?
Jay
This is
Prince,
why
you
I
hate
say
black. Do
black
you hate
men is
black
weak.
men?
Because
JP
none of us
question.
gonna do shit about it.
JP question. You saying like change the rules in which we live by, right?
What you mean?
Like you saying like we've been doing one thing a particular way and it hasn't been beneficial. So try something different. You know, hit the bully back. This bully got a big brother. I think that's the part in terms of your analogy. What do you think about the hood rules we live by, and we don't see much progress? Like stop snitching, as an example. Would you be open to changing a bunch of different things, or just particularly pushing back at the police?
I want to say stop changing. Don't stop the snitch rule, because one, the cops got the no snitch rule amongst themselves, right? You can't snitch on the blue code, all the other type of stuff. The mafia got the no snitch rule. Everybody got a no snitch rule in their community. Every race, including whites, including the law.
You see what happens? It happens all the time. When you ask another black man, when you ask a black man about accountability and what can we do to fix it, he goes to the white man. He goes to everything else. Doesn't address the question. You see what happens? It happens all the time.
I don't think. The thing is, they doing fucked up shit. You want us to correct ourselves when they the ones doing the fucked up shit as the law. They supposed to be an example of how people should operate in these situations. Because I guarantee you, if that would have been me in that house, shot somebody with some water, I would be going to the joint.
Hold on, JP. But Gunny, see, here's the thing. I think the answer is a valid answer, because he's saying the no snitching isn't derived from us. Even when he shot that lady, I've never heard any of the cops on the videos say nothing against the shooting cop, the one that's pulling the trigger. Right. They pull their guns, they back them up. Even Stevie Wonder could see it's wrong. We literally praise Goodfellas, and we know the reason why Nicky got hit, because he wasn't supposed to. You know what I'm saying? He got hit in fucking Goodfellas and Casino. So that was that point was aligned with my. I think I'm just saying that he answered based on that.
And just to levy back off of what him said, the son of Sonya, Massey, actually did a press conference, and he said he was the first one notified of his mother's death, and he tried to get answers from the police department. They wouldn't even tell him who actually pulled the trigger. They wouldn't even tell him who was responsible for his mother's death. So
So what you're saying is, right? So it's justified if I steal a piece of candy and I get caught by the police and the police is ready to arrest me, I point down the street and say, well, Johnny stole a piece of candy too. So it's right for the cop to not arrest me because Johnny stole a piece of candy too. You mean to tell me that response to being caught is the solution to the problem? Is that what you're saying? That's what it sounds like to me.
Real quick, the presentation of your hypothetical would be the cop trying to get you from stealing, and Johnny his son, and he know Johnny stole. That would be equivalent to what we're discussing. So he let Johnny ride. He seen Johnny do the shit, but since it's only 5 cents, but when you do it, he come and get you. That would be the equivalent analogy.
That would make sense, but still the problem still persists.
Hey, Gunny,
still committing a crime.
Still a problem.
What do you think about this? Because you brought up gangs earlier, right?
All right, let's do this real quick, JP. Before you go, condense down your response. All right, Diesel put his hand up, and we getting Lock, because Lock been chilling for a minute.
Oh, I've been chilling long, bro.
Nah, you was paying. Remember, you were talking to somebody else. You don't care about me.
Let me. I'm gonna tell you why I zoned out.
And the thing is, I'm sensitive. So go ahead, JP.
I want to ask Gunny when y'all was talking about the gangs and stuff, right? Most people that join gangs, they join gangs as a child. Most boys join gangs, right? And why do they join gangs? Because that's like another part of a family and a father figure, right? So when you was talking about the roots earlier, don't you think the roots is not getting more polices, more all this other type of stuff? The roots is one, having a community as family, as a black family, black community, and keeping the fathers there. I think that at once upon a time in the United States, they had a black community. And black folks weren't just whacking each other like this. I think once they broke down the family and took away the fathers, now we have this. So
No, I agree with
who's
you.
the cause of that?
No, I agree with your long-term solution. I agree with that. But what you're saying is a long-term solution. I was talking about the root cause of the problem. I think they're two different conversations. So no, I agree with you. The two things that you just named, they're definitely solutions. They're long-term solutions. But we need. No, go ahead.
So Gunny, do you think? Because I always say this. People going to act when you live in a animalistic environment, whereas you got to do more survival. You got to become in a state of frame of being in a survivor mode. So when you live in these animalistic environments, at that point how can you blame them from acting animalistic?
Well, and if I can answer your question with a question, how do you expect cops not to treat us a certain way then? Because they're operating in that same animalistic situation that you talk about.
So this is what I'm saying. When you talk about black men in particular, right, especially the ones that was raised by a single mother, and this is why I look at the United States like they bullies, right? You put these boys that became men in a female environment, in a female foundation. And once they get a certain age, you handle them like masculine men. When you put them in from a feminine foundation, they single mother, you remove their masculine frame, right? You remove their masculine father away from them. You took that away. So you put them in a feminine foundation upbringing. And then when they turn a certain age, you want to handle them like they're a masculine man. That's why I really call them bullies.
I agree with that. And I talked about it earlier, and I said that this is an elaborate chess game. That is the result of the elaborate chess game that has been played on black people. But we are the ones who are responsible for fixing it. Not saying that there's nothing I can do about it. Let's throw in the towel. We're responsible for fixing it. And I think that's the original premise of the show. What things can we do right now? Not long-term solutions, short-term solutions to fix some of these problems that we have.
What can we do with the cops?
As a long-term solution.
What can we do with the cops to prevent black folks from getting shot from cops?
One solution that I believe that we can do is pushing the message of compliance, living to fight another day. That is one. So you asked me, so I gave you the answer. That I think that's one of the reasons why he played the other videos. Do you want to live to fight another day, or do you want to be in a box? Which one do you want? If you want to be in a box, then go for it. But I want to live to fight another day and try to figure out a way to fix the problem. If I need to hire an attorney, then I hire an attorney. Everything's on video. So it's not like we're just handcuffed and we can't do anything. That's one solution.
All right, let me do this real quick. Let me get Lock in. Let me read these real quick. Lock, you can jump in. I got you, folks. Huh?
I was supposed to go, but go ahead. I got to bounce in a minute.
Oh shit! Go ahead, these real quick.
I just got one question for JP, and I just need a yes or no, and then I'm gonna respond. I don't think you gave a answer to. Do you think the no snitching rule is a problem?
The no snitching rule is not a problem.
Yeah, Gunny, you was right. Yeah, you were right.
I don't think this no snitching rule is a problem. I think that if you're gonna have a no snitching rule, you should have a community where they handle. You don't need outside sources to correct your own community, especially if y'all say y'all are masculine.
That's good. We'll get a response.
So the thing is that the no snitching rules is a problem, and you just said it yourself. It's a problem for every other community, law enforcement, the mafia, everybody.
It's a problem.
It's not a problem. It's for safety precautions, bro. Snitch on
I never said it was a problem. I think that whatever
everybody else,
we need to deal with in our
down.
own community.
He was saying that they do it too. That's what he was saying. He didn't qualify it as an issue or not.
Oh, okay. So my take on that is, I wish the no snitching policy would go out of every community.
What? So you can lock up more niggas.
Law enforcement, black community.
Yeah, whoever. So you can lock up and kill more niggas. That's why.
Well, I said law enforcement too. So what does that mean, JP?
So if you feel that way, why would you still put on that badge and feel proud? Why
Because
not take that badge off? Because it obviously don't represent what you.
I have no problem.
That badge don't represent what you.
JP. Come on. He's responding when you're talking. So
Okay,
he's saying that he it's all good. He said he snitches.
Nah, these are know better what to say and what not to say in that field. He know better. He playing dumb on here.
And you do too, Jay Prince. What are you saying?
Well, but you can't compare yourself to me because I'm the bad guy. You supposed to be the good guy, right? You the cop. And you said you want to get rid of, you think no snitching is a problem, but yet you work for a company that practice no snitching. So that means you need to be retiring from that company today.
What? No, that makes no sense. That makes no sense what you're saying.
I guarantee you it's a lot of stuff that you know what your fellow officers have done wrong if you kept your mouth shut.
How's he going to make his money?
Why you got to think about it? You know you did.
When it comes to what?
How you going to tell us?
If he retires, how's he going to make his money?
I can't hear what you're saying.
Snitching on them cops.
I have snitched on cops. What are you talking about?
How many cops you snitched on?
Plenty of them.
I fired them. And they promoted you. They got rid of you a long time ago.
Are we gonna have a conversation? You just gonna keep on cutting me off, bro?
Go ahead, Diesel.
I've fired a plenty of cops. I've snitched on a plenty of cops. That's why I was in the situation I was in before, JP. You know my background. This is not nothing new to you. Now you might act like you don't know my background because it helps your narrative. But you know my background.
I remember last time you was telling me you knew cops that was fucking some of these women on the street. It's a lot of stuff that you seen that you kept
a cop that has sex with a woman is not a crime. What are we talking about?
With the badge on, that's dangerous. That is a crime.
I mean, the cops be
Not
on
duty.
Hold on. All right.
You got it, bro. Listen.
All right.
There's a lot of stuff he ain't gonna snitch on.
I wish you the best. Y'all be good, man.
Hey, Diesel, be safe, bro. I appreciate you. Hey, shoot me a text in the message.
I sent you my number on IG.
All right, bet.
Don't
be
kill
safe
a nigga today, Diesel.
Yaya with the 11 euro says Gunny is drunk or delusional. He really doesn't know about the nature of them folk. The head of the church gave an order and green light to enslave people who look like you. Black men unfiltered with the fellows. If you close your eyes light and listen to Gunny, it sounds like a grandmother yelling at her grandchildren too emotional to sit at the table. John the Baptist is popping. I ain't see you in a minute, man. Hope all is well. But the 20 ball says, what I hate about this story is the family knew she had a mental disorder and let her live alone. I grew up with a lady who had a mental disorder and she would make the most simplest encounter dangerous. Her fam was done with her mental disorder. Payday for MD. I'm not sure what that means. Salute, John. Solid with the $5 says, it's not fair. Treat me fairly. That's all I hear up here. Yeah, no shit. Grow the fuck up, y'all. Omar with the $5 says, ladies, make sure you keep your pookie on the side so you can have some kind of protection. Shit looking crazy out here. Apollonia with the $10 says, the event that took place was more demonic than racist.
I mean, what if it was demonically racist?
Whoa. Theory,
Shut up, buddy.
Theory. Hold on, baby boy. So Turner with the $6 says, how can a black man use a term like white supremacy? How could you say another man is supreme to you? Strange. Reaper Rel with the $10 says, so what was the excuse for wrongfully killing blacks when blacks did value one another and standards of living were higher? If white supremacy exists, why would it matter how we treat each other? Reaper Rel with, excuse me. That's interesting. Let's answer that. That life of the 10 ounces, that's a lie. The town I live in Florida, the upper middle class white folks complained because St. John Community Police was beating up white teens like hotcakes. Policing is an issue as a whole. As Abe with the $5 policing was designed behind slave catching. JP is right, but fear in them. 5 years ago, police were shook and rioting 2 by 2. Cops were scared. Reaper with the $5 says, cops do not protect people. They protect property, institution, and interests, not people. If you aren't a valuable human being, don't expect protection. As able to tell JP, where you been all day? That's what I've been saying. Reparel with the $5 says it's not just the white cops, it's a lot of other races, including black cops, Dominicans, Indians, Asian cops be wild racist. It's all a power dynamic. Yaya King with the €2 says God's strongest creation is mentally the weakest. As Abe with the $10 says, didn't we set up some type of police defense before to go against the cops? There are times when we have to do things different, or we're going to continue to live beneath society. Beans brought up the deacons of defense earlier. Omar Smith with the $5 says, Hamp, if you don't give our people the Bible you read, then I'm going to pass the Quran so they will only fear God. Force can only match with force. Damn. As Abe with the $5 says, Donald Trump is changing the rules of democracy. Did you ever think someone would have the balls to do that? Black men only go after the weak. Omar with the $5 says, Hamp, please stop this conversation. We looking real suspect, man. We ain't getting nowhere. We ain't getting no more YouTube. Vagina shaking my head. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button if you can. That helps the channel the most. Lock, what's popping?
Let me give you the explanation why I couldn't answer the question, bro.
All right, 10 seconds, man.
I zoned out because I came to talk about the thumbnail. You feel me? I came to talk about the thumbnail. They talking about everything else. I'm trying to get to the meat and potatoes. They want to talk about the appetizer. If we gonna break it down to football terms, they want to talk about the preseason, bro. I'm trying to go to week 7 because I know you played those first 3 videos just to get the ball rolling, just to get the show started, so all your viewers can be here when you get to the main event. So that's why I zoned out, bro, because I'm trying to talk about the thumbnail. These niggas talking about other shit.
Okay, well, they was kind of talking about the premise. I understand what you're saying, but we talked the hell out about it, but we can go back to it. So this is what we'll do. Let me get locked, then you could jump, and then I'll go to Fo in theory, right? Unless there's something that either one of you say that we need to mine out, then I may ask Fo to answer about something either of you said. Go ahead, Lock. What's popping?
Well, what up, Hamp? It's been a while.
Yes, sir. How's everything? You all right?
Yeah. Health is good. Everything is good. How's everybody else doing?
Them niggas all right.
Look here. When it comes to, I'm gonna go to JP's point real quick. When it comes to fighting cops, first of all, that's a stupid ass idea. Number one, because you don't have an army of your own. You don't have guns. You can't create your own weapons. You can't even create your own bullets. You don't even have you're not going to have your food. Where's your food source? Where's your water source? Where's your where are you going to go to when you need to retreat? Where's your base? What are we talking about here? And the stuff that is developing down in the near future, like all this technology for police, you're not going to get away. You're simply not going to get away with it.
So
I mean, they got satellites that track you.
Let them finish.
They got satellites that can track you. Second of all, I'm just going to say this. When it comes to togetherness, I know everybody's not going to agree what I say, but I'm going to go based on my perspective. I went to one of the rallies yesterday, and it was one of the most beautiful rallies I've ever been to. I mean, everybody was there. I mean, blacks, brown people, the Israelites were there. The Nation of Islam was there. The NAACP, they were all there. And everybody was angry. Everybody was crying. Everybody was tearing up. But the fact of the matter is, we practiced togetherness, and we were talking about solving problems with a whole bunch of solutions. And the solution that was brought up is not just the no snitching law, because I hate that law. I wish people would just do away with that no snitching law. But the fact of the matter is, if you go to your congressman and your city man, you go into your legislator, and you go whoever you need to go to, your mayor, because the mayor was there. The mayor was there, and she was cooking. She was cooking. And if you go to there to make your complaints, and not saying join the organization, because I'm not gonna stress anybody out to join an organization. You don't have to if you don't want to. But if you do join an organization and something does happen to you, and you call upon them, they can do some things for you. If you want something done, you can't just sit on your couch and not even do anything. You know what I'm saying? You have to do something. And for the lady, it is tragic. I wish it had never happened, but people are going to justify it until the cows come home. I don't know why it's a justifiable offense to shoot a lady in the freaking face. I mean, we can think the worst of the worst, but until something is done, we gonna say whatever the hell we want to say, but ain't nobody gonna do anything about it unless you're really that militant and you have an army and you have a base and you know how to create a weapon for yourself to go up against 10 to 1 cops that are really literally going to delete you. You have to do something about your situation verbally. I mean, go out in your communities and say something.
Can I ask you something we on lock?
What up?
So by your own admission,
actually ask him something, JP. Don't go on another monologue.
I'm not. By your own admission, right? You basically saying that black men cannot protect black women, right? Because the situation happened with a black woman, and since you're afraid of protecting a black, you can't protect yourself, let alone a black woman.
Now
so all of this stuff asking black women to submit to you, that you the man and king, that should go out the window, because you can't do the one. And the one most important thing for a woman, what women want, is protection. And by your own admission, you cannot even protect them. So black women should divest from black men.
First and foremost, you know me. First and foremost, JP, you know me. You know I'll be able to. We talked plenty of times in the past, brother. So let's not play this game. I would literally give up my life for my children, for my family. So let's not even go down that route. Second of all, you should be able to analyze the situation a little bit better than a little bit thorough. If you are going to go up against someone, be prepared to die. I don't play these games when it comes to my kids, but I have to think smarter. I have to think a little harder when it comes to certain situations, bro.
And the smartest thing that black men come up with, is to shoot up.
Well, at any rate, listen, Hamp, keep doing what you're doing, my man. You're doing an excellent job. You got the #1 show on YouTube, and let nobody stop you.
Yes, sir.
But I you know, I mean, I come off as the rah person. I'm not afraid to admit that, but I'm changing every day. And I look at all these brothers up here. I ain't got no beef. I ain't got nothing against nobody. And I love each and every single one of y'all. And I want to see you grow up to be older men, and be grandfathers, great grandfathers. But not only do we have to help ourselves, but we got to help everybody around us. And that's all I wish for. That's all I got to say.
No doubt. Well, let's see if there's some commentary for you. Because I know Theory, every time he come up here, he shouts you out for sure.
Yep. What up? We unlocked.
What up, Theory?
Yeah, keep that logic unlocked. You know?
No doubt.
I mean, he was being logical though about the part where you don't have access to the, and you gotta organize first. You gotta find the right connections, right? So YouTube panels like this would help you organize.
Hold on, Shabon.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute. Whoa, my money here. Get the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out of here. Put him in the bedroom.
Niggas want me dead. The prices on my head. Took the clock, my shit, and I pop my
Go ahead, Theory.
Like, you got to come up with a step-by-step plan, like one detailed plan. You got to find more platforms like this so people, like-minded people, can meet up, and you got to start patrolling the communities, like just in case of troublemakers. Doesn't matter who it is. You got to like organize. You got to find people. You got to recruit people in the group who think like you. And you gotta keep a phone on you at all times, recording acts of police brutality. If you have a camera on you, the cops would think twice before attacking you. But then it's up to the cop. If the cop decides to hurt you, it says more about them than it says about you.
Break that down. What do you mean by that?
I mean, keeping a camera. That means if you keep a camera, the cop must be dumb if he hurts you while he's on camera.
The cop had a camera on when he shot the lady. Two of them.
And also tell the cop that, make up some kind of lie that the cop will believe.
Slow down, Shabam. What I'm saying is the cop had 2 cameras on when they deleted Miss Massey.
Nah. You know what I tell the cops when they try to harass me or something?
Shabam, listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Did you see Miss Sonya Massey get
Yeah, over a pot?
Yes. Well, not okay, over a pot for like just for sake of conversation. What I'm saying is there were 2 police officers with 2 body cameras on and they still shot her.
I mean, the camera didn't stop nothing, but then again, you got to tell the cops something that puts fear in their minds. Like,
what about Shabam? So what about your camera? Because you gave a suggestion. If you want to kind of get control over the cops, you saying put your camera on. I'm just giving you the information that they still shot this lady with their cameras on, let alone yours.
Yeah, and the cops are like animals, right? They sense fear. Don't show no fear. Try to show the least amount of fear you could, because these cops are like wolves. They can detect that shit from a mile away.
Okay, so how do you act when you meet a cop?
You act casual, like nothing's up. You don't breathe fast. Like take control of your heart rate and your breathing rate.
So how do you breathe? Show me how you breathe when the cop come at you.
You just, hello sir, how you doing? You speak in a casual voice, like try to make your voice sound white.
Make your voice sound white. Okay. What if you're black?
Well, you could just. Damn, that's a hard one.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're saying, Shabam. It's hard. Black. We black.
Just don't speak loud like that.
So Shabam, what do we do since we're black? What do we do?
I don't know. Just don't make any sudden movements because cops get shook. Just say I'm gonna reach for my ID. Please don't shoot me. And then you slowly reach in your pocket. And then you say, wait, I'm reaching for my ID.
Uh-huh.
And then with one hand you reach the ID gently, and then you just show it to them.
Okay,
but
now
that doesn't work either.
That might not work. We've seen a couple cats get shot like that. But so Shabam, as an Indian man, what do you get to do that we don't get to do?
Man, I just started to pretend I don't know English, and the cops just leave me alone.
Oh my god!
I know that could get me deported, but sometimes.
I'm listening.
If you're getting pulled over, just roll your
You had your turn. This Shabam's turn.
No.
So wait, hold on, Shabam. This is classic. Tell me what black people do again. All right, let's do this. Mr. Williams is the police officer. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're the black guy, Shabam, which I know is a dream of yours. Okay.
Maybe not.
Okay.
I don't know. I really don't know.
I want to hear this before I get to Fo. Mr. Williams, pull him over, ask him for his ID. You be the black guy, Shabam. I want to see how we're seen in other communities. This is actually fucking crazy. Go ahead.
How you doing, sir? Let me see your license and registration, please.
First I'll have my hands on the steering wheel. I'll roll my window down slowly. I'll say, "What's up, officer? Why did you pull me over?" And when the officer asks for ID, I say, "I'm reaching for my ID. Please don't shoot." And my ID will be in the glove box. Okay. One hand on the steering wheel, other hand in the glove box. And I'll say, "Please don't shoot again. It's just my ID." And I'll show them my wallet.
Huh?
Let me be the cop.
All right, go ahead.
I'll tell the officer to come the other way around near my glove box, to show him that I don't have something on me. Just accept
I'm
my
not
ID.
going. I'm not going anywhere, sir. I'm staying right here, sir. Please give me your ID. I ask you one more time. Give me your ID, please.
And then I give him the ID, reaching it slowly, and I show him. I
All
don't
right, thank you.
And then do the Indian. So you said when they come to you, how does that sound?
Bro, sometimes I say the officer hello in my language. I say "Sat Sri Akal, officer."
But you end it with officer. Okay, all right. I appreciate it. Good shit, Shabam, as always, man.
Nah. Again, the dream about being a black guy, that's still a conflict of interest because I know what happens when you're a black guy. It makes you a target.
Yeah.
I'm already a target. I don't want to be more of a target, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Do you? What about black women? Are they? What tier are they?
Top tier.
Are they beneath any other women?
No, they're above because they're the first group of people on this earth.
They're what?
They're like the first group of people on this earth who inhabited the earth. They're like the original people. They're like the OG population of Earth.
You think they're the most beautifulest out of all the women?
Yeah, they're the hottest, Joe. They're the hottest to keep it modest and they be honest.
Okay. All right, Shabon, you said too much. Relax. Lee, what's popping?
Shit. So what grade would you give my cop demonstration? Would you give it an A, a B, a C?
F.
F?
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Lee.
Or you know what the other option is? I would just
hold on, Shabam. All right, you was on fire, man. Let somebody else talk. Jeez Louise. Go ahead, Lee. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Lee. He said let JP arrest him. We can't hear. Okay, he must drop. Fo, what you think, man?
First out to shout out to the panel, everybody in the building. Theory, stay your ass out the street. That's all I gotta tell you. That's my advice. Don't do nothing wrong. Stay a good model citizen like y'all, and drive safe and all that good shit people do. But what I was getting at is being in St. Louis, the #1 murder city. Not glorifying it or none of that, but I just see firsthand of what it is. You know what I'm saying? Our gun laws are totally different. Like I got pulled over the other day, and all he asked me was there any weapons in the car that I need to know about. No search. You know he can't search without, you know what I'm saying, without that. But still, they let a lot of people slip by like that. And also we have gun shows in the city almost twice a month at the beginning and the end of the month. And all you have to have is an ID to come in there and get you a pistol from 18 and up. From white men, the same people that and cops. These are off-duty cops. These are off-duty security, former military cats, and they giving the guns away. The same guns they take off the street, they handing them right back. You feel me?
So the gun shows like Texas is liberal in terms of gun rights. They run you though.
What you mean?
They run you. So like
money wise high? Yeah.
No. Like your background is they run you. Like you can't
this shit here is some other shit, dog. Like they let you come in there with your ID, 18 up or whatever the case may be. As long as you don't have any current warrants, bro, you can get you a pistol up out of there, bro. And it's terrible. And then they sell the shit that you ain't supposed to have. Shit with drums, extended clips, all that shit you ain't supposed to have, they give it right back to you. And that's what I'm saying. That's exactly right the reason why my city is what it is. And I'm seeing it firsthand, you hear me?
But in St. Louis.
Yeah, and then the other thing about the Massey situation, and I think somebody elaborated on this earlier about the man not being in the house or something like that. We all know if you come from any type of hood or any type of, you know what I'm saying, them type of situations, that your husband or your son could be the reason behind a retaliation or a movement from another person. You hear me? I'm not saying this situation, fool. Like, you hear me? Unlikely. Hear me out. I'm just saying it was a term. What my old dude told me about the sins of your father or something like that. I don't know the whole term to it, but that just plays and resonates to me. I don't know. Like, I'm just saying, speculating. I'm not saying that's what it is, but we don't know Maybe the young man had something going on. Maybe the husband background. We don't know none of that. But I say that happens a lot in the community that we live in, as far as that situation. You know what I mean? So I wanted to
Yeah,
elaborate.
definitely blowback. There is blowback that
Yeah,
happens for
that's all I
sure.
was saying. Like, we don't know the real background. Like, what was her husband background? What's her son background? Is he outside like that? And judging they in Springfield, Illinois, that's a small city. I got people up there, so I know there's a lot of cats that come from a lot of different cities, and they come take over. You know what I'm saying? It's cats on the witness protection. There's cats from other cities that want to come up, take over the streets over there because they want to claim them off. You know what I'm saying? Just take over territory. So it's hard to have it. You know.
I see the art. That's actually something that's presented as different. We don't know the conduct of her son, right? But guilty by association is basically what you're describing. Now his wife seemingly had an interaction with Miss Massey while she was at work at, I think, some sort of mental institution in which he may be privy to. So I mean that's actually an interesting dynamic that you pointed out, to be honest. Damn. Lee, what's popping? Say again.
Could you hear me? Could you hear me?
Yeah. What's popping?
Chilling. I just wanted to say, man, it's sad what happened to the lady. I'm gonna go with that cop definitely has some knowledge towards black people for sure. But I'm gonna say that's not all cops. So are we gonna have people bad apples in the system? Yeah. But are they being flushed out? Yeah, because is he in jail? Yes. Now, I'm not the type to really go nuclear and like crash out like JP talking about, where it's like, yo, let's fight back. I don't think violence does anything else but beget more violence, like they would tell you. So that's not really how I want to move. I understand that there is a force out there that has tried to manipulate black men and women and try to put them in a position to where they're less than. But I know there's also people that was there that was supposed to be on that side that chose to be on ours. So we got to always pay homage to those people that and I'm gonna say it, those white people that were right there with the slaves helping them get free. You know what I mean? And to this day, that's still happening. So we always got to pay homage to them and always make sure that we remember that everybody don't think like that. That's white. That's crazy. Just like every cop don't wanna shoot you and wild out. What he did was ridiculous. That's why he in jail. He got locked up like ASAP. You feel me?
So
Just like the
questionly,
officer. Go ahead. Sorry, I am rambling.
Of course,
Go ahead.
you said you're not with all the violence and stuff, right? Because it leads to more violence, right? So why do you come on here? Why do you come on these platforms? We have vividly heard you threaten with violence to so many other black folks. Why do you do that then? Why it's so easy for you to threaten black folks with violence, but then when it comes to that white man, you wanna call everybody crazy. You wanna submit like a bitch. The same submission that you asking for your woman. How you gonna ask y'all black women to submit to y'all when
Let
they
him
can visually
respond.
see
Let him
y'all submit to
respond.
another man?
Let him respond. Let him respond.
So, first of all, I don't oppose violence. I barely try to call black men the N-word. So I don't know who you talk about. Secondly, I do believe violence just begets more violence. It is what it is. That's the nature of things. It's not even about like how you feeling right now. You being emotional and that's cool. You feel me? It's okay to be emotional. You know what I mean? You saw a black woman get killed. I ain't mad at you. But at the end of the day, I don't want to really dive into it, but that's just not the way, bro. You feel me? That's not the way. That's not how we. Because listen, he's locked up. You feel me? So the same powers that be that you like, that they like, oh, F all black people, they was like, I throw him in jail for murder. Not for murder. And you know he gonna go down. So it's like there's going to be bad cops is what I said, but there's also good cops. I've had a lot of different experiences with good cops. You feel me? More or less with bad ones. And that's not really my point. It's just, and then I just want to say this. I want to say this. The violence in our neighborhood plays a role in how we are. The violence in our neighborhoods and the way that we speak to each other, like just sprung up say that he's right. I'll be talking about violence all day. If I am doing that, then yes, I'm being a hypocrite. So when we out here and we committing violence on each other, right? And then we want the world to not commit that same violence and those same acts, like calling us nigga, like we saw the white girl do, or shooting us like we seen Uncle Ray get shot or whatever happened in your neighborhood. As long as we doing that, you got to understand that we are hypocrites. So until the day that the black fathers or black men start to do their own militia in their neighborhoods and able to really connect with the police officers, because I think the cops will be like, all right, yo, let's do it. Let's do a little ride around. Let's get more people on our team. And if we like, yo, we got money. We don't even want a salary. We just want to help our community. I think they'll be down for that. But until we able to do that and stop being hypocrites and ready to up a pistol, whether you a damn plumber or a mechanic, you ready to up a pistol, or a bus driver, you ready to up a pistol on the next black man, but then get mad when a black man gets shot. So we got to stop being hypocrites.
Wait, did you say right?
Say that salary part one more time. I missed it. I want to make sure I didn't mishear you.
Yeah, I said that we don't even ask for a salary. We do it solely based off everything got to be about fucking money, man. How we gonna change everything if everything about money, bro? Jeez.
Go ahead. At this point, I don't want to hear no more black men talking about no more violence, beating up people, shooting up people. I don't want to hear none of that. That means, we just ended black on black crime, right? Because now when it's time to stand up to that white man, we got all these black non-violent motherfuckers. They preaching good. Y'all preaching good, real good. Y'all non-violent. So that means there should be no more black on black crime. I don't want to hear shit about no violence come from no nigga.
So when you gonna go out there and do what you said?
Everybody want to hear that shit.
I think he's saying take a different strategy. Godfrey the comedian said black people can't even organize crime. We're not prepared to crash out. I think that's what he's saying. With me, though. Maybe I'm wrong.
You get violent with me all day.
Not only, saying we not prepared, I ain't want to take that shot at us, but I'm just saying.
This is why black men is not masculine men.
That's not the
But
way.
you know what?
Y'all are conformed, submissive niggas.
Let me say something.
And proud of it.
Yesterday, somebody very, very close to me ended his whole chances of having a decent life because he chose to take somebody else's life. Shouldn't have had a gun. Was a felon. Shouldn't have a father. Shouldn't even have been out in the streets. Should have been dealing with his kids, handling school shopping and shit for his children. And now he's lost his life and he took a life. And this is what the hell you want to talk about? We make choices in our community, no matter how you want to look at it. We do cause a problem. We know it's wrong for police to kill us. But we also know that we have responsibility on our own to handle ourselves as, like I said, mature adults and act accordingly. There is a law set. There is a law, and we have to follow that. And then we don't, but then we want to blame everybody else. Like I said, everybody needs to grow the fuck up.
Well, at this point, I want you to take the bass out your voice.
What JP
I don't
saying
want to hear
is
no more deep throat black men no more. Take the bass out your voice. Pipe down.
What is wrong with you?
I don't want to hear no more black men with bass in their voice. I don't want to hear none of that masculine shit.
Well, I'm sorry.
Well, thank you for fixing that.
We all gonna submit. Like what they said.
No, I'm just gonna follow the law.
We non-violent.
No.
Y'all don't believe in violence. None of that.
That's
but what Jay Prince is saying, you want us to be law-abiding citizens, because this is one of the rare times I agree with JP. He's saying you want us to be law-abiding citizens, but when the police officers feel like they're above the law and they're about to abuse my rights, then as black people, what do we do? That's what he's saying.
Well, the answer is not the one answer is not crash out. Why can't we look at
what is masculine? They just
why can't we look at history? Why can't we look at history and look at other masculine measures that black men
I'm
took
gonna tell
other
y'all
than
right now,
crash
black
out?
woman, y'all not safe being with
I'm
black
just
men.
sitting here right now.
They
Well,
just
right,
whacked our black woman, and we talking about
Hey,
peace
Gunny.
again.
Hey, Gunny, do you believe that we should crash out
You
in
got
certain
mics are
circumstances?
bad.
No, absolutely not. So solid. We crashing out is not the answer. We look at history. They killed Fred Hampton for a reason. They didn't kill Fred Hampton because they thought he was going to organize a movement to crash out against white folks, to crash out against police officers that were committing police brutality. They assassinated him because he created a movement that protected the community. He wasn't trying to crash out. There are other masculine measures that black men can do to protect ourselves from these dirtbags and these criminals, some of them dressed up as officers, that want to end us. Crashing out it's foolish. It doesn't have anything to do with manhood. If the enemy of progress is strategically thinking of how to destroy us, you mean to tell me that crashing out is the answer?
No, I'm
We have
saying
to be just as strategic as they
No,
are.
I'm saying revenge is a
No. Check me out. Check me out real quick, Gunny. What I'm basically saying is, I agree with you 100%, right? I'm not thinking about crashing out ever. Only time when me and Hunt was talking earlier, I told him that there's times that are circumstantial, though, right? So what you were speaking of earlier, the chess game, I'm with that. Like in the chess game, I feel like we losing, and that's why you know what I'm saying we ain't handling things right. But however, there are some times that I think they're in a 2% category that we should crash out, but I think the problem here is everybody's making it seem like those 2%,
sometimes the best
chances are
defense is a good
happening.
offense.
Hold on, man, let me just finish. Everybody here is making it seem like those 2% chances are happening all of the time,
right?
And they're not. And that's
No, I agree with you. What you're talking about is a specific battle strategy. That's one specific battle strategy in order to solve the problem. That's one thing. There are times when black men need to step up and defend the community and defend our women, regardless of who it is. But that's one specific battle strategy. If we take that strategy to win the war, we will not win. We will not win.
I think the police attack people because they're sweet in the pants or something. The police officers, they get scared so easily of people. Man, the police officers is a bunch of B words. I mean, why do they have to use guns, bro?
It's a whole bunch of understanding. We all understand the repercussions of this, dog. Just like JP was talking about, I don't agree with nothing he just said about going deleting cops because they did this to us and all that. They understand their authority. We understand their authority. We understand if we go crash out, it's going to affect our family. Some of us do. You know what I'm saying?
The police officers are like a bunch of bitches. I don't attack bitches.
Well, here's the thing. You have to, when it comes to the police officers, you're going to have to live to tell the story. Now, I would ask Jay Prince and everybody else, what would you do in this situation? Because this lady was by herself. Maybe if a man was there, would that situation gone down the way it had to? No. And I don't think there would have been no need for anybody to go turn off whatever because a man would have been there to de-escalate the situation or all eyes would have been on the man. There's ways to handle it. So if a officer does want to draw their guns out, I'm going to live to tell this story because I'm gonna get my get back later. I'm always going to win at the end of the day.
In that situation, there's nothing.
I'll take an L. Hold on. I'll take a quote unquote L right now. I'm gonna be at the finish line waiting for my dub because that's just not how it's gonna go down like that. I'm not gonna let that shit slide.
In that situation, there was nothing that the young lady could do. Nothing.
That's why I said because she, even if we don't know if she was in her right mind, but like I said, there should have been a female officer called as well, and she could have requested for a female officer to come as well, and they would have had that on their video camera.
I'll let you go.
Women, hold up. This is a good lesson even now for the black women or women in the chat as well. If there are men officers and you need assistance, they have the right to call for a female officer. This is what we should be doing. We should be learning from this and teaching from this.
What I'm learning from Mr. Williams is like just because police should do certain things doesn't mean that they are going to do them. We should expect that they. Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just saying.
It's still a part
I'm
of
just
your
saying
right.
that. But in real life, there are no
I don't
rights.
even know why we pushing back on that. That was just common sense.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question. Do you think, let's just say hypothetically, right? I'm willing to go further than you guys are willing to go. Violently.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
No. I'm saying let's compare ourselves in a hypothetical. Does my wife and my children have more rights, more freedom, and more safety than yours do?
No.
Why not?
Whoa.
You letting
Because
shit
that's not my
slide.
family.
You letting shit slide. You getting disrespected in front of company. Anything goes around you. You waiting to get them at the end. While in my house and around my children, they thoroughly understand. Let me finish the hypothetical. If y'all not gonna listen, then I can go ahead and dispose of it. But then around me and mine, they understand that there's a consequence and it's swift and coming if you bother me and mine. Do my children and my wife have more freedom and rights than yours do?
No, my answer is still no.
What everybody else think?
The cop is gonna target the dude first, and then the woman and kids, right? So the dude has to survive that encounter with the cop. So the dude got to do what he got to do
I'm
to the
just
cop.
saying, outside.
I don't understand the freedom in regards to what.
Hold on.
Protection, shit like that. I think I get what he's saying. Like,
can someone come in your household and disrespect your family right off the bat? Are you gonna check it then, or are you gonna wait until it escalates? That's what he's.
Check their intentions. Check their intentions. Check them and then wreck them.
The hypothetical is too broad. It all depends on the situation.
No, it's not.
It is too broad.
Let me answer.
It depends on what you do as disrespect.
Let me answer this. You're not going to, I don't care who you are, you're not going to come in my house and violate my wife or my child's civil rights. I don't care who you are.
Of course.
You can, so that way my wife and my family has more whatchamacallit just as him. Because him is saying he's willing to fight and die behind his. Can you guys say the same?
I think most people up here are, but what I'm asking is, what is the disrespect that's being issued that is going to make me defend my children and my wife's honor?
The same disrespect that takes place if you got to defend them right now.
It's not the same. The man coming in your house and calling you an N-word, opposed to the man coming in your house and spitting in your wife's face. They're two totally different things. One thing you lie over, and the other thing you won't.
What is going on today?
Both of them. I'm checking it immediately.
Ain't nobody checking shit. This the problem. JP is hyperbolic, right? But the thing is, we have so many things that we are fear of losing. We're not willing to take a risk. We allow disrespect, and we say we'll allow it. I.e., we'll try to say the N-word doesn't mean anything. So that means that when white people call you it, you're justified in not correcting that disrespect.
No, if they say the N-word, they have lost the right to live.
All right, this one I'm gonna have to say it now. Please don't just interject while I'm finishing the point. All right, so that's what I'm alluding to. We've said it up here a million times. It's just a word in front of your wife and kids. It's just a word.
Yes.
And that's why. Yeah, you see what and that's why when they're making these points, like, oh, just as long as you make it home, long as you don't lose your job, like it gets us characterized as fake tough. But before you guys respond, here's what I'm clarifying, right? This is what is being said about us, right? You can sit up here and say what you want, like a people's opinion don't matter. The truth is, people's opinions do matter. That's why you brush your fucking teeth in the morning. If I have to start asking niggas how many times they went to the dentist, they can't tell me. But they brush their teeth because they don't want people to say they breath stink. People opinions of you matter. If you getting disrespected in front of your people and you say it's just a word, but you got little girls and little boys that you rearing up, how do they look at us as a whole? If so solid, you don't look like a small man. You taking disrespect. What they say about the little niggas. If this big black ass nigga gonna let me disrespect them, I could do it to all them bitch ass niggas. What I'm doing is I'm trying to understand Jay's P point, but just bringing it back to out here popping cops is, come on, right? But he's saying, yo, we take a lot of shit on the chin for the sake of what?
But it's all how you look at it. It's called critical thinking. You're teaching your children critical thinking skills.
No, I got it. Yeah, critical, like everybody talk at once. I got it.
My bad.
Let me get this one, Danny. Okay, here. Well, I hear what you are saying, bro. Like, I get it 100%. But I'm looking at the situation in a macro level, right? So when you say a white police officer comes into my house and calls me a nigger, I'm looking at not just that little part of it. I'm looking at what other niggas is in this house that got my back? Nobody. How many niggas does that nigga have that got his back? Thousands. So when he come up in here and he call me a nigger in front of my children and my wife, I'm like, bro, I don't give a fuck what you say about me. Just don't put your hands on me.
Them headphones is killing us, bro. I ain't gonna lie. It was better when you didn't have no headphones in. Seriously. You speaking freely, so you should be able to just talk. Oh, your headphones is never in. Real shit. They was never in it. You just took them off. It sounds the exact same. And my line, they sound the exact same. So your headphones is never in.
So I don't feel no bigger.
No, you sound the exact same right now. Dead ass. All right. But it sounded way better earlier. God damn. You throwing that phone everywhere.
Yeah, but if you allow disrespect, then that means I can disrespect your wife. I can disrespect your kids. And the answer is why? Because your husband allowed it, so all y'all free game. So it's like fuck them. I can call them anywhere. I can spit on them. It's what you're most tolerable of, and your kids are gonna be looking at you, be like, why was you there not to defend us? Why was you there not to protect us?
Well, don't you think that what you're most tolerable of differs from man to man?
What's the principle though?
Well, the principle could be rooted in different things. It could be rooted in religion. It could be rooted in how you were brought up in life. It could be rooted in different things. But I'm talking about what you actually think as a man and what you consider disrespect opposed to another man. Because the ultimate goal, and I attribute this to Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Two different ideologies, two different things, but the goal is ultimately the same. If the goal is ultimately the same, why do we vilify one group for thinking a certain way when it comes to protection and put another group on a pedestal when the outcome is the same? Protection for our families.
Respectfully, I don't care about those other groups. I'm more talking about the principle and what I'm going to do. I don't tolerate disrespect from anybody. That's going to include the police. So that way, my wife, my daughter, my son, whoever I'm over, their civil rights are going to be protected because they have somebody that's willing to fight for it.
Yeah. So when Gunny talk about the chess game, what he's saying is some white police officers know that there's niggas like Camp and everybody like y'all exists. And they know that if I roll up on you 3-4 deep with pistols and I get you angry because I called you a nigger and then you get all disrespectful, then that's a one-way ticket to kill your ass right there in front of your kids and your wife. Now that's the ultimate disrespect for me. Is me getting killed.
I'm talking about regular ass people. Like, and here's where things get me slightly irritated, which is, not a thing generally speaking. But we talk all like, right? See, because what Gunny said is proper. But what actually happens is niggas who say that they will defend themselves from disrespect get called a bunch of different things, right? So the consideration of that side is like they're foolish, you dumb, etc. Right? But we talking about man to man. Man to man. When we start talking this boxing thing, as people kept sending me messages, apparently people were supposed to box for years now. People been challenging each other. I'm gonna beat you up. I'm gonna do this and the third. I said, okay. Here go the ring. Here go the waiver. Here go to we could break down the percentage. It's fucking crickets.
That's because most niggas pussy though.
Well, no, I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. But the reality of it is that liberals and conservatives behind closed doors, you do know they're high-fiving each other, right? They're all high-fiving each other because they all have the same goal in mind. They're all high-fiving each other. But that's not what they portray. That's not what they show. So they divide people for a reason. It's the same thing for what we're talking about right now. The end goal is protection and provision for our children and our families, improving the community, whatever the case may be. You feel a certain way, you feel a certain way. So am I wrong for saying that it's foolish to crash out? Yeah, I am wrong for saying that it's foolish to crash out if that's the way that you feel.
Right.
But if we're talking about the end game, we should all be on the same program. Get to the end game.
Yeah, if a cop calls me a certain word, I'll just aim for his voice box. Aim the switchblade at his voice box, which is in his throat.
All right.
The middle part of his throat.
All right.
Shut up. Just a bomb.
I'm teaching self-defense.
I ain't teaching shit. That shit sound crazy. Stay your ass inside.
I'm teaching self-defense, so please don't call the cops on me.
No, you're not. We're not calling. You're saying
hey, that nigga trolling.
Yeah, he don't know no better.
I'm teaching self-defense. I'm not teaching offense.
He watches
Self-defense.
TV and shit like that.
No, I didn't watch any John Wick.
I'm just saying the difference with, but see, even when we bring up Malcolm and Martin, nobody is Martin. No, nobody, even the non-violent men up here, you ain't as brave as Martin. How many times Martin went to jail? Niggas don't even want to go to jail, let alone getting a fisticuff. That's what I'm saying. That's the thing that was being highlighted. It was just in hyperbole.
And in all fairness, nobody's Malcolm either, because George Zimmerman's still walking around.
Touche.
So we gotta highlight that part too.
That's fair.
Nobody's Martin and nobody's Malcolm either.
But see, now look at this response. Watch this. So Solid celebrated you saying that. He was quiet when I said what I said. And when you said that, you know what I said, Gunny? Touche. Right? So it's a point counter to mine, but it's a good one that I also agree with. That's what touche means. So Solid, why do you have such a disparity? Right? So I can acknowledge that bravery violently looks a lot different when you mention men at the top, and bravery through being passive looks a lot different when you look at the men at the top. So why didn't you celebrate what I said and what Gunny said? Because are you just siding with what you believe, or are you here to understand it all?
Because when Gunny said nobody's Malcolm either, that shit resonated with me, because everybody with your state of mind here is making it seem like they would do the opposite thing, like they're braver. But when he says, what's his name, is still walking around, that would mean to me that you brave niggas should be going to go find that nigga and do something about it.
On my record, I have assault on police officer. That's what I'm saying. Like when we start really talking, what I'm saying is this though, right? I'm not, and I don't like saying stuff like that, because I'm not saying that that's what somebody should go do. What I'm saying is that we have to understand that there has to be a happy medium in how we conduct ourselves. To be too passive is uberly dangerous, right? And to be too aggressive, right? They're gonna look at you like that. So Solid, if I'm being too aggressive also, but we let things pass us by, right? We let too much shit slide. And therefore, when our women don't respect us, we wonder why. Because other men don't respect us.
I agree here, but I just think where me and you are different is that what you think of as passive and aggressive, I don't think of as being passive and aggressive though.
So a white boy, so let me ask you, a Chinese nigga, he call you nigga to your face. You let that shit slide.
If he call me nigga to my face,
is that
and he got 5 other Chinese men with him?
No,
that can come back and they all got guns and they strapped and I'm not. He can call me a nigga to my face.
No, he just called you a nigga. But people are saying that shouldn't be inflammatory. So I'm asking, if you let that go, you may be calculating your decision to do so. Like Gunny was saying, is critical thinking. However, that is very passive. See, I'm not dismissing the fact that I understand the logic. I understand it. However, how are we actually seen in this earth? And then does that how we're seen permeate over to the women, where these cops treat them like shit because there's nobody coming to help them?
Yeah, the mind state that I have here,
okay,
it might be viewed as pussy to some people, but it ain't never ever got me in a situation where people then came at me and tried to treat me like one. So I just don't see the logic. Just because you think of me as a pussy, come try to treat me like one. You see what I'm saying? And then you will see what pussy really is. But the fact that what you think all in your head, how aggressive I am and passive I am and what I will and won't do, those things just don't matter to me until you put your hands on me. I don't care a lot about what other people think, man. So that's why I take the risk of being called pussy or being called this or that or whatever.
Sure.
So it's like, for me, okay, that's cool. But you're going to have to prove that at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You can talk, you can say whatever you want.
Do you care what they say?
I care what they say, but to a very, very little degree.
Okay.
Now,
very little. And I know you don't like some. So I'm going to give you majority. I 10% give a fuck about what people say, man.
Yeah,
It does not affect me what I do.
No, I understand. I just want us to, because what happened so solid, and the reason why I can use you, because I know you'll have the conversation. Gunny listened, everybody up here, right? What's up, Ruthless? Right? Because I'm learning as we going, right? So as an example, when we had this conversation previously, I would say the nigga who let the black man who let somebody call him a nigga to his face is pussy, right? But what I realize is that the men who stand on that side can't hear me that well when I say that, right? So the word passive is more palatable. We can converse around passive. When I call you pussy, then you say, fuck out of here, nigga, you a crash out. Now we both on the same side, right? So that's not gonna work. But it is a passive stance. But the men who are going to put hands on you for calling out their name need to understand, hey, this man was stoic enough to let that shit slide, whether or not you believe he should, right? And at the same time, I want the men to understand, you let too much shit slide, how you do anything is how you do everything. And so I don't want us to get mischaracterized, right? On both ends. So we have to figure out the medium to make sure a motherfucker will know if you fuck with us, it's lit. But also, you ain't gonna get me with the dumb shit.
Right. And I think that's where the solution is.
Go ahead.
Yep. I think that's where the solution
and that's the chess game. They already scared of us, huh? They already know that they can't fuck with us. That's why they show up deep. That's why they do the things they do. So I'm aware of the chess game.
I don't
so
think
I'm
they
not gonna let you
scared,
play
bro.
me out my position.
Solid. I don't think they scared no more, bro.
Yeah, they're not scared.
Nigga, they scared to death. They scared to death. Half you know they in. That's why they moving the way they moving now.
Why do you think most of us say, "Hey, do you take that badge and that gun off? I get with you," because we understand that now we man to man. It's not a you up here and I'm right here. It's equal playing ground now.
But fellas, Gunny, you could jump right in, bro. And this is the point that I think we have to overstand, is that they ain't scared of us.
When they beat,
because they can
one
do
on one,
what
they terrified.
But they can do what. But the thing is, they always deep. The car only come. It only take forever to come when you call. But let him hit that walkie. They gonna get there.
And that's why I say live to fight another day. Because if you do something crazy to me, I'm gonna come back on you. I'm gonna do it my way. I'm not gonna handle you straight up.
I understand that. But that's not that. But wait. But that's not the argument. That's a separate point. So solid, which is a solid point. What I'm saying is they're not afraid of us. We say that shit, right? But they're actually not afraid of us. And I think there's reasons why. We don't have households. We don't have communities. What's a community?
I agree.
I learned this from Gunny and Trigger Mike. A community is a group of families. Mm-hmm. Remember when they try to fly the LGBT? Well, it's my flag, the rainbow one, but the one that got the brown in it and all that other shit. The LGBT that couldn't fly that shit up there in Michigan. What's that city? it's like it's 100% Muslim or something. They're like East Indian or from Pakistan or something.
Saginaw or something like that.
I'll know when I hear it.
I think
It's
it's
in Michigan.
Dearborn.
Dearborn.
You sure it's not Minnesota?
Dearborn. Yeah, you're right.
Yo, there's a group of people of the same mindset with family and culture who said, no, you ain't doing that shit here. Right? And we ready to ride for it. But they had all of them on the same page. You know, they talked it out, and then if it went where it's gonna go there too. You know, so and that's the shit you could be scared of. When Gunny, how long did it take? How many nail salons and jerk off parlors had to get broken up before they got the Asian hate crime bill?
Oh, it didn't take a lot.
Not many.
Yeah, it didn't take a lot at all. That was one of the first things the administration passed.
That's the people you would be scared of. Ain't nobody scared of us, bro. Now I think they know we physically gifted, and they probably laugh because we don't see our potential. But ain't nobody scared of us.
But Ham, don't you think that they are scared just for the simple fact of what you just said, that our prowess is crazy? So if we got to the same level that they was on mentally, resourcefully, and everything, that we would control the whole world?
No, yeah, you're right. But you know what they say about
they're scared of us, though.
You know what they say about
that's why they're trying to keep us dumbed down.
I understand, but you know what they say about right? If your aunt had a dick, she'd be your uncle. Right? Like we got so much shit to do, B. And that's why I want to make sure I had to change my verbiage, right? Because with us, we I mean, Gunny old as hell and Ruthless old as shit, but you know, I could say like, oh, that was pussy, whatever the case is, and we might understand, and we come from that age, you know. But even still, there's more respectful language you can use amongst your brothers that had a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Even if y'all get it. Rufus, you know I love you. You know I love you. What's popping?
You and Lauren got it bad.
Huh?
You and Lauren got that bad. Throwing the old man under the bus.
Oh. Yo, every time you come up, Rufus, she come and get you. What's popping though?
Well, good conversation. I hear your sentiments, Ham, and they have validity to them. But I hear it's so solid as well. I believe every point is different, right? I believe every man has a certain point that they get to, and certain things that will carry him over into a violent or an aggressive state. And I believe this is different with every man. Right, so what may move you, Ham, might not move me in the same fashion. Right. Okay. This is why when we're grouped up, there's leaders and structure so that we can kind of deal with these situations. So
yeah, that's a good point.
Because like the N-word, right? Like I said, maybe some homies have outgrown the N-word, right? Like, you know what? I done did so much. I got 3 strikes. So if I take this dude out, you know, I'm going to make sure maybe his tipping point is you put your hands on him, right? That's what's going to make me go. So I do believe that we do have judgment reserved for people who don't act the way they act, and I think that's a fallacy. Because what makes you shit, man, made a motherfucker piss, right? Yeah. So we can't put us all in the same box of what we should defend or what we should be violent for. And I hear homies saying this all the time. Oh, well, you're a pussy if you don't do it the way I think you should do it. But here's the deal. If you do it on their premise, are they going to take care of your kids and family when you go take that 15 years?
Nope.
Right?
No.
So that's a judgment, which I believe is one of the weaknesses in the black community, right? We sit here and say, well, nigga disrespected you and you didn't do anything about it. You's a bitch.
Yeah, no, 100%, Rufus. Well, on that point, let's have a little like just back and forth a little bit, right? And on that point, and I think that to my other point, well, the point I made previous to you speaking is the community, though, which is a group of families, you know, with the similar beliefs at least, right? And so individualism destroys us, right? I think that people should have autonomy within a construct. So it simply means you have freedom within the parameters of the community and the culture, i.e. a Dearborn, Michigan, you know. But when everybody just simply saying, "Oh, that ain't nothing," that is something to me. Then how can you really form an army if you wanted to do so?
Well, that would come with you got to be indoctrinated, right? So what the white people have over us is an indoctrination of the flag of America. So they're all divided, they all arguing with each other, right? But they got one thing they unite under. We don't have that, right? We're everywhere. We have our own ideologies within our own community. Like DC boys are different from Cali boys. Cali boys are different from Florida. So we all are under a separate type of ideologies when dealing with that type of situation. So the Black Panther days and the Martin Luther King days are pretty much over because Black people have accepted the ransom of money over respect. Yeah. And now that because we didn't look at our fathers before, defend and protect our families so that we can have structure, we took the bag, chased the bag, and neglected our families and neglected those duties which will prevent for another slavery or another attack by the white people, and then just start going against each other. So with that being said, there is no real solution for when a person has making $100,000 a year, nice Mercedes, nice house, nice wife, and you pull up and slap shit out of him, and he's just gonna call the cops on you, right? He's not gonna throw hands. So then to a homie in the hood who ain't got nothing to lose, he's gonna gun you down. So there's a fine line in as a blacks, right, where we have lost the sense of structure and how to deal with these type of situations when it comes to the police, brutality, shit like that.
No.
Shit like that.
I like that. That was cohesive to me. I understand what you're saying. That money, man, that paycheck, that really got people. I think like it's almost like overthinking. You know what I mean? Right. Like, what would you do for a Klondike bar? Like, that money is too valuable to risk it for your respect. Which is, and Ruth, when you say it out loud, that shit sound crazy. Like, I'd rather be disrespected than lose my bread. Like, you know, but it's you know, in a given situation, you know, you make decisions. You know.
So that's the thing about, you know, materialism without substance. You then become a product of your environment of, oh, well, you know, I love these things. I value these things more than what people think about me or what I should do about the N-word, right? Yeah, that N-word is offensive to me. I got this Benz in the back with a bad bitch. Nigga, oh, man, I ain't offensive. Even though you're offended, but you're going to let it go because America's going to step in and come get you, even if you're in the right? But once again, it comes down to what you believe in and what your structure is in your side. So every man has a tipping point. So I don't think that when we see in the rap game, all dudes got the millions, they're still taking each other out. So I don't think that niggas is punks because of this, but it just take a lot more to move them than we'll say in the past.
Or no, Rufus, I think your other point reigns supreme. It's not that it takes more, is that they got that what's worth it because of what they got to lose. You feel me? So they probably just as hurt as me, but they don't want to lose that little 100,000. That little $100,000 job. Yeah. So I think
that will cause a lot of men to become bitches.
Anybody want to comment on that? Yo.
Let me just ask you a question real quick.
Yes, sir.
If you think if most black dudes did what you said, right, and every time we got called a nigga, we addressed it, whether it was physically or just aggressively, right? You think if we did that with police constantly, and not one nigga just did a passive reaction, are you saying that would change the way they view us and treated us?
What I'm saying is what we're doing isn't working. What we're doing isn't working, right? So kowtowing and showing cowardice isn't working, right? And so when I get pulled over, I'm not dirty, right? But I roll down my windows, right? So I understand. Look, I could have a presence that could be intimidating, right? You know, I roll down the windows, but I have the conversation, you know, I'll ask why if I need to. If I don't want to answer, I won't answer. I go to court and I defend my tickets and things of that nature. I'm not afraid of court. You know what I'm saying? So those things, I'll do it. One time something happened and I went to the police station directly for my cousin, and I was just cussing and fussing in there. Eventually I was able to, I think it was in the works, but they gave him a ticket as opposed to locking him up for the night. You know? So you can't be afraid to do those things. I'm not saying I went in there gun wielding and all that, right? But I'm not afraid to address the police.
I'm not afraid to address the police either, sir. If I'm y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you really answered my question here.
Well,
if I didn't, ask me again.
Well, I was gonna say real quick to what Hemp is saying.
Well, hold on. I want to make sure I answer the question, Chris.
All right.
Go ahead.
No, I was just asking. You think doing it your way would make? Because when you said earlier, you said it's not changing how they look at us. It's not changing. You think, like you said, you made it seem like it's the way they're going to treat us is based on our responses and what we're doing with them. So I was just asking, do you think if a white person pull us over or they got us in some type of situation and they get a little heated and they call us a nigger, and then every time we crashed out, every time we just acted aggressively, verbally or physically, you think that would change the way that they viewed us and will make them stop doing that to us?
Ain't what you're asking.
That's a different. So now you're saying the officer pulled you over and et cetera, and the officer
when I
called
was
you a
saying
nigger.
that I'm not gonna crash out over being called a nigger, you know what I'm saying? Everybody made it seem like, you're not willing to do what it takes to make them see you in a different way, to make them respect you.
And I'm simply saying what'll happen around you won't happen around me. When they see you coming, oh, that nigga there, he let niggas disrespect. When they see me coming, I might have to I might get in trouble for it, but when they see me coming, motherfuckers gonna stand up straight. Nigga, don't say Nancy, don't say nincompoop, don't say nigga, don't like. So I'm just saying, right? And I'm not saying you do it and it's corrective action, right? It's just corrective action, and we're speaking a little bit hyperbolic, right? But I'm saying defend yourself. Don't take the disrespect, right? Because you have things to lose. The truth is you have a lot to gain by maintaining your respect, in my opinion.
And also, I was going to say...
but it's not easy, bro. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I'm going to say also, in defending yourself, you also got to educate yourself. You know your protocol on what police officers can do and what they cannot do. So if an officer is stupid enough to be unprofessional in any type of way, shape, or form, and by calling you a nigga, you already know what you can do and how far you're willing to take it, which is usually a lot further than what police officers expect you to take it. And on top of that, there's going to be consequences coming over the head. So in the realms of protecting yourself, you got to educate yourself as well. It goes hand in hand.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, y'all. I'll come back up later and have respect.
Hey, so I'll be safe. I'm about to get out of here too. You ain't missing nothing, baby boy. I'll be here tomorrow. Oh, shit, I'm trying to tell him so sorry. That nigga he must got in trouble at work.
Supervisor walking that bit.
So Solid got in trouble at work.
What we just talking about? You want to sacrifice your job, dog? He can't even talk about the business.
He going to work.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he going to work. Hella hot water. Yeah. Anybody got anything else? We about to go to the pool.
I want to interject this though too, him. So when it comes to violence, shit like that, there's a process, right? And every man has it, right? And what are you willing to lose, and are you willing to pay the consequences for it? Mm-hmm. And they're gonna learn again, but I do believe it's what we as men we can take, right? We know how much we can take. And we know how much we can't take. So, like me, I know that I've been in positions. I've did a lot of jail time. I've been so I know what my limits are, what I to avoid. But I do reserve understanding to that everybody don't have the same type of mentality. Right? Some people are invested in things that are maybe family, right? That they put first before themselves. So this may cause them to walk back a lot of shit, this situation tomorrow with my girl, with my children, so I take him out, so I whoop him, shall we fuck down, or shall, Everybody get to the car. So
Yeah.
it all comes to what's best for the furtherance of your life. That's all it comes down to.
100%. You 100% accurate, Rufus. And let me be clear, right? How I would act 10 years ago is different than today too. You know what I'm saying? Right? I don't think people change. I think you learn to control, your actions. So yeah, like when you're a little younger.
And you understand what's at stake too.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Hey man, listen, can I issue an apology?
To who?
I want to apologize to Gunny and Diesel for being ass like I did earlier, bro. Like, I don't even be trying to do it on purpose, bro. It just be coming out sometimes.
Think you won earlier?
Absolutely.
You really believe that?
What?
I'm putting that clip out in the morning.
This was so. Now, see, help y'all, right? Because he came in and he cut us off, and then the second time when I was really about to open up the can of whoop ass, he shut us down again, right?
Listen, I have 500 people being tortured by you three. I had to do my job.
I get it. I get it, man. They pay you to cut us off. I got it. What I'm saying is,
you know what's crazy? They actually didn't for once. Like I put the bounties on, nobody even bounty today, which is actually pretty cool.
I don't know about that one. I just like that Lauren Max super chat.
Shout out to the chat then, man. All right. But here's the thing, right? Because I put a couple of statistics up. He didn't announce some other ones because you his homie. He didn't want me to do you like that. Right? When we talk about only 2% of the police arrests, right, involve encounters with weapons.
I did share that.
Yeah, for like 7 seconds, like you do a lot of super chats. You did it real quick and hope nobody noticed. But I was telling your boy I knew. It's okay, I got it, man. I protect my friends too. And then the other part that I didn't get to bring up though was about the rubber bullets, right? The non-lethal rubber bullets, which, like they said, if you shoot them up in the eye, they eye pretty much gone, right? If you shoot them in the head the right way, you could kill them with them rubber bullets, right? Them rubber bullets are absolutely effective, right? But so this is what I'm saying. We didn't really get to go into the conversation so I could checkmate them the way I wanted to. So if you put out that clip, it's gonna be very biased, and I'm gonna have to report you.
Hey, that is actually
what is wrong with this guy?
You know what? Because I actually let it go, but because it was interesting. Then I actually lost service too for a little bit. But that is actually a different topic that we haven't actually explored. Black on black crime, or / proximity murder, right? For sake of or proximity crime, we haven't really done that topic. And I like to silo these two things because they often get conflated together. So, but that's actually interesting. Like those stats are interesting. Like the need for guns and necessity, and obviously the instant rebuttal is, well, the criminals got them. But then when you look at the numbers, it's like they don't kind of got them. Like
that's true.
They ain't running up on no motherfucking guns. This shit is some bullshit. It's a goddamn lie. That's what I'm saying. Most of the time, they're arresting dope fiends and people who stealing out of Walgreens.
Yeah, most of the time, by the time somebody get parked somewhere, the cops be there after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, that's true.
Unless something happened to them, they earn 2.5. You hear me? So I wanted to say, I don't know who turned it. You don't.
Yeah, let's do final thoughts. We going to the pool, man. Come on.
All right. Hemp, do you remember earlier you said the lady, the man wife worked at where the lady was before or something like that?
I was repeating what was said in the super chat, but yes, that was what was alleged in the super chat. I haven't vetted it out myself.
Okay, if it's not known to be true, I can.
But Mike, go ahead, comment on it. I mean,
no, I was saying, as you were saying, like, how far are you willing to go for like your family and everything? So, in that instance, if that lady felt disrespected and came home and told that white man, like, hey, this lady at the woo, is he just, you know what I'm saying? He went far for that. That showed that he wasn't tolerating bullshit.
So that's
it's bad to say. It's fucked up to say because look, he came in there with no camera on. So he like, hey, I'm coming here like I'm already where I'm at. You hear me? So I'm just saying, I'm not justifying nothing and that disclaimer. But I'm just saying, like, as to your point, what you saying, like, how far you willing to go for your family? Like for me, like I say, like if I was at Walmart and I'm with my girl or whatever, and somebody disrespected her, Well, I ain't gonna say I'm gonna say deeper than that, like my father or something. I'm at the Walmart with my father and somebody disrespect him and call him a nigga, anything like that. I'm crashing out. I'll die for my father. But if I hear somebody like disrespecting a woman, a black woman, or anything, any creed, it don't even matter the color. I'm not standing for that either. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just shit I don't go for, bro. Cause I grew up different, bro. I don't go for none of that. It ain't none of that going down. You hear me? Not in my presence. You hear me? But I just, as a grown man, you should know the laws, know your limitations, bro. When you're riding around anything, just know how far you can go with what. You know what I'm saying? But just don't take anything either. Yeah, that's just my final thought. You hear me? Love.
No word. That's solid. Gunny.
Make no mistake about it. God bless the dead. Sonya Massey. The incident was a travesty. It was a tragedy, and the police officer, he should get life in prison. Make no mistake about it. And I think the unfortunate thing about the situation, along with the Trayvon Martins of the world and situations like that, is that these situations are used they're used as weapons against our progress in our community, and they're used to fuel our division and halt progress. And I think that's the unfortunate part about a situation like this. Salute to the whole panel. Salute the Beans. You lost. It's all good. Salute to you guys.
No doubt. Chris, what's popping?
What's going on, man? Just to echo the same sentiments. Rest in peace to that young lady. I don't care what mental whatever she's battling. That does not want for her no longer to be here. That doesn't want for her to be dead at all. As somebody, like I said, I'm not law enforcement, ladies and gentlemen, but I have encountered situations that is very similar to law enforcement. And there are situations where you can make the argument that it was presented for me to take someone's life. All the things was right there. I elected to de-escalate the situation. I elected to not go to my gun. I just relied on whatever training that I accumulated in the last almost 10 years of me being in this field. And there's damn near all situations can be de-escalated. She should still be alive. I don't care what she's going through. I deal with people who is mentally off literally on the daily basis. And yes, they have weapons on them, real weapons, knives and everything. But that's, if I can de-escalate that situation and I'm not law enforcement, this man should deserve to be thrown underneath the jail. So rest in peace to that young lady. Now, y'all excuse me, I need to go watch Deadpool and Wolverine. Peace to the panel, peace to the chat. I'll see y'all later.
Easy, bro.
All right, man.
Beans?
Yeah, man. And I beat their ass earlier. Yeah, we don't need more police officers. We damn sure don't need more black police officers. I think the thing that bothers me, and I don't even like talking about these type of situations, Sam. So if you notice, I really didn't even address the situation as much. But I think the thing that bothers me is when we all, I know y'all young, y'all probably weren't even born yet, but when we all watched the Rodney King tape, nobody questioned anything. It was like, yep, they bogus as hell, they going to jail. And somehow the motherfuckers got off. Nowadays, we got niggas questioning shit. Shit that everybody's supposed to just be able to see and look and tell what's going on. If you watch this video, it didn't seem like it was anything in the video that made it seem like they was really on any bullshit per se. They was calm. Let me see this. Let me see that. Whatever. It didn't change until she made the statement about I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Beans, you saw the whole thing?
What you played today?
Okay, yeah. So when you get a chance, I'll send you. I know you don't like, but it's just the before the shooting. I'm not gonna ruin it for you, but I'll send you the link to the whole actual video, and just take a look. Pay attention to his disposition. I'll make sure to get with
him coming in the house,
like outside the house, coming in, like just how he was, his cadence and such. See what you think.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just saying, like I know from
what
the
you
video,
saw. Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
The video from what I saw y'all play earlier, when he was just standing there, they was standing there asking for ID. their voices didn't sound like they was on no bullshit. When she made that statement, it was like they took it the wrong way. That's not me making an excuse for them, because y'all know I don't fucking like no police officers, especially black ones. But it's me saying, if that's really the case, let's just say that that's the case and leave it alone. Fuck all the other speculation. Yo, you took what she said wrong, nigga, and you murdered that lady, and your ass got a fry. Period. Because you shouldn't be taking it wrong. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't even be policing people when you don't understand them. If you don't understand their language, why the fuck are you there? And that was one of the things that bothered me in 2020 when I moved back to Chicago, Ham. I get there. This is why when bro came up and said he believed that the police is doing a lot of that shit, Ham, you wouldn't be surprised how many of these motherfuckers are not even American. I'm talking about all kind of Serbian ass, Ukrainian, Russian ass, all kind of strange ass European. When you get the driver's license, what are you going to do? You're like, what the fuck are you? Why are you in my neighborhood? Why are you pulling me over, nigga? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you got all these foreign ass people in your neighborhood policing it. It's just problematic, man. And, you know, I appreciate you having the topic, and I appreciate you hosting me, kicking Gunny and Beezer's ass.
No doubt, man. No doubt. I think it's you know, that thing was, you know, one of the most flagrant I've ever seen. I think another one that really stands out to me, in just a situation such as this, where we had to rely on a police officer's judgment when it came to someone's life, is his name literally just slipped out my head, but he was sitting in the car, Castillo.
Oh, yeah.
Orlando Castillo, and shooting across his baby with his child in the back seat. I mean, it just, you can't unsee those things, right? When the brothers is outside, unfortunately, doing the wrong thing, and they got smoke for each other, at the very least, I say it's a fair fight. These situations are not a fair fight.
Yeah, well,
you know, so it just a lot that goes into it, man. So the three things I want to reemphasize is just the reasons in which this may have happened. Is it because they know she doesn't have any support and she's unprotected? You know, could that be a reason? Do they have a how dare you complex where they can't believe they see some black woman and even a black man to an extent talking down to them or talking back to them, or you know, like they just anybody, you know? And in the mental health, man, like what CJ was highlighting and it got lost is, where are people at mentally? Can you tell that something is off? If so, how do you treat them in that instance? Because that's just not something that should happen. And I think generally speaking, 98% of people agree that is not something that should happen. So
if you don't mind, just quickly with the mental health thing, now I gotta sound like Gunny now. We can't talk shit to these people when we mistreat our own motherfucking people dealing with mental health. We don't take it serious.
That's true.
So all y'all that's trying to pretend like you care about her mental health right now, just shut the fuck up. Just stop. Because if I see it, I'm gonna call you out. Just know that. Because y'all don't give a fuck about people's mental health. I've been talking about my shit since I've been here, and all y'all have done is use it against me. So just don't pretend like y'all care about mental health. Don't do that.
Yeah, and I like, for me, I still really don't believe in depression, but I don't think I'll be talking down or at people that may state they have an issue, right?
Hey, there they go.
There they go. You know, at that time, right? Let me, hey.
Cut that off.
Let me read these super chats and get out of here. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, "Ruthless Truth, I think you forgot to eat your sugar-free Jello, which also means you forgot your meds. Press the button and take a mini break." Oh, he did get timed. I didn't see it. Mello with the $5 says, "Brothers on the panel, stop painting a picture that fits your scenario." Ellipsis. Love C with the $10 says, "I still remember my father passing out consequences for disrespect when I was 5. I am emblazoned. It's emblazoned in my mind. I knows every man isn't cut from that cloth, but don't deter those who are. We need them." Machine was popping with the $2. Shout out to him. Much love. You've been in the gym. Hell yeah, bro. It was good to meet you, bro. I appreciate the love, B. Hopefully I see you soon. As Abe with the $5 says, at Mr. Williams, she was desperately calling for an officer and they told her she had to hang up. She begged them to send someone else. I gotta see all this. I didn't see all that.
She definitely got a lot of
Yeah, like Omar Smith at the $10 says, Hamp, what's that movie y'all watch called 300? I thought that was a story of sacrifice that all men raved about. I've never seen it, but I thought they put it all on the line. Is it ever that time? Hey, great take, man. Great take. We all love 300. That's a fact. Don Winkler with the $10 says, great show. A much needed discussion. Salute. Thank you, Don. Hope all is well, man. Yaya King with the €2 says, everybody bleed the same, brothers. Yaya King with the €11 says, damn. I'm very disappointed listening to my mentally weak brothers. Black folks fold when confronting Europeans. This is sick and a weak mindset. As Abe with the $5 says, if Malcolm and Martin and Black Panthers and Marcus only thoughts about saving their own lives, where would we be? Blood has to be shed. Damn. As Abe with the $2, so you hit your brother is the same as JP hitting him? I think replying to maybe what was being talked about. As Abe with the $5 says, does anybody care about the fact that the officer's wife worked in the mental hospital Sonya was at earlier in the day? Do you care that her dad hired that bad apple? Well, that's what Fo was kind of just alluding to. Countdown to Serenity with the $5 says, and welcome, says 1 million black women donate Shiesty Bum 100 each month for just 1 year so she can buy land with 1.2 billion and start a black woman controlled society.
God dang.
Yaya King with the €6 says, with all these spending power, you can solve a lot of problems. Unfortunately, majority of my brothers and sisters are seeking validation from the oppressor. Oh no. 20 Ball says, why do we have to convince each other against our convictions? If the warriors want to fight, encourage and support them. The men who are intellectual stay behind and teach and march. Freezy, I miss our religious talks. Yaya King with the €11 says, we on lock is acting tough. Very typical for an average brother. JP is right on this. Black folks are very scared of them folks. I see this every time. Last time I checked, blacks together make 6 or 7 billion. Superman with the $2 says, protection would even mean from online as well, JP.
6.7 billion.
People, I think. I don't know. As Abe with the $5 says, I hear you black men talking, but now y'all want to be the smartest people in the room. Black men keep saying they tough, but it's sounding shaky. Lou the Duo with the $5 says, I've reported fellow cops for misconduct. Cops tell on each other all the time. I've seen multiple cops fired because of self-reporting. Okay. Damn, man. Salute. All right, let me get it. Let me see.
7 billion.
It might be shit.
People.
Ain't no way.
we gotta chop that
You know
number
how
down
much
today.
Chinese, right?
Yeah, look that up. That's
2
crazy.
billion of them motherfuckers over there.
Yeah, a lot of them. But you know, a lot of people in Africa, that's for sure.
For sure.
Procreating like shit. Hey man, I love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Great start to the week. Tomorrow, I got a dope ass interview. I'm about to release it soon, or should I tell everybody? Sorry, I'll release it. I mean, dope. I'll see y'all at 11 a.m. Central, 12 p.m. Eastern. Be on time. Join the Discord, man. The Discord get everything first, you know? A lot of dope conversations. Movie night was hilarious. So definitely join the Discord for sure, man. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing. I'll see y'all bright and early at 11 a.m. for sure. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.